Hi.
Yep.
I'm so excited.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah,
Showtime.
let's go. Oh, we're live. Okay, perfect. All right. You ready?
Oh, why
Good.
can I hear you?
I can hear you. You're freezing.
Wait, there's an audio issue. Hold on.
Gotta love technology. All right. All right. We're getting ourselves situated. Let me see.
Is that just on my end?
I think it's on your end.
Okay, I think we're good now.
Yeah? You can hear me?
Why is there a delay?
No, you can't hear me? All right. Okay, the audience is telling me that I can be heard. So,
Why is there an echo? Hold on 1 second.
all right. Well, thank you everyone for joining. We are working some technological issues, ironing out some technological issues, but we'll be beginning momentarily. Crypto for the culture, year 3. I want to make sure that everything is copacetic. You can see us, you can hear us. We appreciate your patience. Waiting for my co-founder to ensure that we can set things off proper. So I guess you'll just have to like look at me. One thing I will say, we got a lot of swag, you know? Compliments of some of our sponsors got some Polygon swag, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, if you tuning in, make sure you tune in and pay attention because we're going to be giving away swag throughout the course of the day. Yeah? You good?
All good.
All right. Thank God.
Thank you, everyone, for being patient.
Really appreciate you. Glad to see you, Nina. Let's get it. So welcome, everyone, to the 3rd annual Crypto for the Culture Conference. This is the world's largest diversity conference in Web3. I am Lisa Francoeur, Lisa Francoeur for all my Haitians. Shout out to my Haitians. Co-founder and chief revenue officer of Crypto Tutors, where our mission is to future-proof the workforce through upskilling and reskilling.
Hi, I'm Nina Blankenship, co-founder and CEO of Crypto Tutors, a certified Black-owned, women-owned, award-winning B2B Web3 education company. We founded Crypto for the Culture in 2021 after being disappointed by the lack of diverse representation in conferences we attended IRL. We attended so many conferences where every speaker was of the same gender or the same race. We personally interviewed blockchain subject matter experts and found that they had applied to speak, but their application was rejected. Additionally, the cost of admission was hundreds or thousands of dollars, creating a barrier to entry that was far too high. When you see the line at the men's restroom is out the door and the women's restroom line doesn't exist, you know there's a problem. Enough was enough.
So we decided to be the change, breaking down most barriers to entry, providing true representation in Web3, elevating diverse pioneering speakers, and providing a free Ivy League caliber education for audiences worldwide. Welcome to Crypto for the Culture.
Welcome to the future.
Keeping it 100,000. 2023, was a tumultuous year in Web3. CoinMarketCap stated the crypto industry lost over $2 trillion in market value in 2023, the largest annual loss in the history of crypto. The collapse of the Terra ecosystem accounted for over $1 trillion in lost value. FTX's implosion and the global economic slowdown.
All these factors and then some contributed to the losses. But despite these losses, CoinMarketCap reported the total market cap of cryptocurrencies increased from 850 billion to 1.2 trillion just over the past 5 months.
If resilience was a leading indicator, it's giving up, and to the right kind of energy. Grayscale's landmark Bitcoin ETF victory is opening the institutional floodgates, with BlackRock, a firm with $9.4 trillion of assets under management, following suit as they wait for approval of their own Bitcoin ETF, signifying a turning point in crypto. Institutions coming into the market are poised to bring a tremendous amount of liquidity to the market.
There's a lot of buzz about Web3, but what is it? And more importantly, how can you benefit from Web3? Web3 is the upgraded version of the internet that uses blockchain to make it more secure, decentralized, and focused on users. The third iteration of the internet moves us away from the world where users are limited to creating, sharing, and interacting with content. Instead of companies monetizing from your social media content engagement, Web3 pays you. Web3 returns the power to the individual. Reclaiming our data unlocks access to what the World Economic Forum projects to be a $100 trillion market cap. And if that doesn't hit hard enough, Lisa, drop our crypto rap NFT royalties, which addresses intellectual property. It's time to edutain.
Nina, say less. When we talking NFTs, we talking IP. Power lies in maintaining, controlling custody. Fortified vibes, blockchain technology. Yo, what we talk about? We talk about sovereignty.
Woo!
But what enables sovereignty or supreme authority in Web3 for users? Decentralization. Decentralization is one of the most innovative and disruptive technological advances we've seen in human history. But what is DeFi? DeFi is a type of blockchain structure that uses a distributed network of computers that are around the world who must agree on the solution to complex cryptographic equations. This distributed ledger records and validates transactions in the form of a new block of data. This block of data houses information about the transaction efficiently, transparently, and inclusively. For these reasons and more, we believe Web3 presents one of the most viable means of democratizing access to wealth and wealth building, regardless of who you are, where you are in the world. As long as you have access to the internet, you can participate. However, we also recognize that reliable, trustworthy education is one of the biggest roadblocks hindering maturation, hindering mass adoption, which is why we do what we do. But who is we at Crypto Tutors? What exactly do we do, and what makes us qualified to lead, Nina?
Lisa, glad you asked. Crypto Tutors is an award-winning Web3 and blockchain education company with a Fortune 500 battle-tested curriculum. We co-create B2B education to upskill and reskill employees through an employee portal with educational resources such as live tutoring, videos, and certifications. We partner with corporations to educate their customers through live events such as Titans of Industry, college tours, and customer activation events.
Today, you'll be getting an Ivy League education in Web3 and blockchain over the course of this 8-hour conference experience. You'll hear from 46 Titans of Industry at companies like fintech giants, including Block, Coinbase, to nonprofits like Stand With Crypto and NASA, yes, the agency that put a man on the moon, detailing the range of benefits of blockchain. You'll hear the POVs of 50% of the big four, including KPMG and EY, as well as some of the most successful and largest protocols in crypto, including Ripple, Circle, Polygon, Near, with a collective market cap of $100 billion. And if that wasn't enough, you'll also hear from entrepreneurs like Philip Rosedale, Second Life founder, one of the first and most commercially viable metaverses, where $1 billion were transacted between residents who purchased virtual goods and services from one another, just to name a few.
According to PwC, 40 million blockchain jobs will be added by 2030. Careers in blockchain, crypto, and Web3 are currently used in a wide variety of industries and functions related to technology, mathematics, science, accounting, government, law, art, finance, supply chain, marketing, business, etc. In the near future, many companies will adopt blockchain technology because it's faster, great for record keeping, secure, and provides customer engagement. Blockchain careers are the second most in-demand jobs of the future. Today, 46 leaders in blockchain have come together to teach you what you need to know. Where is the industry today? Where is it going? And how to capitalize as an individual or as an enterprise.
But we also recognize and respect the fact that increased regulation of cryptocurrencies will only help to create a more stable and predictable environment. We applaud countries like Switzerland, Singapore, UAE, Qatar, Japan, for example, who have already taken the lead on instituting progressive crypto policies. For all the US citizens tuning in today, we invite you to join us in empowering our legislators, our policymakers, to craft responsible, equitable, thoughtful policy, which is why civic engagement is the overarching theme for 2023. This is why we stand with crypto.
Stand with crypto.
That was so bomb. Yes. All right. I'm so excited. All right. So one of my favorite people in the crypto blockchain, universe is Mr. Nick Carr. Let me tell you why. Nick Carr is a political strategist with over a decade of experience at the intersection of politics, government, and emerging technologies. He has an extensive track record of planning and executing campaigns at the local, state, and federal levels, and has built strong relationships with political organizations, state legislators, and those on Capitol Hill. Nick now leads Stand With Crypto, the primary advocacy hub for crypto supporters, founders, and builders. Nick, welcome to Crypto for the Culture.
Thank you for having me, Lisa and Nina. And thank you not only for hosting this amazing conference for the third year running now, but also joining us on Capitol Hill for Stand With Crypto Day, which I know we'll get into a little bit soon here. But thank you. And for playing the video. It looks incredible.
That video is amazing. Nick, do you mind telling the audience a little bit about your personal journey, your crypto origin story, and how did that lead you to conceptualize and launch Stand With Crypto?
Yeah, to give you a little background, and Lisa kind of went over my, history, but essentially I've been involved in local, state, and federal elections for over 10 years now. And including that, I also spent a number of years on Capitol Hill as a congressional staffer, which I'm sure we'll get into a little bit about how that plays into everything that all of us are doing here. And separately, I've been a crypto enthusiast and involved in crypto since 2017 and an NFT enthusiast since 2021. So I've been very involved in the space. I'm very connected to folks in the space, been involved across, and just like you said, operating at that intersection of technology and politics. And really where Stand With Crypto actually came to be originally came from Coinbase, actually. They started a program called Crypto 435, which goal was to advocate in every single congressional district in the United States, all 435 congressional districts. And I think they realized very quickly that the crypto movement, the Stand With Crypto movement, was much larger than one individual or one company. It was all of us, the 52 million Americans that own cryptocurrency. So Stand With Crypto now is a independent organization, and we partner with individuals and companies like Coinbase to put on incredible events. Just like last night, we were actually in Atlanta hosting an event with Coinbase and the Atlanta Blockchain Center. And it was our first event in Atlanta. And I think we had over 100 folks attend and tune in live. And it was an incredible mix of founders, builders, and policymakers on the local and state level.
Awesome. Thank you for that context, Nick. And I think what you just described in Atlanta is indicative of the moment that became a movement. So with that being said, and being that 2023 for Crypto for the Culture, the theme is civic engagement. Can you tell the audience, what are some actions that they can take to drive civic engagement?
Yeah, I really, to start, civic engagement is really just an action of individuals taking any action to address public concerns within either their community or any broader social issue. And that can be a number of actions they can take. Attending this conference is even one thing they can do. Sending out a tweet, calling or emailing their member of Congress, or even just attending an event, even last night, for example. So there's so many actions an individual can take. Anything from all levels, as small as, or as big as attending this conference, to even flying to DC like you both did and actually meeting with congressional offices on both sides of the aisle and advocating for pro-crypto policies firsthand right to the member of Congress.
And Nick, what are the biggest myths or misconceptions when it comes to civic engagement? Like, what can people on this call, do? And what are the misconceptions?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that, Nina. I think that's a really important question to hone in on. I think the first misconception is that you yourself can't make a difference. And in fact, you as the individual can make the most difference. There's this thing that folks say on Capitol Hill is that, the constituent is a superpower. So when you're an actual constituent of a member of Congress's district or state, you actually have so much more sway than you think. And you can actually walk into your member of Congress's office and request a meeting at any time, because it is the people's house and you can go in there at any time to meet, just like we were walking the halls of Congress. So I think the first big misconception is that you yourself can't make a difference. And any difference you make, whether it's just attending this conference and learning more about what's happening with civic engagement, with the Web3 space and how to help drive the entire industry forward, or sending out a tweet or going in person, every single action helps. So I think that's the first big misconception. And I think the second big misconception is that you might think that politicians or elected officials, you can't change their mind, when in fact, they don't know what they don't know. So you actually need to tell them what they don't know and show and tell firsthand why blockchain technology matters, why we're here, why 52 million Americans own crypto, and why it matters. And so I think that's kind of a great segue into what Stand With Crypto Day was and why you both joined us there, where we had over 50 founders in DC to meet with congressional offices on both sides of the aisle for the first time ever to actually show and tell what blockchain technology is doing for small, medium-sized businesses, founding and employing people from 1 to 10, 50, 100 employees firsthand in these districts, in these states. And I can tell you, and I'm sure you both can talk about it as well, is that these members of Congress had never seen that before. And members of Congress were blown away by just the depth, diversity, and just how much positive and innovation was happening in their own states and district firsthand. And it was remarkable to see. And I know a few days later, we've had even some incredible response to it firsthand.
It was an incredible experience, Nick, and I'm so grateful that we had the privilege to participate in the Stand with Crypto Day. We'll actually be hearing from Congressman Darren Soto, who we met during Stand with Crypto Day when we were on the Hill later on as a result of participating. And so I think that's really key, that everyone understands that if you are a citizen, it is your right to engage your representatives. So we've talked about, what to do, how to do it. But Nick, let's talk about, what do we have to lose?
Yeah, I mean, my short answer is everything. You mentioned it a little bit in your opening, but there are up to 4 million jobs that are at stake. And that's only reported, right? There's unaccounted for probably millions of other jobs in the United States that are potentially at risk without clear regulatory framework for all of us to operate in. And also, I think just the general loss of innovation. Back even last night when we were in Atlanta, founders and builders, students were coming up to all of us, myself, and saying that they were just so thankful we were there. And the fact that we were there was giving them hope and inspiration that there was a path forward. And it was the first time ever that they heard from state, local officials saying, firsthand, oh, wow, this is incredible. We want to hear from Atlanta builders and founders more. And I think that also dispelled some of the misconceptions that you can't yourself make a difference, right? So I think that's the biggest thing, is that what's at stake is everything: job losses, innovation loss, and I know we've talked about this before, but over 80% of G20 nations have passed or are in the process of passing a clear regulatory framework. And the one country that is missing is the United States. So, I think giving people a clear framework to operate in is so important, so people feel comfortable to operate in and to innovate in and build. And without that, they might leave and never come back. So that's really what's at stake. And I think just like what we saw with Stand with Crypto Day, of course, if you're willing to fly to DC and meet with members of Congress, and a few days later they get on Twitter and they say that they're co-sponsoring pro-crypto legislation because of our meeting, which happened firsthand with Representative Cuellar, which was incredible, that is something you can do. But you can also go to standwithcrypto.org and call your member of Congress and email your member of Congress, literally by a one-click system we've set up where you just go straight to who your member of Congress is by plugging in your address, or sending a comment letter to the IRS when they're trying to make a decision on, digital reporting. So we have given people so many tools and so many options, and they can engage whatever level they would want. I think the biggest thing I would say is be engaged, take an action. Any action helps, because what is at stake is everything.
Wow. I hope that everyone who is tuning in understands the orders of magnitude associated with what Nick just outlined as to what's at stake. If I'm not mistaken, over 50 million Americans have or own crypto. So we're fighting for the millions and millions of citizens here in the US that want to continue to be in this space. And so, Nick, thank you so much for taking the time today to, introduce the Crypto for the Culture audience to Stand with Crypto, the incredible work that you're doing, bringing together public, private institutions, nonprofits, etc., together to advocate for pro-crypto legislation. We thank you, we salute you, and we're going to continue to grow the movement.
Thank you for having me again. And thank you that you both are doing, Crypto Tutors doing as a whole, to move the entire industry forward. It is so important. Conferences like this are so critically important. So I hope everyone keeps tuning in for all straight 8 hours, watches everything. And just, if you're interested, join the movement, go to standwithcrypto.org, take an action, sign up, and be a part of it, because it's now time to prove, it's right now is the time to be effective, to be important, to jump in. So please join the movement.
Because they make all the templates for you. So if you're not sure what to write, don't worry about it. They already have that prepared for you.
You can even, if Nick, really quickly, you can auto call your representative depending upon your district. And so, Again, streamlining the process of driving that civic engagement. We cannot thank you enough for the work that you do. You know, we got your back, and we're grateful to be fighting the good fight on the right side of the future with you and everyone who stands with crypto.
Thank you again, Lisa and Nina. Thank you for having me and just everything you're doing. Thank you.
All right. Cool. Let me see in the chat. I feel like we need a pulse check. Are you with me? You know, I need to make sure that you're all picking up what we're putting down. Drop in the chat any tidbits, any insights, any commentary. We want to make sure that you know that we hear you. All right, cool. While we're waiting for the chat to light up, let's transition to our first panel, the benefits of Bitcoin and the Lightning Network, moderated by Lana Butorovic. Lana Butorovic is a consultant in the New York-based EY blockchain team focused on strategy and risk management within the life sciences and financial services sectors. With a background in finance and information systems, Lana came to the team as a developer, but has served as a risk and strategy analyst for the past 12 months for multiple clients. Currently, Lana serves as a risk analyst in enabling a household name asset manager to provide a robust cryptocurrency custody platform to their retail clients. Specifically, Lana worked with the client's cross-functional team to define their digital asset strategy and vision, and consequently implement a self-custody capability to enable receipt of cryptocurrency as payment. But first, a commercial break.
Hi, Michael. Good morning. I think we're on.
Hey, Lana. Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. You as well. And I do want to say thank you for the introduction, Lisa. That was absolutely wonderful. And, you know, really, really excited to be here today. And so I think we're almost at time. And so without further ado, I'd like to welcome everyone who's watching at home to our session on the benefits of Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. And so today I have the honor of sharing the stage with Michael Rihani here. And Michael is the brilliant Bitcoin product lead at Cash App. And I think he's a true expert in the field with experience that not many in the industry can really match. Michael has been integral in bringing key Bitcoin products and infrastructure to market, which includes the Lightning Network. And so I'm personally very excited to dive deeper into that later in the session. If that wasn't enough, he's also led product at Tesla, where he helped integrate Bitcoin as a payment method on Tesla.com. And prior to that, he also worked at Apple, where he launched and scaled Apple Pay on the web, Apple Cash, and Apple Card. And so I think, again, really, really thrilled to be here and to be sharing insights with you into Bitcoin and the Lightning Network, Michael. And so let's give him a virtual round of applause, please. So yeah. Good morning. I know it's early on the West Coast for you, Michael.
Yeah, no, I already got my coffee. I am ready to go. So yeah.
Fantastic. And so So let's jump straight into the discussion. And I think it would be good to start just with the basics. And so, Michael, for those in the audience who may be unfamiliar with Bitcoin, could you please just give us a brief introduction and really tell us, why should we care?
Yeah, for sure. So, for some context, I've probably spent thousands of hours studying money and Bitcoin and the Lightning Network over the past 5 or 6 years. And you can speak hours and weeks and months about money and Bitcoin. So I'll try my best to be brief and describe it high level. I mean, at the end of the day, it's quite simple. Bitcoin is just a digital currency that's changing the way that the world sends, spends, and saves money, right? But unlike cash in your pocket, Bitcoin's 100% digital. And obviously, the title of this presentation is Benefits of a Blockchain. And this digital currency uses a blockchain technology, right? And a blockchain is just a secure system that verifies every transaction across a network of computers, right? Kind of like the internet is a network of computers, and that's the way we're talking right now. It's kind of like the internet for money, right? The internet has changed our lives dramatically. That's why we're all here today in this free conference, and so that makes your money something that you can control 24/7. It also makes Bitcoin hard to manipulate. And it also means that no person, bank, or government gets to decide who gets access to your Bitcoin or even what it's worth. And the coolest part is you can use it anytime, no matter where you are, to send and receive money worldwide. So I would say that's kind of what Bitcoin is without doing the 2,000-hour lecture. And then your second question was, why should we care, right? Well, I at least can say why we at Block care at the company I work at. I can also give a high level kind of overview of what Cash App does and what Block does if people don't know about. But, we care at Block because Bitcoin's values are deeply aligned with Block's purpose of economic empowerment. So if you don't know what Block is, as formerly known as Square, kind of the Square point of sale company, I work at Cash App within Block, and Cash App is the #1 finance app in the App Store for the last 5 years. We have, I believe, over 50 million monthly active users. And to date, I'm on the Bitcoin team. To date, over 10 million people have bought Bitcoin through us. So just a little bit of context on who we are and why we're in the money space, and why we care about it is because our core purpose as a business is economic empowerment. And one of our core principles is that anyone should have the ability to participate in financial systems and easily without discrimination. And Bitcoin certainly provides that in blockchain technology. So we really believe that Bitcoin can deliver on the vision by allowing people worldwide to make payments efficiently, securely, and at a low cost. And the last thing I'll say is there's really two things that are happening with Bitcoin. I think a lot of people don't really realize this or unpack it this way. Bitcoin is really two big innovations. Number one, Bitcoin is a valuable asset. So there's Bitcoin the asset. It's rare, and it's designed that there's only 21 million Bitcoins will ever be created. And then number two, there's Bitcoin, the payment network, or the Bitcoin network. And that's an easy way to move money. So there's an asset innovation here, and there's a payment network innovation here. So I'm sure we'll talk about both of those over the next few minutes. But hopefully that helps. What is Bitcoin and why we care about it?
Absolutely, Michael. I don't think I could have said it any better. And I think I want to echo that statement that you said about just democratizing in the financial markets and making it an equal playing field. I know for me personally, that's why I care about Bitcoin and blockchain. And I think despite the fact that we're still in the bear market, we're seeing a lot of traction. And even some major traditional finance institutions like BlackRock are filing for ETFs. And so I think the message here is really that Bitcoin is here to stay. And so with that, I'd like to zoom specifically into mobile payment applications. And so could you, given your experience in your current role, could you please shed some light into how mobile payment apps are sort of evolving to utilize Bitcoin?
Yeah, for sure. So I mentioned, I work at Cash App, and Cash App is a mobile payment application. So that's right in our wheelhouse. And our mission as Cash App is to redefine the world's relationship with money by making it more relatable, instantly available, and universally accessible, right? So we're in the money business, and we want to do all three of those things. Well, what's cool is Bitcoin's core nature kind of delivers on all three of those. Maybe the more relatable isn't out of the box intuitive, but the internet wasn't that relatable in the early beginnings. So it's really our job to make Bitcoin and money more relatable and approachable, right? But organically, it's pretty much instantly available, and it is universally accessible, right? So as a payment application, we've done a lot, and we have a whole team dedicated to Bitcoin, and we've evolved over the past 5-6 years. I've only been here about two and a half years, but Cash App in 2018, I believe, we were the first public company to launch the ability to buy, sell Bitcoin inside the app, right? So we were traditionally kind of a money banking tool, right? You could use your debit card, you could send peer-to-peer, and then we added Bitcoin and infused it into the app. So we did that about 5+ years ago, and then we've been innovating and building on that over the years. We've added what we call Bitcoin Boost. It's a way when you use your debit card, when you're buying coffee or buying groceries, you could earn Bitcoin back, right, as a reward. So you don't even need to buy it. You can just get it for free while you live your everyday life. So that's been a huge success and hit with our customers. And it's a very easy way to just ease into Bitcoin, right? You don't have to, what I call smash buy Bitcoin and, worry about what price you're buying it and try to time it. You can just ease your way into it. And a few things we did even last year, I think we launched 3 new products, and it's really on the theme of being able to ease into Bitcoin. So we launched roundups, which is when you're using your debit card, your cash card, you can round up your spare change and either put it in your savings account, you can invest it in the stock market, or you can invest it and save it in Bitcoin, which is super cool. So when you're buying that $3.50 coffee, 50 cents rounds up to $4, and then you buy 50 cents of Bitcoin with no fees, which is awesome. We also launched a similar version of that called Paid in Bitcoin. So every single time you get your paycheck deposited into Cash App, you can auto invest a percentage of your paycheck into Bitcoin as well. And that's 0% fees, no spread. It's just the best Bitcoin you can get, and it's all automatic. And the last part, I think it's part of the title of this, is we were also the first publicly traded company to launch the support for sending and receiving on the Lightning Network. And we can get into the technical nuances of what that is, but really just distilling down what the Lightning Network is, it's a way to move Bitcoin faster. And on Cash App, it's free. So before, you would have to wait 10 minutes on average for a Bitcoin confirmation on the Bitcoin network, right? We said there's an asset and there's a network. So it takes a while on the Bitcoin network, but on the Lightning Network, it's practically instant. It takes seconds to settle. So it just makes Bitcoin faster and easier to use if you really had to zoom out. So that's what we've done, and we have lots more exciting things planned in the future. But many other traditional money apps are doing similar things and infusing Bitcoin, and even non-money apps are infusing Bitcoin into their applications. So if you deal with money, you can deal with Bitcoin, right? And almost, I think pretty much every company deals with money. So in theory, every company could evolve and utilize Bitcoin themselves.
Absolutely. Sounds like a very seamless user experience, Michael. And we'll definitely dive into the technicals of the Lightning Network here shortly. But I do want to shift gears just for one moment, and I'll draw on my own personal experience here. But I've personally been holding onto my Bitcoin, and it feels as though across the board, we're seeing it being used more as a store of value rather than cash, and it being used in those everyday transactions like the ones you're describing. And so I'm curious, would you agree? And when does it really make sense for individuals and companies to start using and thinking about Bitcoin?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we were chatting a few days ago, Lana. You have some, personal experiences. I have some personal experiences in just money. So for background, at least on my side, and if you're willing to share anything on your side, Lana, but like I'm half Lebanese. I'm from Lebanon, and my friends and family have lost about 98% of their net worth in Lebanon due to hyperinflation and the fiat currency system just not really working there. And it's not a unique story to Lebanon. It's happening all around the world. Venezuela, Turkey, many countries are experiencing challenges with the asset of money. And so your first point is, holding Bitcoin is a very valuable thing. And I would agree with that. And many friends of mine's, financial livelihood has been frankly saved by Bitcoin because they've saved in Bitcoin for years. So yeah, I would agree with that. Lana, do you want to share, like, what tell us a little bit more on your personal experiences,
Yeah,
right? Like, why do you say savings?
for sure. I would say, so for me personally, I'm originally from Montenegro, so Southern Europe. And so to me, aside from just holding it as savings, I would focus more on the second part of it. When does it make sense to start thinking about Bitcoin? I think anyone who's living abroad could probably relate. But if you were to try and use traditional financial rails to send money cross borders, and if you were to compare that to Bitcoin or really any kind of crypto, I think you'd probably be amazed at the ease of use and just the smooth level of user experience that you'll get with crypto. And so I think for me personally, it's made my life a lot easier. And I think, with conferences such as this, where we have people tuning in from across the world, obviously I think the message with a scarce asset like Bitcoin, like what you were talking about, Michael, is that in more stable economies like the United States, we might not be seeing as much traction yet. Whereas, if we zoom out and we take a look globally, I know, Michael, you've shared your story, but having a stable, scarce asset that you can utilize, that you can freely trade, that you have, everyone has equal access to, is incredibly important in, just promoting financial equity and equality just on a global scale. And so absolutely know that message is definitely echoing on this end.
Yeah, and just to kind of double click a little bit more, you're kind of asking when does it become more of a store of value potentially? When should individuals and companies think about it for themselves? You mentioned kind of international remittances. That's definitely a strong use case we're seeing. You can hold it, but then you can also send it internationally, right? In my Lebanon example, there are ways to send money to Lebanon, but it takes about 5 to 7 business days. They take about 7 to 10% cut of whatever I send. So if I send $100 to my cousin in Lebanon, he's only going to get $93 or $90 5 days later, and he physically needs to go to a brick and mortar location to get it. Versus if I send him on Bitcoin network, within 10 minutes, he has it instantly, and there's no middleman, there's no fees, and he has it. And so he can actually ramp out in his local country with local currency if he wants. And this is not just a me story. We talk to customers all the time. I just met one of our customers a couple of weeks ago. She was telling me how she's a US-based photographer, and she has photo editors all over the world, freelancers. And she had difficulty paying one of her freelancers in the Philippines. And so she was literally just like Googling and looking for better ways to transfer money to the Philippines. And that's how she found Bitcoin. And it's been amazing for her and her business. So yes, you can store it. Yes, you can send it. You can use it. And frankly, it's like asking, what's the killer use case of money, right? Like, well, money is just, it can be everything. You can hold it, you can spend it, you can share it, you can gift it. I mean, whatever you want, it's very usable, right? Of course, it's not everywhere and it's not ubiquitous as other currencies, but it's certainly gaining traction. So when and why, when should individuals and companies consider it and use it? That's up to everybody's personal needs, right? Like I won't lecture everybody and say, hey, you need to get into Bitcoin today. I would first say, don't just go smash by and get into Bitcoin. Go learn more about it, right? Come to these events, do your own research, and learn if it fits with your own individual or company needs, right? Tesla, used some of their cash balance sheet and bought Bitcoin. So did Block. So did MicroStrategy. So corporations are finding, oh, maybe we should diversify our cash assets and diversify it into Bitcoin, right? So maybe that works for them. Maybe small businesses can do the same. Maybe individuals and families want to diversify and buy stocks or Bitcoin or gold, right? It's just another tool in your financial toolkit. So depending on your own needs as an individual or company, I would just really kind of zoom out and ask, hey, do you need access or is there value in this rare asset? And is there value in this global payment network? And if so, there's multiple entry points.
Absolutely. And I think we'll see even more adoption now with the Lightning Network. And I think you've touched on the way it's made Bitcoin transactions a lot more scalable. And so I'm curious to zoom more into the Lightning Network in general. And so could you shed a light on how you see the Lightning Network really impacting the industry and just overall adoption?
Yeah, so we talked about Lightning really just being an easier and faster way of moving Bitcoin, right? So what does not having to wait 10 minutes unlock, right? Is kind of the key question. And what's cool is also, it's not just about the speed, but it's really programmable money that's instant cash final settlement. And so yes, now you can do an international remittance in seconds and not minutes. So that's nice. And at the end of the day, I think the Lightning Network simply unlocks Bitcoin as a currency, right? Now it can actually be used as a currency. Before it was mostly a store of value. You could hold on to it, but it was difficult to spend it, right? But now that has been unlocked. And I think there's new use cases that the internet combined with programmable money and what we kind of think of as the internet's native currency, being Bitcoin, with the Lightning Network can do. So we're seeing really interesting online use cases. There's a podcast where you can stream money to the podcaster. There's new social networks where you can tip in Bitcoin. There's even some social networks where they kind of replace the like button with a lightning bolt button where you can zap you some Bitcoin. So it's not just like a vanity like, but you're actually like, here's 5 cents. I really liked your post. Here's actual money, right? And that person can be in Italy or Lebanon or anywhere in the world. It doesn't really matter, and I don't really know. I'm just kind of tipping. So there's really cool, what I like calling streaming money. And the smallest unit of Bitcoin is called a Satoshi. So it's like streaming sats. Like we stream movies and music on Netflix and Spotify and Tidal and all these great systems. You can imagine a world where on the internet money streams and it's fluid, and what that could unlock. So yeah, Lightning unlocks Bitcoin as a currency, and Lightning unlocks Bitcoin as really the native currency of the internet. And I think we're still very early in that, but it's very exciting, the potential and the innovation that we're already seeing.
Absolutely, Michael. And I think while we are early, I was quite surprised at some of the statistics I saw the other day when I was reading up even more on the Lightning Network. So just to throw a couple of numbers out there, I think there are currently over 16,000 Lightning Network nodes in operation globally. And I think the network sits at well over $100 million worth of Bitcoin currently. And so, that's pretty significant. And I think it really strengthens everything you're saying about how adoption will hopefully really skyrocket now that we've made Bitcoin transactions a lot faster and frankly a lot cheaper. And so I think you've you shared a lot of sort of the day-to-day use cases and how we can utilize Bitcoin, and which at least to me is always interesting, because I feel as though whenever I talk to someone in the industry, they have new insights and new examples. And as you said, you would use it in the same way that you would use money, in about a million different ways. And so, again, keeping in mind that we're still in a bit of a bear market, I am curious to hear, just with your experience and insights, what aspects of the industry are you particularly optimistic or bullish about? Kind of where do you see the future of all of this going?
Yeah, they say bear markets are for builders, right? So this is the best time to be in the space, in my opinion. It's when a lot of the real work gets done. It's a lot of where the real signal shines. And so kind of the things I'm most optimistic or bullish about, I would say maybe two things. And we've already touched on the first one, so I can be quick. And maybe I'm biased, but I do think the Lightning Network is very exciting. Bitcoin as currency is very exciting. And like I said, we were the first publicly traded company to integrate the Lightning Network. And I do a lot of analogies to, you've heard me kind of give analogies to Bitcoin and the internet. I personally think Bitcoin is the greatest and biggest software invention since the creation of the internet. And like the internet has changed all of our lives all around the world. I think Bitcoin is going to do the same thing. But my other analogy is with Lightning and email, right? You could just email communication. It was instant, it was global, and it really unlocked communication for billions of people around the world. I think even from a technical perspective, Lightning is kind of like a layer 2 on top of Bitcoin, just like email is a layer 2 on top of the internet. It's an application on top of the internet, and Lightning is application on top of Bitcoin. And like imagine we're just the first company to be integrating email, right? Like that's how early we are. And so we think there's going to be a lot more excitement and other companies joining in on the Lightning Network. We're going to see a lot more use cases and cool innovation. So yeah, definitely optimistic, very excited for the future of Bitcoin, Lightning, and just more global and instant money movement. But the second I'll say, from a just kind of trend and theme, is we're seeing a lot more these custodial platforms, meaning companies and services that hold on to Bitcoin for you and you don't self-custody it. They are making self-custody even easier, right? And that's the way to allow individuals to have true full ownership of their Bitcoin. And I'll say Cash App since day one, once we launched buy sell, we also allowed the ability to withdraw on chain your own Bitcoin. So like we really promote that. Like we can hold the Bitcoin for you. It's very safe and secure with Cash App, but we want you to buy the Bitcoin and hold it yourself, because that is the true full ownership of Bitcoin. And so one example that I'm bullish on, but I'm just seeing across the entire industry, is Block is building a self-custody Bitcoin wallet called BitKey. And that's a way to kind of own and manage your own Bitcoin. And it's kind of three aspects. It's a mobile app, it's an actual hardware device, and it's a set of recovery tools in case you lose one of your hardwares, your iPhone or the BitKey device itself. So, and Cash App has done a really cool integration in BitKey, where you can easily buy from Cash App and transfer it to your BitKey, or simply move Bitcoin from your Cash App to your BitKey hardware device. So that's been announced. It's in the works. It's coming soon. And yeah, more and more companies doing that is only good for Bitcoin. It's only good for financial economic empowerment.
Wonderful. Thank you, Michael. And I think we're almost at time here. And so I do want to make sure that right before we sign off, we equip our audience with the right tools to really go out there and explore Bitcoin and the Lightning networks further. And so can you point us in the right direction? Kind of what are the best ways for people to stay up to date with the industry?
There's tons of resources. I mean, I would really kind of just step back, and I think I've said it earlier, but the biggest takeaway, and we say it in the crypto industry, but Bitcoin specifically, is like, don't trust, verify. Don't trust everything I said. Take it with a grain of salt. Do your own research. There's all kinds of books online you can find. Cash App has resources on our website, cash.app/Bitcoin or /Bitcoin/Lightning if you want to go a little bit deeper and learn more about Bitcoin and Lightning itself. There's this fun website called herecomesbitcoin.org. There's actually a funny 10-minute video about Bitcoin. If you can watch that's a good primer, and there's great resources. And so, yeah, not only just doing your own homework and researching, but yeah, highly encourage you to just download an app like Cash App, buy $1, turn on roundups, get a Bitcoin boost, get some free Bitcoin, and just try the Lightning Network, try on chain. That's the best way to learn, is by doing. So yeah, those are probably my kind of best resources.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Michael. Again, it was incredibly insightful to hear you speak about Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. I think, again, there aren't too many people in the industry who share your breadth of experience. So always happy to talk to you, especially about these topics. But with that, I think I'll hand it over to Lisa and Nina. I think we're right on schedule.
Great. Thank you, Lana. This has been fun. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Lana and Mike, for that powerful conversation. I, as a Haitian American, know firsthand the impact of technological advances like the Lightning Network, because in Haiti, for example, 20% of our GDP comes from remittances. So if we can streamline and expedite that process, it gets, the resources in the hands of the folks that need it the most. So thank you for sharing those insights, and super excited to keep the momentum going here at Crypto for the Culture. Love that energy. Mike, you already know.
Lisa. What's up, Lisa?
I mean, listen.
I stand. Wagwan.
I stand.
I just want to say Wagwan. Listen.
Look, man, the Caribbean connection. With the Caribbean connection.
Hey.
Super happy to have you, Micah, join us for the tokenization of real world assets. Keeping the momentum going, Micah, I just want to set the stage, starting with introducing you proper. So correct me if I'm wrong, Micah, keep me honest. You are the director of digital ownership and Web3 architecture in North America. You're a dynamic technology leader known for cultivating cultures of excellence, driving innovation, and fostering engineering experience. I see you nodding. You're getting all the flowers today.
It's nice. I like it.
Fostering engineer experience and operational excellence. Micah, you currently advise Fortune 500 clients on implementing wallet strategies for their customers. You've got a background as a former U.S. Army sergeant, a high school math teacher / basketball coach. You also extend your passion also extends beyond the workplace to advocate for and mentor young people, firmly believing that collaborative teams of like-minded individuals are the key to solving complex challenges in innovation, both technical and social. And if that's not it, we're about to unpack more to what makes you a titan of industry.
Love it. Thank you, Lisa.
Welcome.
Who wrote that anyway? Was that art? Nah.
I mean, listen, I know somebody who knows somebody.
Right. No, I'm really, really glad to be on here. Again, I mean, you've heard it all day and you're going to hear it the rest of the day, but love what you guys are doing.
Thank you from the bottom of our heart. We couldn't do what we do without the support of geniuses like you and the tremendous work that you're doing at Accenture to drive the industry forward. Micah, before we get into the tokenization of real assets, there were a couple of interesting stats that I wanted to highlight. So let's start with Galaxy Digital, a crypto investment bank that released the State of Asset Tokenization in 2023. This was published in August of this year, and it states that the total value of tokenized real-world assets actually reached an all-time high of $2.7 billion in 2022. So there's that. Secondly, I want to shout out friend to Crypto Tutors, low-key advisor, Brandon Lee, who is the Senior Vice President of Payments, Strategy, and Advocacy on the Digital Assets, Distributed Ledger Tech, Currencies at Bank of America, who also shared the report Beyond Crypto Tokenization. Micah, I call this out because this report states that tokenization of traditional assets is expected to reshape infrastructures, public and private markets over the next 5 to 15 years. The report goes on to say that tokenized assets also have the potential to reduce cost and complexity of asset transactions, lower barrier to entry for investors, increase liquidity in real-world markets, provide more inclusive financial markets. The list goes on and on. So I don't want to steal your thunder, but let's start with having you explain for folks that are not familiar with that terminology. What does it mean to tokenize a real world asset?
Yeah, impressive stats. And like, we're really just getting started. This is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and I'll get into what I mean, but assets, right, are just things of value. So for starters, real world is a funny term, especially because, like, so what is the real world? I mean, is it not the virtual world? Even that line is getting blurred. And so am I, and that's what the whole metaverse term is supposed to denote, right? Is that it is a virtual world as opposed to the real thing. But these are becoming one faster than maybe we would have expected. And I'll just point out that, like, they don't have to be physical, right? So Lisa, we heard about real world assets, this term. It's a crypto term, okay? Mm-hmm. We don't talk about real world assets in the stock market. That's what they are. They're real world, they're assets. But there's this idea of ownership, this idea of this Web3 ethos in it. So, but they don't have to be physical. So, like a share of a stock or carbon credits or some really cool things going on there. But tokenization, it's, in a word, it's simply representation. If I give you a token of my appreciation, right? I'm not giving you anything in reality, but it's representing my appreciation, that token. So representing assets, that's tokenizing assets. The term we use is, our term typically means on-chain. So for this audience, that's what we think of when we say tokenizing assets. And I'm not going to totally refute that, because that is part of it. But it's really, again, it's this decentralization, because tokenizing assets is nothing new. That's what we see every day in the stock market. Web3, though, is about decentralizing that ownership. Okay, so I say this to say, if you talk about, like, how, maybe is the next follow-up question of how do we actually decentralize the ownership? There's two ways. One is on chain. Okay, it's on a ledger. Now, it doesn't have to be a decentralized ledger, but that's one way to decentralize ownership, is with a ledger on a blockchain. And the second is with credentials. So before you're like, Micah, this is a crypto conference, stick to the blockchain. The credentials are crypto. The credentials I'm talking about are verifiable credentials. If you guys haven't heard of them, please look into them. They're on the way up. But it's not directly a blockchain, but you can have transactions done entirely off-chain, off-ledger, and entirely is something called peer DIDs, which are very interesting and maintain the privacy and all these things. But that's using crypto. It's using cryptography up front. So there's like there's an off-chain. At some point in time, some transaction was done. The example you hear a lot is, like, you get a driver's license from the DMV. Mm-hmm. They're the issuer, and so they issue a credential to you, and it's going there already. You see mobile driver license are, and a lot of countries, honestly, we're probably, no surprise, we're behind on a lot of aspects with crypto, but this is one of them as well. So you get a credential verified by the issuer, issued by the issuer. And then you take it to, let's say it's a driver's license. You take it to the club and you want to show you're 21 or older so you can get in. Maybe that's all you want to show. You can show the club that verifiable credential, and they don't have to call anybody. They look at that and they say, oh, yeah, this checks out. This is from the DMV. I know those guys. I don't know your name, but I know you're 21. Boom, you're in, right? So tokenizing real world assets, again, it's not really that new. The term we're using it though, as we say it, we're really talking about Web3.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, a lot of the cases on chain, but I'd say let's also open our minds to being in the credential space.
Awesome. I think that's really a fantastic segue into a conversation that you're going to be leading. And so with that being said, I will disappear for now. I thank you for setting the stage so properly. And I'll let you have at it with Caroline over at Tracer.
Good. Thanks. Hey, Caroline.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. So give you a proper introduction here, where your name sort of fits into the story. So typically we've talked about real world assets as like the financial side, or I should say early on, that's kind of how it started. But we've seen more and more things switch to more the non-financial asset work. And so one of the projects I'm most excited about, and I know you are as well, is the work that we've been doing with you all at the Tracer Network. We all being Accenture, you all being Tracer. So I'm honored to be joined with you today. And for those of you who saw, we fixed the flyer. It used to have a picture of CTO of yours, Jason, who was, sorry, the COO, Jason, who had a late flight change. So we bait and switched you in. Really glad you can make it. But tell us maybe just briefly about what is Tracer, what it is that you're solving, and where it fits into this sort of topic.
Yeah, so the history of Tracer is really, it came out of De Beers' desire to provide provenance for every diamond that they produce. And as a consequence, Tracer has kind of spun up as a business out of De Beers, but it's now becoming an entity into its own right. So what we're attempting to do is to be an industry-wide platform that has provenance of every single diamond in the world. So the idea is ultimately that we can track the journey of the diamond from being mined to it being taken to the manufacturers where that diamond is cut and polished, to where it's then sold on to retailers who then form those diamonds into pieces of jewelry, and ultimately to the consumer who buys those pieces of jewelry. One of the promotional slideshows that we often use shows from mine to finger, because diamonds are obviously historically very much intertwined with engagement rings. So that's the kind of the tagline that we use, from mine to finger. But it's not just about rings, it's about all sorts of pieces of jewelry. So the way that Tracer is, we're trying to do this, is we have kind of quite a lot of different pieces of technology, but all of them are backed by blockchain. So supply chain auditing is something that blockchain is actually really, really useful for, in the sense that we can write an immutable ledger of every change that's been made to a diamond, every hand that it passes through, but we can do that in a really secure fashion, such that anybody who wanted to sniff the blockchain wouldn't be able to get that information unless they actually had access to the information to begin with. Because within the diamond industry, the information about how long a diamond has been sat on a shelf, how many hands it's passed through, all of these things ultimately affect the value of a diamond. And so our customers are obviously quite a bit nervous about exposing some of this information, but we need it in order to create a transparent ledger. So the way that the technology works is we have the ability to provide this transparent ledger whilst also making sure that it's completely secure and can't just be sniffed for commercially sensitive information. And as well as the blockchain, we have APIs and kind of interfaces onto the Tracer blockchain. And we also have some machine learning algorithms which can take scans of a diamond, create digitally unique fingerprints of that diamond. And then as that diamond gets passed from hand to hand, we're able to compare those scans to each other and say, yes, that diamond is the same diamond. So yeah, it's pretty ambitious and it's quite a cool project.
That's huge. And I understand you guys also take like an actual 3D image. Is that right?
Yeah, so every one of the customers that we work with, they have different types of machine scanners. And every diamond, particularly big diamonds. So Tracer only at the moment deals with big diamonds, which under certain sizes, it's just not commercially viable to do this process. So for every diamond that it is commercially viable for, customers will create a 3D scan of their diamond. They then use those scans in order to determine what shape that diamond is ultimately going to be cut and polished into. So they might decide that in a month's time, some sort of fancy cut emerald shape is going to be really useful. So they then take a scan, they work out, all of the different things that they can do in order to make sure that they can maximize the size of the diamond whilst also being the right shape. And Tracer uses those scans that our participants take in order to kind of verify that that diamond is what it says. That technology is still in shadow mode, but we're really excited that it will be ready to launch quite soon.
Awesome. And I trust Accenture is helping you along this process.
Yeah, so Accenture have for the last couple of years been running our blockchain team. They've got us into a really good position where we can now take it over and really start kind of driving that forwards. But Accenture stepped in quite usefully at quite an important point a couple of years ago. And one of the guys on our team has been doing a lot of work to kind of stabilize the blockchain. And so, yeah, we're quite grateful for that.
Awesome. So like hearing you talk, my mind goes to a few places when I hear about diamonds and their origin. I think the word you use is provenance, right? So I think about like maybe ethical sourcing, right? We know about blood diamonds. That's the first thing. I also think about now there's these lab grade diamonds, which are popping up and becoming more popular. And then I know that there's different ones that are sanctioned based on where they came from. Talk to us about like what's interesting in that space. Where are you seeing sort of more of a focus and add any color that you'd like?
Yeah, sure. So I think blood diamonds is the first thing that pretty much anyone thinks of. I think these days it's more of a misnomer than not. I've been to some of the diamond processing facilities out in Botswana, and I heard an anecdote that somebody was asking them about kind of, child labor in the supply chain. And they were like, why would children get involved? Diamond processing is, really highly skilled. So I think the diamond industry has done a lot in the last decade or so to really clean up its act. And De Beers, which is our parent company, they have a Building Forever 2030 program, which, anyone's free to look up. And their idea is that they really want to make diamonds as ethical as possible. So there are loads of kind of social and environmental goals that as a company we have that we're trying to accomplish by 2030. So for example, one of the things that we want to make sure of is that the water consumption in mines, for example, is halved by 50% because, we're working in Africa, for example, where there might be contention over water. And so we want the mines to be kind of as ethical in that direction as possible. There's also a lot of focus on safety. So every time there's a safety incident within the company, there's like a big kind of drive in order to make sure that that never happens again. We've also got provenance as one of our kind of central things. So, if you're buying a diamond that's been on the Tracer platform, we have all sorts of kind of procedures in place. So, for example, members who sign up for Tracer have to be part of certain accreditation schemes. And this essentially means that we won't work with people who are possibly a bit sketchy, and that that means that we won't work with people who are based in certain countries, as you mentioned, sanctions. And we're also kind of working at the moment to take a lot of the environmental data that's been done by De Beers and kind of trying to put it through the Tracer platform. So, for example, we've done some life cycle assessments. So we'd like to put the data from that onto the Tracer platform so that consumers can make decisions about which diamonds that they would like to buy. It's quite a thorny issue, though, but it's really interesting space. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's on chain, I'm assuming, that data you mentioned.
Yeah, so the data that we store on chain is what we call traceability data. So there are 3 different types of data that a tracer diamond has. There's traceability data, which is data that we think is absolutely vital for every person who touches that diamond to have, essentially. So, for example, things like carat weight, clarity, the 4 C's basically. The 4 C's are a kind of standard in the diamond industry as to specific characteristics of a diamond. We also have kind of customer specific data. So they might have some commercially sensitive information that they want to keep their side, but that's not intrinsic to the property of the diamond. So it doesn't make sense for us to pass that downstream. So that data won't be written to chain. And things like media files, so images, they are all written to chain. So those 3D scans that I was talking about, every time a change is made to a 3D scan, that will kickstart a new log written to blockchain to ensure that assets are basically verifiable, because assets, we believe, are a fundamental part of the diamond. And then the 3rd type of data is basically customer specific. If they want to write it to chain, they can. If they don't want to write it to chain, they don't have to. So it's their choice.
So this is public. I understand there's probably a discussion around, do you remain as a public on-chain, or do you run a private blockchain?
No, so this is actually private. So we run our own private chain at the moment.
Got it. Okay. So what about then taking it public? What would that afford you? Is that, in your opinion, something that's like viable or should be considered? Or
I think it's a really interesting question, and it's one that since I joined 2 years ago, we've basically been discussing at least once every month or so, because it's a really, really interesting topic. We currently deal with a lot of industry players who don't necessarily have very high technical capabilities. A lot of our customers are based in India, and they're very kind of mum and pop manufacturer shops. So it will be kind of small family run businesses. They're not making huge profit margins on the diamonds that they process. And so one of the things that we have to be quite careful about with Tracer is not to reduce the amount of money that they would make from diamonds. So we believe that Tracer can add a particular markup to diamonds that our manufacturers can sell. And we believe that that markup is objectively measurable. What we don't want to do is have Tracer cost more than that markup so that it's not worth it to them. Right. And so one of the issues that we would have with making the blockchain public is that it would require a lot of our participants to be quite tech savvy. And if they couldn't join the public network, it might mean that only the big players have their own node, which I personally think is quite antithetical to the kind of promise of blockchain, which is, anyone can join, it's decentralized, there aren't these big fish. And so it's a really interesting question of how do we find that balance? And there's also the aforementioned issue of commercially sensitive information. So if we expose the public blockchain, whilst we know for a fact, and this has been audited, that we're not storing anything commercial on chain that's sniffable, we would still worry about exposing that, because it maybe would double the amount of auditing time that we would have to. So there are quite a lot of considerations that we have to take here, but a lot of our customers are demanding it. So some of the ideas that we're considering is Tracer still maintains its own private blockchain network. For all of the kind of commercially sensitive, all the kind of data about how the diamond is passed downstream. But what we could do is have a public consumer wallet. So when you go into a shop and you buy a piece of jewelry, that digital asset gets transferred to you, and that digital asset is on the public chain. Or, for example, we could have a kind of mirror database where we store way less information that's all on the public chain, so that people can at least verify that a particular diamond is within Tracer. So there's a kind of a lot that we could do in this space, but there's kind of nothing conclusive at the moment.
Sure. We've just got a couple minutes left. I guess I'd love to hear what's in the future, and where my mind goes is, because I think you brought it all the way now to the consumer. What about secondary markets? I don't, is that something you're considering, or?
Yeah, again, that is something that we have really thought about. I really love the idea of, you know, everybody has their great grandmother's ring or whatever that kind of gets, well, I say everybody, I think it's relatively common that, you know, you get these pieces of jewelry that are passed down from generation to generation. And I just love the idea of capturing those stories. One of the things that we have in Tracer is the diamond experience. And you can take any diamond that's on Tracer and you can go view it. And there's just these really rich visuals and storytelling. And we're trying to grow that out even more. And so imagine a world where, you know, somebody's sold their great grandmother's ring, but they've added a little bit of story about that. And so over, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40 years, this one diamond has passed through loads of different hands. And you can really trace the stories of that, such that, you know, you've got this piece of jewelry that is almost its own thing. Like it's become its own, not quite person, but you know what I mean? There's something like really, there's something really compelling about that. And the 3D scanning, you know, can help with that as well. One of the things that would be really cool would be if we could, you know, develop a quick scan, a phone application or something. So someone like takes their jewelry and snaps a few photos, and through that we can, verify we know this diamond. That's a long way off though, because diamond scanning is quite difficult because of all the refractive properties of the diamond.
We're barely getting to figure out people's shoe size if we can get
exactly
first. Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Caroline. Thanks for hopping on here again. Thanks for the partnership and the work that you all have been doing with us. Shout out to Mr. Crane-Witter who connected us. You're our engineer and now your engineer for the past 2 years. And guys, if you want to check out Tracer, I'd strongly suggest the storytelling particularly was really impressive. Seeing, you know, if you just check out the site and see what they're doing there. And additionally, a quick Accenture plug. I just want to shout out our team. Really proud of the work we've done. Ranked #1 in blockchain services this year by many of the analysts. That's no small feat. That's worldwide, guys. So really proud of the team, like David Crane-Witter and others. So Caroline, it was a pleasure. Appreciate it again. And I think at this point, we'll hand it off to a real quick commercial break.
I know.
That was amazing. That was amazing. I had not seen that. That's amazing. You're amazing.
Oh my God. I'm trying to compose myself, but oh, Nina, my goodness. Okay, well, neither here nor there. Oh my gosh. I am so happy to see you. Well, Lana, you know what's so cool about this panel that we are about to get started? Debasmita is here. What do you notice? What do you notice about the three of us?
I mean, the fabulousness. I don't know.
Okay.
There's so many things.
Yes, and I have to say, I have to acknowledge, being that this is Crypto for the Culture, the largest diversity conference in Web3. This is our first all-female panel of the day.
Wow.
So how often does that happen, right? In these types of
Awesome.
financial services, tech experiences. And so we need more of this. But before we get into all of that, I want to honor you both. It is not only my honor, but it is also my pleasure to introduce the world to two female powerhouses and leaders at Microsoft, which is currently ranked 21, and MasterCard, currently ranked 29 on the Fortune 500 list. Welcome, ladies, to Crypto for the Culture.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And so, before we dive into the panel, I just want to set the stage with some backgrounds on who you two leaders are. So, Lana Banner is a seasoned executive at the intersection of technology and financial services with almost 25 years of experience conducting strategic and financial analysis, operational risk management and controls, go-to-market field strategy, product management, and innovation in the blockchain space. At Microsoft, in your current role, You are the global head of Web3, blockchain, financial services, and trust in product group engineering. You're bringing clarity and synthesizing insights from the market, customers, partners, regulators, and technology trends to refine Microsoft's financial services product roadmap and blockchain strategy, partnerships, and execution. Welcome, Melania.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it.
Debasmita Das has over 8 years of work experience in finance and artificial intelligence with a focus on fraud detection, anti-money laundering, HR analytics, and credit card, as well as mortgage risk. At present, she leads a data science team at MasterCard that builds AI-driven solutions for the company's global clientele. She has authored multiple research papers and has an impressive tally of over 15 patents to her name within this domain. She was spotlighted as one of the 8 women striving to bridge the gender gap in innovation within the organization, and also is recognized as one of the women to watch out for in AI and analytics at 3 AI Pinnacle Awards in 2023. She has an MBA degree from Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and prior to her tenure at MasterCard, Debasmita was an integral member of the innovation team at JP Morgan Chase in their consumer banking sector. Welcome, ladies, and now you see why they're female powerhouses.
And great to meet you, Debasmita.
Same here.
Awesome. All right, let's get the party started. So my first question will be to Lana. Change or digital transformation is really difficult to implement. So what can blockchain do that would get everyone in an organization to agree to implementing?
It's a really good question. And it's actually one I may turn on its head a little bit in terms of first, an organization has to figure out why they would actually need blockchain technologies in the first place. I was actually listening to something just this morning in terms of a replay of a snippet from Money 2020, a really large financial services conference. And they were talking about the CBDCs and the like. And one of the headings of the paper was that blockchain is a solution looking for a problem. And we've heard that so many times over the years. And it's still true in terms of the why. And so I think that's key in terms of always anchoring on the business case and the use case for why the technology would serve a purpose. But then ultimately, there are several advantages actually of blockchain that a company could be looking for. One of the things, of course, that comes to mind is just tamper-resistant data. And so really, as there's more and more digitization within a company, it's going to be even more vital to really secure your data in these shared ecosystems, because there's so many different actors, so many different players that are interacting with that data. And so there's really that increased need of, those cryptographically signed and kind of irrevocable transaction records, so that we really know that the information hasn't been manipulated. Another benefit is obviously peer-to-peer collaboration. And so given that blockchain is built on that shared ecosystem database instead of a relational database, this is where we have to make sure that for certain companies, that if they require custom development or other technologies to do the interactions, that who you're talking to, again, where the data lives, and get that right kind of interoperability, data standardization, and of course, quality. And the last thing I'd probably call out is really, in terms of one of the benefits, distributed governance. And so this is actually a concept that so many different blockchain enthusiasts talk about quite a bit. And so this notion of kind of permissionless blockchains, not being owned by anyone or kind of just a few major companies, and that there's a lot of good reliance there, and being able to have the governance sitting across many, many different parties, and kind of sharing amongst the participants through smart contracts or other things. That's also kind of hugely valuable. So again, just a few things that are top of mind, but anchoring on why a company would want to leverage this technology in the first place is always the first step.
I'm happy that you call that out, because I do think that the quote that you shared about blockchain, looking for a problem to solve is kind of cause for confusion. And so outlining the motivation behind why businesses would consider it is exactly what we're looking to do today, the enterprise applications of this technology. And so thank you for that overview. Let me shift to Debasmita. I'm very curious to hear from you about what kind of data is the payment industry analyzing in order for the fintech industry to mitigate risk.
Yes, sure. So we actually closely, like from a blockchain standpoint, we're examining blockchain transaction data for irregularities and anomaly like suspicious activity, tracking the movement of funds. We can using like address structure clustering techniques. We also like perform thorough KYC and money laundering checks, keeping an eye out for volatility in the market data also. Like while historical data is helping us understand the past instances, the trends, like we machine learning and AI algorithms is playing a very crucial role in identifying these anomalies. Furthermore, so basically we work mostly our data is transaction data.
So
Furthermore,
most of your data is transaction data. I just want to make sure folks can hear you.
Yes, mostly it is transaction data. So, but we also have external data sources where you can do sentiment analysis on social media posts and how customers are reacting and what are the market sentiments regarding to some of the events that are happening or any regulatory developments and how it is causing how the moods of the market are changing, because these also affects the spend of the consumers. And so once these consumer spends changes, it somewhat affects the spending patterns, and it is very much reflected in the transaction data. So mostly we deal with transaction data and how the merchants are behaving, mostly customers. So yeah.
Transaction data, how customers are behaving, and then what was the last?
Merchants. So we also do deal a lot with merchants. So there's tons of algorithms which are mostly concentrated on identifying risky merchants, and we does not mean just one kind of fraud. There are so many different kinds of fraud. There are like merchants which are specifically created, synthetic merchants. We are specifically created to just to fraud for a very small period of time and then just vanish. So making sure that this data is analyzed when these merchants are onboarded is also a very crucial step, so that you don't onboard such synthetic merchants that will engage in fraud after they're into the network.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And so this question is directed to the both of you. I guess we can lead with Lana. What are examples of how blockchain can improve a business?
No, it's such a good question. And I think, Debasmita, you kind of touched on it a little bit there in terms of, the fraud piece, right? And how to mitigate that. One of the examples that I found really striking was from a few years ago with GE Aviation. And so really they'd identified that kind of a blockchain enabled ecosystem had a lot of unique qualities that could really help them as a company address inefficiencies, potential fraud, augment the regulatory compliance and the utilization of airline engine parts. And so I think it was a PwC analysis actually at the time, but it revealed in that analysis that using blockchain in aviation for both efficiency gains as well as boosting industry revenue could equate to, I think it was 4% annually or $40 billion. Okay. So those are real kind of dollars and cents. The analysts, I think, also found that it could cut maintenance and repairs and really overhaul costs by about 5% annually as well. And that equated to another 3.5 billion. And so ultimately in this case, GE designed a blockchain enabled ecosystem platform, and it really enabled kind of those trustworthy transactions across the entire aviation industry. And so there was much more transparency, right? Where were those parts coming from? How are they moving along the supply chain? And those parts could really be tracked and audited all throughout the system. And so that solution in this case really provided their end customers in the airline space the ability to authenticate the quality of the products, which, if you take a step back, just as, in my case, someone who gets a chance to fly around quite a bit, that's the thing you want to have, right? The assurity that the parts are what they're supposed to be, that they're authenticated, that they're genuine and not counterfeit and that type of thing. So again, just one example, right? But a real use case, a real transformation in an industry, in this case on the supply chain in the airline industry, and then those real dollars and cents in the billions.
And I think you hit the nail right on the head in terms of, the objective of our conversations throughout the course of the day. It's like, okay, what are the practical use cases that enterprises can leverage this technology? And I think that mitigating risk, I think, saving money and increasing, profit margins are three of the primary factors of any successful business. And I loved how the GE aviation use case you cited kind of addressed how blockchain in this capacity is achieving those objectives. Thank you for that.
Yes.
So I'll pass the baton to Debasmita. What are your thoughts on examples that you might or you can share regarding how blockchain is improving business?
So one of the use cases which I can talk about in the payment industry are cross-border payments. So now the cross-border payments are using the traditional methods are secure, but they are very, very slow and expensive. Now they suffer from some challenges, like they're slow. It takes like around 3 to 5 business days on average due to time zone differences, domestic payment system operating hours, etc., etc. And they are also costly because of complex multi-step processes, and they have intermediary fees which can range up to 2 to 10% of the transfer amount. Now again, transaction security is also at risk due to varying regulatory requirements. Sometimes there are vulnerability of central authorities to hacking or interference. And sometimes we also see lack of transparency and tracking, making it hard to monitor the payments in the transit. So these challenges can be solved using blockchain. So now blockchain-based cross-border payment solutions leverage cryptocurrencies. I mean, they can leverage cryptocurrencies as a medium of exchange. Now, these digital assets are borderless and can be transferred very, very quickly. They also eliminate the need for currency conversion and thus reducing the associated fees. Now, smart contracts are again self-executing contracts with predefined rules. So, blockchain perform platforms allow the creation of the smart contracts that can automate the payment processes, like when specific conditions are met, such as the delivery of goods, like when a delivery of goods and services. Now, the smart contracts automatically can get triggered and the payment can happen, eliminating any need for manual processing. Now, again, blockchain networks are active 24/7, so this continuous operations is also reducing the settlement time, especially for transactions which involves different time frames.
I loved how you called out how, blockchain can streamline the process of cross-border payments. That's a theme that you'll hear throughout the day as well. And just how, driving efficiencies and expediting the delivery of, money. I mean, everybody wins. So thank you to the both of you for that. Let me pass the baton now to Lana. In light of the FTX implosion, I would love to just gather your thoughts on, what do you think AI could have done to perhaps limit the fallout, mitigate the impact of the fallout? What are your thoughts there?
It's a good question. And, here's the thing, before you even get to what AI could have done, when you take a step back and you think about the situation at large, I think all of us would agree that even in the due diligence process of investing, you'd want to be sure that any company you're investing in has like a named CFO as an example, right? So, I mean, there were
starters,
so
right?
many things, unfortunately, in that situation that needed to have gone better. One other thing too, just to mention, and I think in this case with FTX, it can oftentimes be a huge distraction in terms of the benefits of the underlying blockchain technologies, right? So just want to acknowledge that there are unfortunately bad actors in any industry, even in very well-established, well-regulated industries. And so again, super unfortunate in this situation, the fraud that seemed to take place. But as far as AI goes, one thing that comes to mind in terms of how that could have helped, when you think about what we would call kind of natural language inquiries, being able to use AI. So just, as we're speaking right now, being able to ask questions through artificial intelligence, kind of running on top of a blockchain to do certain types of analysis, to maybe see where there's clusters of certain types of transactions, and kind of in this case, follow the bouncing ball a little bit in terms of where funds are going, how things are being transferred, that type of thing. I think that could really go a long way. Not just in terms of like an audit for a look back, but also in real time, like how can we leverage not only what is the immutable records of blockchain technology and being able to track things on a blockchain, but also kind of an AI layer over top to say, how do I do analysis here? How can I make sense of it? I mean, oftentimes, they're just a string of numbers and characters, right? So how can we make sense of that? I think something like that could have gone a long way in terms of even perceiving the potential fraud here much more quickly.
I love how you really harped on the intersection of AI and blockchain, which is essentially what this conversation is designed to, enlighten folks on. Keeping the momentum going. Debasmita, internally at MasterCard, you sit at the intersection of AI and blockchain. Can you share some examples of how those two teams are working in concert? And if you have any examples you can share of what that dynamic looks like, I think it would be very helpful.
Yes, sure. So, as I said, we deal mostly with transaction data. So, whatever transactions a MasterCard has, MasterCard has a suite of crypto products. So, whenever transactions are happening through the crypto products, we do have those transaction tags. And what we have algorithms built internally that are employed to analyze transaction data in real time, looking for anomalies which are already stored before, which are used to track this fraudulent activity. So now this blockchain can securely store the transaction data. This combination is actually allowing for more effective fraud detection and prevention mechanisms with the AI algorithms continuously monitoring the transactions which are coming through this recorded on the blockchain for any suspicious behaviors. Again, I can like one more example that I can share is for combating money laundering within the crypto space by employing this AI algorithms. What we also can analyze like a vast amount of transaction and identify suspicious patterns that this merchants who have these crypto capabilities are actually using it for money laundering activity. So it can monitor and flag these transactions and flag these merchants which are deviating from the benchmark behavior or deviating from normal behavior, and thus making the payments network more secure.
Fantastic. And you mentioned some of can you mention some of the crypto products that MasterCard currently has?
So MasterCard has expanded its suite of crypto-related services for banks and fintech companies. These offerings include support for buying, holding, selling select cryptocurrencies, security management through identity solutions and analytics, transaction monitoring, anti-money laundering measures, and cybersecurity. Additionally, it also enables crypto spending and cashing out through various products like crypto cards and cross-border services. Financial institutions can also leverage the company's technology for features such as digital receipts and loyalty program. Mastercard also offers end-to-end support for program management, including design, product development, technology implementation, also some consultancy services to help the banks and other fintech companies offer crypto programs at a scale. So the company sees the potential that blockchain can revolutionize the digital commerce, leading to decentralized ecosystem and innovative digital services. So it also offers a crypto card program to facilitate real-time use of digital currency in everyday transaction. They are also working to support select digital currencies, including central bank digital currencies. Additionally, we also have something called multi-token network to enhance security and scalability. Also, the Start Path crypto program supports startup in the blockchain and digital asset space.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing some of the products that MasterCard offers in relation to crypto and the exposure to blockchain that you can offer. I want to pass the baton, and Lana, you'll be closing us out here today. Let me gather your thoughts on, you spoke about when it's appropriate for a business to consider the implementation of blockchain. And I thought it would be helpful if you have any tips, a checklist of sorts that you can share for business owners to consider as to whether or not blockchain makes sense for them.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'll definitely touch on a few things. One of them I actually mentioned just at the top of the call around kind of making sure that there's that compelling vision, right? So that's always going to be where it starts. Like anything else, when you're leveraging a blockchain ecosystem, it has to have structure and it has to have a roadmap. And that's going to, in many cases, require the support of a lot of different folks, let's say within a company or across business lines, if it's a larger organization. And so really being able to document, the current business needs and what we think the future business needs are going to be is going to be huge here. As a quick anecdote, I was presenting at a board meeting last year for a kind of a digital infra company. And there were kind of varying levels of knowledge about blockchain in the room and that type of thing. And one of the members said, well, what if we're okay with our current technology? Like, what would you say to convince us that we should move to blockchain? And I was like, well, I wouldn't. I actually wouldn't convince you, right? Because again, for any company, you have to have that clear why, a clear on, what business problem you're trying to solve, because otherwise the how you do it doesn't really matter. And that includes blockchain. I think another tip that's important is that you don't have to have all of the ideas, right? So how can you gain inspiration from other companies, even in other industries? I mean, even with the kind of airline GE supply chain example I noted earlier, if you're in a totally different industry in healthcare, for example, there may still be some things that you can glean from that industry and that example to say, okay, how does that impact my industry? How might I think about this business problem differently? Because you don't have to have all those answers. So I think that's also important to underscore. As a third item, I'd say try to avoid kind of low value or low relevance quick hits, right? So sometimes, given the fear of missing out, right? Kind of the FOMO, businesses can get lulled into, hey, I want to move quickly. I want to make sure I'm doing something in this space, but it's really kind of sacrificing the relevance to the actual business, right? Just because you want to move quickly. And so I think that can be a big mistake. And so again, having the clear understanding of what you're doing is important. And maybe lastly, I'd just kind of underscore, not every company has to be the first mover to be successful, right? If you take a step back and just look at the web, overall. I think Mosaic was the first noted kind of web company back in 1993, and Mosaic didn't create Netscape. And even though AOL bought Netscape, right? I mean, these are all different companies that were able to build on the predecessors of what folks had done before. If you think about, those of us who are old enough to remember like Blockbuster Video, right? The folks that invented Blockbuster Video, they didn't create Netflix, which we have today, right? And so that's not to pick on these companies, that's to illuminate. You don't always have to be the first mover in that space to have success. I think absolutely the same thing is going on here when it comes to blockchain, right? There are things we can learn. It's okay if you want to be more measured in terms of your entry into leveraging the technology. And so I think it's the balance of the FOMO, right? And the fear of missing out to what I've heard called the FOLI, which is the fear of being the last one in. So I'll leave you.
I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to the both of you for lending your genius to this discussion. You really enlightened us on how and what the intersection of blockchain and AI looks like. I mean, we're literally at the epicenter of emerging technology. And I want to underscore emerging because, this is technology that is rapidly evolving. And so I love the fact that we ended with some of the considerations organizations should think through before jumping in, diving in, etc. We want to be very strategic, and we want our audience to have a clear line of sight around how this technology can make sense and when it's appropriate for it to make sense. So thank you for helping us convey that, Lana and Debasmita. We're grateful to have you. I also want to make sure that folks can follow your journeys. This is an invitation to everyone who's tuning in to Crypto for the Culture to follow these ladies, connect with all of our panelists. You can click on the link on cryptofortheculture.io. But I appreciate you. We will continue to follow your journeys, celebrate and elevate the both of you. And now we're going to transition to our fourth panel of the day, custody. But before we do, it's giveaway time. So let me get some swag over here. All right. Thank you, Polygon. I'm going to rock my Polygon swag right quick. Okay. So is blockchain right for your business? The chat, we got to activate the chat. Share at least one possibility from the business of blockchain, intersection of AI and blockchain. Share at least one insight from this chat that you learned. Drop it in the chat and also post it to Twitter, aka X. Make sure you tag at the Crypto Tutors for a chance to win some Polygon swag. We got hats, we got socks, we got shirts, we got sweatshirts. What you want? We got it for you. Got to make sure we reward our audience for keeping up with Crypto for the Culture, this 8-hour experience. All right, so do we have any winners? Do we have any winners that we want to call out? I guess my team will drop it in the chat. If you won, we'll let you know. All right, so back to the regularly scheduled program. Our fourth panel, custody. But first, a commercial break. It's blocking the building. I got my little Cash App, Veronica. I got my little Cash App, little product placement. No big deal. Welcome back, Veronica, and congratulations.
Oh yeah, well, actually, we got married a year ago. We just got around to the honeymoon just now. So.
Well, that's the best part, the honeymoon. So congratulations, like I said.
It's pretty amazing.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And super grateful to have you and welcome you to Crypto for the Culture, the custody panel. And who better than you, Veronica, to moderate this discussion. Before we dive into the actual panel, I just want to set the stage to give folks some more info as to who you are. Does that sound good? Can I give you all your flowers and let them know why you're so awesome?
you do that. Obviously, I do not specialize in lighting for video. But other than that.
Well, can't be great at everything, but I do have, just for the record, like a ring light here, a ring light there. So this is year 3 of Crypto for the Culture. So we've been like perfecting it and tweaking it and refining it. So anyway, you look great. We're happy to have you. And so let the folks know like who you are and why you are the right person to lead this second all-female panel, which I feel like that in and of itself deserves a round of applause. Okay, so Veronica, you are the Chief Legal Officer at Exodus, a self-custody cryptocurrency platform. You are also the former CLO at Shapeshift. You're a 20-year veteran of big law at firms including Morrison Forrester, Jones Day, Hogan, Lovells, and Goodwin. Veronica, you have a deep expertise in the intersection of banking and technology, also known as fintech, as well as extensive experience across all aspects of the crypto, payments, and consumer financial services landscape. You advise a broad array of companies, including banks, payment system providers, wireless carriers, crypto companies, social networking companies, online service providers, and software application developers. You've been a lawyer for 25 years with the focus on payments.
I don't do that anymore. Now that I'm in-house, that was my big law career, but yeah.
Okay. But one thing I can say definitively is that you are a lawyer who has 25, with 25 years experience and a focus on payments and tech. You started in crypto in 2011. I think it's fair to say you're an OG. And we are delighted, thrilled, and honored to have you moderate this discussion regarding custody. Thank you, Veronica. I'll pass the baton to you.
Terrific. Well, we've got Lindsay on board, and I don't know if I was going to be doing Lindsay's intro or if Lindsay's going to intro herself.
You can do whatever you prefer. Yeah.
Right, because I wasn't really keyed up. So let's see. Lindsay Grossman is a BitKey business lead at Block Inc. She's responsible for building BitKey's product vision and go-to-market efforts globally for Block's self-custody Bitcoin wallet. And so that's a Bitcoin wallet, not a multi-chain wallet. In this capacity, Lindsay leads the product marketing partnerships, data science, and customer operations teams, helping consumers better own and manage their money across borders, which we can all agree is a good thing. Prior to being at Block, Lindsay held multiple global leadership roles across products, not just crypto. So partnerships and public policy at Netflix, which we're all fans of, Stripe, Intuit, Wise, and N26. She's based in New York City, but she has lived and worked in a number of global capitals and is a graduate of Washington University in St. Louis. I guess, Lindsay, what can you tell us about your career path and how you started working for BitKey? I think that would be the first thing.
Sure. Well, thanks for the intro and nice to see you, Veronica.
Thank you.
So I would say my career path, let me start off by saying I'm very new to the Bitcoin space. I started my career actually in public policy and government affairs. And so was spending a lot of time working with government, nonprofits, and other companies to navigate regulatory issues and public policy issues. Started my career in Washington, D.C. And then over a course of a couple of years, I actually shifted into the partnership space and business development. And at that time, I was working on deep product integrations when I was at Intuit, helping small businesses manage their money and working with other payments companies, whether that be PayPal or Stripe or other global payments companies. And then eventually I went deeper and deeper inside of product, right? Working with engineering, user experience design, figuring out, how do we build products at scale to help people manage their money? And so I like to call my career as like the 3 Ps: public policy, then into partnerships, and then deeper into product. And my role, as you mentioned today at BitKey, I get to work really closely with product management as well as marketing and data science and our partnerships team. And sitting side by side with engineering and design and a number of operations teams every day to build BitKey, which we are really excited about. That's going to help customers, truly own and manage their Bitcoin. But yeah, I'm very new to Bitcoin. And so having spent most of my career helping both consumers and small businesses think about money and also figuring out how to move money across borders, like even when I worked at Wise, helping people figure out how do you send US dollars to British pounds or to Mexican pesos, these financial systems are definitely not built for scale. I also saw that when I was working at Stripe, trying to patchwork together payment systems in India and the UK and the United States and Germany. And so if you think about where we are now in an internet age where commerce is happening very clearly across borders, it's happening on the internet, but yet all of our traditional financial systems were built decades ago. And so money is slow. When money moves, it is also not transparent with pricing. There's hidden fees at every step of the way. And then there's gatekeepers. There's people who, maybe with good intent, slow down your money, pause your money. You can't move your money on your terms. And so really a lot of these traditional financial systems are just not built for purpose. And so when Max, who's our GM at BitKey, reached out to me almost now 2 years ago and said, hey, I know you don't know anything about Bitcoin or crypto, but we really want to build something that's going to help people manage their money across borders. And that is something that, the idea that Bitcoin could actually be a future single currency for the world, like totally bought into that idea. And so that's been kind of my journey into Bitcoin.
Terrific. It sounds remotely similar to mine in that I was a payments lawyer. So I specialized in payments and moving money from person to person and place to place. And the natural evolution of that was that Bitcoin came along. And back in the day, it was just Bitcoin. It wasn't crypto. There was no crypto. It was just Bitcoin. And so I started giving talks on what that was to people who were interested in new payments technology. So the path from payments to crypto is a natural one. Now that I'm at Exodus now, we are a self-custody slick wallet platform. And before that, I was at Shapeshift, which was also self-custody. So I am, obviously a big believer in the not your keys, not your coins, philosophy. And given how many, sort of disastrous hacks and not hacks, but deliberate theft we have seen over the last year with FTX and others, I'm more and more staunchly in favor of self-custody. So why don't you give the folks here just the basics of self-custody so I don't have to?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the way that I think about self-custody or custody and the alternative at the simplest terms is like, do you own and control the keys that are needed to prove to the blockchain that you own this money and therefore you can move this money? Right. So self-custody means the keys are in your hands. And by contrast, a custodial wallet usually refers to typically an exchange, but also can be another app that's a custodial tool that owns and manages your keys on your behalf. And you trust them to treat your money with responsibility. You trust them to give your money when you need your money. But you do put a lot of trust in custodial platforms. And the reason that we got into the BitKey business is that we believe putting literally the keys in customers' hands in order to control their money is really the future. And it's going to empower people in a new way. And so, yeah, a lot of people that you would, people we talk to have held Bitcoin for a long time or are new in this space and then never really thought about what keys meant or thought about who has control until something like FTX happens, right? And you have people who never would have used these terms saying, oh my gosh, am I really in control? And so we want to build something that makes actually self-custody easy, which I'll talk about in a minute. We don't believe that self-custody has historically been very easy. It's usually meant that you had a lot of responsibility, complex, long passwords, which if you're not familiar with the technical terms, those are seed phrases, which can be either 12 or 24 words. They oftentimes historically included very complicated hardware that was hard to use and wasn't very user-friendly. And so what we're doing differently at BitKey is to make self-custody safe and simple and to allow people to really get their coins off exchanges and enter, a new realm of ownership and control over your money. So I think that's really why it matters. I think the other thing that I want to say is self-custody is important, not only because in case exchanges go under, right? but it's also about like what I call the paper cuts of custody. I'm sure you could think about a million examples where maybe someone tried to make a mortgage payment or tried to pay off a loan for tuition and went to a mainstream bank and they said, oh, sorry, well, you hit our daily limits. And you actually need to pay your rent in multiple installments. Or you know what? Actually, something got flagged and like, we can't send your money on time. You've now just missed a payment to maybe one of your small business contractors. Like those are all the multiple paper cuts that very good actors face every single day when they're not in control of their money. And so that's another reason that we think that self-custody is really important. The second thing that I'll say, when you then look at self-custody, which is owning your, in our case, Bitcoin keys, in the case of BitKey, a customer owns their own Bitcoin keys. What are the different types? You can either have hardware self-custody wallets, or you can have software self-custody wallets that usually come in the form of a mobile app or a web app, or you can actually have a combination of both hardware and software, which is what BitKey is. And you can have different signature setups where keys work together with different permissions. But typically it's usually meant traditionally that hardware wallets are usually meant for like long-term savings, lock up your Bitcoin, don't touch it. And then software wallets, have been usually more for like everyday spend. But we think that like dichotomy is a little bit inflexible. And so what we wanted to build with BitKey is actually a multi-signature wallet where you have a hardware key, you have a mobile app, and then you have a set of recovery tools. And so because this what's called a 2 out of 3 multi-signature wallet, that means 3 keys exist, 2 are in your hands as a customer, 1 is on Block's backend, and 2 keys are needed to move money. So Block only ever has 1. And so as a customer, you're really in control of your money. But it gives you the resiliency because life happens. You get a new phone, you lose it, you upgrade, it got stolen. Or maybe over a long period of time, maybe like 10, 15, 20 years, or maybe even passing through generations. When someone passed away, you might lose this, right? And so we wanted to build something that gave you resiliency in case you lost either of those 2 keys in your hands, or in case you even lost both at the same time. And so that's what we talk about, the resiliency of BitKey's recovery tools. It's really afforded when you think about how these keys can work together in a distributed system that both give you flexibility and peace of mind. And I think one other thing that I would say is that we're really challenging the norm of traditional self-custody is with BitKey, you can actually set up spending limits that put you in control about how much power you want the key on your mobile phone to have and how much additional security layers you want to have for that hardware to work together with your phone via NFC. So these are kind of all of the very intentful things that we've made on the technical design, the user experience to give customers control and autonomy and also flexibility for when life happens.
Yeah, it is true that historically, certainly the hardware wallets, and I've got a few, are and we refer to those usually as a sort of cold storage versus cold wallets versus hot wallets. Hot wallets are the ones you interact with all the time. Like it could be a centralized exchange like a Coinbase or a Kraken or whatever. But yes, they tend to be very cumbersome and clunky and not super user friendly. So it's good to know that there are folks like you guys out there developing more user friendly ways to deal with it. And yeah, if you lose your seed phrase, you're hosed. so it's I like the approach. We've already sort of talked about why people should care about self custody. I think the events of the last year have made that even more obvious, as some bad actors in the space have accessed consumer funds, and given the whole industry, which is a great industry, a black eye. So I think pushing self custody right now as the good guys is probably good for the whole industry. Now you've already sort of talked about what you're doing differently and what it works. What are some payment use cases you can come up with?
Yeah, absolutely. So like there's always this great debate about, why do people hold Bitcoin? Is it to invest and to save for the future, or is it a payments use case? And we believe that it's really both. Like at its heart, Block got its earliest, Block initially was founded with Square, right? Which was helping small businesses and sellers make a sale and grow their business and accept payments. And And as the company grew, we've still had, financial tools and making those easy to use and making them global is as the core of the company. And so when we thought about starting BitKey and creating a self-custody Bitcoin wallet that gave you both convenience and security and resiliency, we wanted to actually think about the global use cases. Now, if we were just building something for the US, maybe we would think more about some of those investment use cases, but that's not why we're in this business. And that's not why we believe in Bitcoin. We believe in Bitcoin as a better financial tool, as a better payment system that is not controlled by a single actor, not a single government. It's global in nature. It needs consensus to make changes. And so all of those things create new payments opportunities. And one of the most exciting things about BitKey is that we're not just launching in one or two or countries to begin with. We're actually taking a global first approach from day one, and we're talking like 6 continents from day one. And so to do that, you have to think about the user experience and what problems Bitcoin is solving for in the first place. And so when we do interviews in places like Nigeria and places like Argentina, we're hearing about, massive inflation in many of those countries, and that their own fiat currencies, whether that be the Naira, Argentine peso, they need to think about alternative means. And there's currency controls. They might try to go hoard US dollars, but there's also limits and even things like gold. And so they start to look to Bitcoin as a payments tool. And also if you think about send and receive and international remittance, these Bitcoin can often be a much easier tool that has transparent pricing. It is much easier to access than some of the traditional historical remittances, think about Western Union, have hidden fees and a ton of hoops to jump through. So in some of these markets, we're seeing a lot of early payments use cases, initially as cross-border, but even frankly speaking, sometimes domestic payments acceptance as well for local goods and services. So we really have to, when we think about setting up the user experience in the app and we're building for send and receive use cases, it's not just an investment tool, it's also paving the way for Bitcoin as a payment method.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. So back in, before I completely went in-house and, all in on crypto, as a payments lawyer, many of my clients were trying to, were startups that were trying to, help people send money back home, right? So you got folks here from different countries and they're making money and they want to send it back home to their families I had one client, specializing in the Philippines, but the fees were so high, this startup's goal was to make it easier for people to get money back home to their families, and I look back at that as sort of quaint in a way, it was a really good it was an obvious problem, but the ways that we were able to try and get around it were working within a system that was extremely expensive and laggy. And so I think crypto as a ability to just even, send and receive is really something.
Totally. And I think on the payments use case too, for people who are totally bought into Bitcoin's value, I think you and me right now, we'll be maybe totally fine to get paid and hold that Bitcoin. But sometimes also people need to convert that back to fiat currency, right? Sometimes their landlord won't take Bitcoin, right? And so we also have to be realistic and think about that journey between both fiat currencies and Bitcoin. And so that's why we're also really excited about a partnership strategy here. So, we've already publicly announced partnerships with Cash App and with Coinbase to make that journey to self-custody first and foremost easy. Because if you already have coins on, let's say, Coinbase as an exchange, historically it's been very hard to make that journey to self-custody, both because historical self-custody products were not great, but also the copy and paste friction is just pretty much a mess. And so by integrating partners like that, we make the transfer flow really easy. So you don't really have any other excuses not to make that journey to self-custody when we've actually brought the exchanges integrated into our own app. But we also need to think through how do we partner with companies long-term that have local payments relationships and that can help someone convert Bitcoin back to the Nigerian Naira or convert Bitcoin back to the Indian rupee in case they need to pay local bills in their local fiat currency. So we can't take an all or nothing approach. We have to be realistic about where we are in that transition and really facilitate that through great user experiences and collaborative partnerships.
Yeah, I mean, I can say everyone at Exodus gets paid in Bitcoin. And some people just convert, little pieces of it as needed, like you said, to pay rent or mortgage or whatever. And some, are full in, and have other ways to access and pay their bills. So, I think we can agree the majority of coins are on exchanges for convenience reasons, right? I mean, that just, and people are used to that, right? They're used to custody, right? They have banks have custody. They have, everyone's used to custody. And I think self-custody does freak people out because like, oh, what if I lose this? And I know we get support calls about folks who've lost their seed phrase or, sometimes, and helping someone through that is pretty rough. So again, I'm going to say, it's just great to know that you guys are working on making that less scary. Exodus Wallet is incredibly easy to use, and it's a software wallet, and we're very proud of it. And so we are also iterating to make sure that we can take away some of the friction and sort of scariness of self-custody.
Yeah, I think that's right. And like we said, like if we can, through our case where we set up a multi-signature wallet where there's multiple keys working together to give you peace of mind in case you lose one or both. Now, there is still something said about the original intent of seed phrases. The original intent of seed phrases is to give you control to basically port your money into different products and to have basically vendor independence so that in case you don't like that wallet or in case you like something happens that you have an out. But as you mentioned, like what's happened in reality is like people have either written that down, all those passwords, stored them in insecure ways, were either phished at to give it to a bad actor, got their money stolen, or frankly just lost track of them over time. And so we're saying, what if we can actually solve for vendor independence and still make sure that you don't have to put a ton of trust in block and to, export your funds, for example, if something bad were to happen. So that's something that we're actually working on right now to still give you that peace of mind that like you don't have to fully rely on a third party to control your money, but you don't also have to do that in a way where you're going to lose a bunch of passwords. So that's something that we're working on right now. And one of the things that I want to mention too is that we're building this product in a way that is pretty unique through open development. So people can follow along on bitkey.build, which is our development blog. And we're talking about features that are not even built yet that we're working on now so that we can get feedback on that. And so that includes some of the, ability to be resilient and not have to put as much trust in any one company.
That's terrific. We are literally at time. So I'm going to just ask if what is your call to action? What do you want the audience to do? My guess, so mine would be, pay attention to what's happening in DC, because there's a lot going on there, and to anyone's ability to follow along and support legislators who are pro crypto and make comments on the potential legislation and the bills that that are being debated on the floor if they ever get it to the floor. Just send comment letters. But what's your call to action?
I'm going to try to do 3 really fast. One is +1 to what you just said. Like we need to be talking to policymakers about how these technologies actually work, because oftentimes the intent that they have can be a very good intent that we can all agree with, but sometimes the how of that intent or the requirements that they put in place might be misfounded if they don't have the technical and product context. So we need to do that as an industry. Number 2 would be just, follow along our journey. And also if folks are interested in using our product when it's available, you can join us. You can sign up on the waitlist at bitkey.build. We're currently in our external beta and we're getting a ton of amazing feedback from people around the world. And number 3 is a diversity plug, which I know this conference cares a lot about as well. When I joined the Bitkey team, there were 13 people and there were only 2 women. I was one of the second women. And now in the journey that we've had, we have female leaders across a number of our functions, ranging from logistics, customer support, product, partnerships, PR, you name it. And so I was very nervous to enter this space. I felt like kind of what the folks were saying, Lisa was saying a minute ago, that I was, I'm late to the party. I don't know anything about Bitcoin. I was very nervous that I wasn't technical enough. And like, we just have to stop that, because there's all parts of business. You're right. You lead a legal division, right? There's a role for lots of different functions and lots of different mindsets and perspectives in Bitcoin. And we just kind of have to welcome each other. And I am really inspired by the other females who have helped educate me, and also the other men in the industry who were patient with my questions, who were encouraging to learn more. And like together we can make this a more diverse industry.
Excellent. I think that's a great point to end on. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you actually told us to sign up on the wait list. So I guess the next up is blockchain use cases, but there's going to be a commercial break, which have been pretty entertaining so far. So I think that's it. Thank you, Lindsay, for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Get ahead of the curve, time is now. Bitcoin at 40,000, what's the new cash cow? Become a tutor, make money from your knowledge. Turn the risk into wealth, we decentralized college. Enroll today before it's too late. And get the bag, the future now awaits.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Don't you love this energy? I mean, let's be honest, folks. How many conferences have you been to where there's, crypto rapping taking place and it actually making sense? How many conferences do you go to where there's all female panels? I mean, it is such a delight to see when we talk about titans of industry, including each of you, who all makes up this space, all of the incredible diverse leaders, the diversity of thought, all of that is being celebrated here at Crypto for the Culture. And shout out to Lindsay over at BitKey, because I got my BitKey. I'm a part of the beta program. I'm super excited to implement this. Appreciate that. And if you want to learn about more, how to self-custody, please check out BitKey. And thank you to Veronica over at Exodus. We appreciate her perspective. And also the call to action. Today, the overarching theme is civic engagement. We want to make sure that folks, especially here in the United States who are tuning in, are aware of the role that you play in ensuring that equitable, thoughtful policy is implemented. And so we'll talk more about that throughout the course of the day, but I'm super duper stoked to bring to the stage our three panelists who I have the privilege of introducing. I'll be reading their bios. But before I do, I just want to set the stage. In this next panel, our panelists will discuss some of the most exciting and promising blockchain use cases, including Ripple's use of blockchain to enable fast and affordable global payments, Google Cloud's use of blockchain to help businesses build and deploy Web3 applications, and we'll also hear from the visionary, futuristic outlook of NASA's Chief Technology and Innovation Officer. And when I say NASA, just to make sure that you know that I know that you know, we're talking about who put, the agency that's putting people on the moon and then some. So I think it's safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, everyone all over the world, we're bringing to you here at the Crypto for the Culture virtual stage the world's brightest and most brilliant minds. So let's dive in. Let me start with introducing Bryce Perez. Good, Bryce, you're here. Okay, I didn't see you for a second. I was concerned. Don't give us panic attacks, okay? It's only 12:30. Bryce is a Google Cloud Web3 customer engineer with a passion for cloud technology adoption, blockchain education, and digital transformation. He has over 10 years of experience in the tech industry with the focus on software engineering, business intelligence, and cloud computing. After graduating from college, Bryce worked as a software engineer, speaking of NASA, for NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center on the Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. He then used the skills he learned in his master's degree in business intelligence from Full Sail to become a business intelligence analyst at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. A few years later, Bryce worked as a lead cloud architect for Deloitte. In his current role at Google Cloud, Bryce helps customers adopt cloud technology to build and deploy Web3 applications. He is also a frequent speaker at cloud computing and blockchain technology events. He is a strong advocate for diversity and inclusion in the tech industry, which is why we're so happy to have you here today. So welcome, Bryce. Keeping the momentum going, Chris Mattman. Chris Mattman is the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer for NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He manages advanced IT research, open source, technology evaluation, and user infusion capabilities. He is one of the initial contributors to Apache Nutch, the predecessor to Apache Hadoop, and contributes to TensorFlow, Google's machine learning platform. Chris is the current director of the Information Retrieval and Data Science, also known as IRDS Group at USC, where he teaches. Go Trojans. Additional contributions include understanding of the deep web and dark web through DARPA MEMICS project and helping uncover the Panama Papers scandal, which won the Pulitzer Prize in Journalism in 2017. Talk about multidisciplinarian. And last, but certainly not least, I'm happy to introduce Pegah Sultani. Pegah is the head of payment products at Ripple, where she leads development for Ripple's payment solutions, which leverages crypto liquidity and blockchain technology to enable cross-border payments globally. Prior to joining Ripple, she held a variety of leadership and consultancy roles in financial technology across early stage and established companies, including McKinsey and Morgan Stanley. Pegah holds a bachelor's from University of British Columbia and an MBA from London Business School. So, welcome to each of the panelists, and we shall start ladies first. Pegah, what specific advantages does cryptocurrency offer in the realm of cross-border payments? And what is the compelling utility?
Thanks, Lisa. And great to be here with Bryce and Chris as well. Nice to meet everyone. So to answer your question, let's start with level setting on some of the pain points. I know there's a lot of people from different industries in the audience, and traditional cross-border payments today are done based on what's called correspondent banking. And correspondent banking networks use really old technology. So it's pre-internet era, pre-digitization of commerce. It's really fragmented, super error prone, and results in slow payments. And it also results in a lot of capital trapped around the world where people try to mask some of the issues by pre-positioning capital. In the fintech space, we've seen a lot of apps come out. They make a shiny front end, try to enhance the user experience, make it pretty, whatever. But the back end remains very much the same old system that was used for decades. And blockchain and crypto can really address this infrastructure layer to provide better, efficient, more transparent payments for consumers. Crypto solutions for cross-border payments like Ripple Payments that we've built, they modernize the payment stack. So as a result, customers can have always available payments. So right now, Payments are limited by bank hours or holidays or weekends. With crypto, it's on all the time, 24/7. Global real-time settlement, and that removes pre-funding, the capital that people are having to put around the world, and provides it at a lower cost. At Ripple in particular, we use XRP to bridge between different fiat currencies, and XRP runs on XRP Ledger, which settles in 2 to 3 seconds. And we've used the solution to serve hundreds of customers around the world, achieve various types of savings. And the savings are multidimensional. One bucket is around financial savings. So that's removing the pre-funding because it's 3 to 5 days to settle otherwise. And it's also removing lost revenue because if you haven't forecasted properly or planned properly for the payments that you need to do, then you can't serve that customer. The second bucket is around operational costs. So error rates can be as high as 6%. And every time a payment fails, like there's people literally calling each other or like maybe fax machines, but it's quite expensive. And then the third is maintaining the legacy technology that these systems are running on, which is estimated at $1.6 trillion annual costs for the industry.
Wow. It's so funny, Pega, because throughout the course of the day, we're like throwing around these numbers like trillion here, trillion there, trillion. I mean, it's mind blowing. And we appreciate you sharing that perspective. So let's segue, right, to Chris. Chris, you conducted a study for NASA's JPL to identify recommended blockchain use cases. Can you please talk about that study and your findings?
Yeah, Lisa, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me all right.
Yes.
All right, great. Just want to make sure, you never know with technology nowadays. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here too with you, Pega, and Bryce as well. So thanks for having me, coming to you from Pasadena, California here. Yeah, so blockchain is an interesting use case. It's not broadly, no matter what you hear kind of out there, it's not broadly used across NASA, centers and things like that. There's a lot of talk, and things like that, but it's not broadly implemented. And that's not because it's not a fantastic capability or technology. It's just, NASA is typically risk averse. We manage risk, basically, not necessarily, but I guess in simple terms, by delaying things, but delaying things for a good reason. And usually that reason has to do with, we've got to figure out the right places, which is called use case development, that capability can be leveraged. So I did lead a study for NASA JPL. NASA JPL is NASA's Federally Funded Research and Development Center, or FFRDC. That means it's a national lab, and all government agencies have national labs, which are places typically managed by universities and/or university research associated corporations. They're supposed to do first of a kind things. So JPL's national lab capabilities are, we manage the Mars program, right? So we do all the Mars rover landings and all of that. And then we manage the Deep Space Network and operate it for NASA. The Deep Space Network, or DSN, basically is 3 70-meter football stadium-sized dishes in Canberra, Australia, Madrid, Spain, and in Goldstone, California, here from Southern California on the way to Vegas. And those football stadium-sized dishes are how 100-plus nations and our partners communicate with their assets, both in near Earth, L2 at the moon, and in deep space, all the way out to Voyager, which are interstellar explorers. So in terms of looking at blockchain, across, looking at blockchain across NASA, that's an FFRDC thing to do. That's what they want us to do. They want us to kind of tell the agency what we should be doing. So in terms of what we looked at a variety of different use cases, one of which is kind of the easy kind of transactional smart contracts business type of thing. JPL does a lot of contracts, subcontract management. We partner with, Blue Origin, or we partner with, outside industry like SpaceX for reusable launch. We have a lot of data in contracts, and we have a lot of humans in the loop related to that. So we looked at that. We think right now, just based on where we're at in terms of our financial management and Oracle and other capabilities related to that across the centers, that industry will provide those capabilities for smart contract management. And that seems like a viable thing, but it's not necessarily something we're going to deploy in the near term. We looked at some far out use cases for blockchain. Blockchain, for those here listening, probably know, it introduces an economic model, right? It has a supply and demand side. You can provide incentives, for that. There's a lot of economic model things that happen in our mission data systems and our science data systems. There's a lot of prioritization of data. So we looked at systems, we looked at Polygon, we looked at Hyperledger. We looked at ways of introducing, and especially there's a big focus on cybersecurity right now and zero trust. Is there a way we could use Hyperledger in the context of creating zero trust type of systems and so forth? We do believe that that's the case, but that's sort of probably 5 years out, and so forth, where the technologies are today, especially near real time for those capabilities. The most deployable technology today is my favorite, deployable use case for blockchain at NASA is my favorite. And it has to do with these things, which are mission pins. Okay. So I don't know if everyone can see, but this is for the Perseverance rover. And mission pins, we hand these out, just kind of like the spacesuit behind me. If I wanted to get this spacesuit to all of you out there right now, it would be really hard. I'd have to ship it. I'd have to manage it. We hand out these mission pins for every mission, hundreds of missions, right? Over many decades, and for thousands, tens of thousands of people across JPL. So we think POAP, or Proof of Access Protocol, is a near-term use case for blockchain today. POAPs are basically going to meetings and getting a badge. That's exactly what these physical pins are. And making those pins and shipping them out to everybody sucks. I mean, if we're in a hybrid future work environment where not everybody is on site anymore or anything like that. So we think with these POAP type of capabilities, especially on low energy, type of blockchains, Polygon, or the actual, other POAP networks, that instead of shipping these out, we could just give you a POAP and you could collect them. You could collect all of your mission pins. Here, I'm going to mess something up here, but I'll show you. I'll fix this in a second. Instead of having this, which are all of my mission pins and stuff like that, let's just give people POAPs and send that to them. So that was our most near real-time use case. We think that's deployable very, very soon at NASA within the next year, and we're working to do that. Thank you.
That's so awesome, because when we talk about like how broad the applications of this technology are, you're hearing perspectives regarding like cross-border payments, but to hear that one of the most technologically advanced entities in the world is using blockchain for POAPs, who would have thought? That's like kind of that's very, very interesting. But I think that you hit the nail on the head with respect to just being slow and measured. And actually, Lana over at Microsoft touched upon how important it is to be slow and measured with implementation. So thank you for that background, Chris. Bryce, from your perspective, tell us about some blockchain use cases that you're passionate about.
Yeah, thanks again, Lisa, for having me here. And thanks for allowing me to join Pega and Chris as well. So pleasure to be with you all here. I think I want to focus on the idea of standards. I think that Web3 and blockchain technologies really need the same standards as many of the things that we interact on web applications and mobile apps today. If anyone is familiar with the W3C web standards, they try to optimize for interoperability, security, privacy, web accessibility. And just those things are important as we move forward and see more blockchain use cases. W3C recommended decentralized identifiers. It's basically a new type of digital identifiers that not controlled by any single entity, access control, data sharing, digital contracts. Those things give more of a control back to users. So the combination of the decentralized identifiers and variable data ensures that information is portable, secure, while enabling customers basically to respect user data privacy, users to have more ownership rights. And I say all these things because as we move forward, you'll see more organizations in healthcare. Prior to joining the Web3 team at Google, I work closely with healthcare organizations, and that's kind of a soft spot for me when it comes to the health organization and how they modernize, not just when they decide they want to utilize cloud, but how do they protect patient records or give that ownership back to the users? So there's certain companies like Patient Authority or Burst IQ. These are organizations that are aiming to use blockchain for patient records, drug supply chain, digital identity, secure authentication, data privacy, And if you have the chance, check out like Burst IQ's Life Graph technology, and they constantly are trying to use operate blockchain power platform to basically simplify management of personal health data. And then also give you the flexibility if you want to deploy traditionally or you want to deploy into a decentralized app. So I think that's some interesting use cases when it comes to identification and also healthcare as well.
And I like the fact that you touched upon standardization and how crucial it is to really foster interoperability, to have that and sort of, like standard operating procedures to ensure, security, protection, et cetera. Let's bring it back to currencies. Pega, how can fiat and cryptocurrencies coexist to achieve widespread adoption?
Thanks. Bryce set me up with the interoperability there, also a hard word to say quickly. So with crypto and fiat, we've always believed that they have to be complementary and work together to have maximum impact. There are some use cases or corridors where traditional methods work just well. If you're like, let's say you're a big company in the US sending to another big company in Europe, and you're sending like a multi-million-dollar payment and you don't really need that to settle real time, like the US Euro corridor is probably the most liquid currency pair in the world, with a lot of players that are trusted that can serve that. So maybe you don't need crypto. But let's say you're a small company in South America that needs to pay your supplier in South Asia. That's a really illiquid corridor. And it's in that long tail that we think crypto really plays a role outside of the G7 currencies, where those markets are just underserved by traditional methods of finance. As it relates to crypto liquidity, if you look, like pre-2017, it was really limited to a handful of exchanges with just a few $1 million a day. And now over the last 5-6 years, that's dramatically increased. There's so much more venues on liquidity in the market. And a key driver of that has been what are on and off ramps. So the ability to get into crypto from fiat and the ability to get back out to fiat from crypto. Back in the day, traditional finance and crypto were so divided that a lot of venues couldn't get bank accounts, or no one in financial services wanted to come near it. That's changed a lot. And with the on and off ramps, the liquidity has grown a lot. And that's something we worked really hard at Ripple. We have a lot of off ramps. We cover 70 different countries and 90% of the FX market. So to allow the crypto and fiat to interoperate with each other. And even traditional companies and traditional leading financial institutions see this. So there's so many examples of people using crypto for payment settlement or crypto technology, because speed matters so much and you can't have that same speed with a different technology. So Citi came out with a new token service for institutional clients. JP Morgan's talking about their deposit token. Even, of course, PayPal launched a different stable coin as well. So these industries are coming together to maximize the benefit there.
Yeah, and later on in today's conversation, we will speak to, stable coins and central bank digital currencies, and just kind of how these emerging digital currencies are kind of driving the industry forward. So thank you for calling that out. And also thank you for acknowledging that emerging market economies is a big focus at the work that you're doing at Ripple. We want to, facilitate and empower these emerging countries. And so Ripple is facilitating that. So we tip our hats off to you. Let's bring it back to Chris. You won an award related to the metaverse. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think that this is, people kind of, I don't know, not get confused, but there's a little bit of confusion with metaverse and blockchain, or people say, are they the same thing? Our award that we started out, so JPL's motto is called Welcome to Our Universe. So if you ever come to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, you'll see Dare Mighty Things, but you'll also see Welcome to Our Universe. And, the concept there is, this is all, it's the government funded, taxpayer funded place. And we want you to be at the center of the universe, right? Where all the data is coming back from, even outside the Milky Way and things like that. So during the pandemic, we all couldn't be at this place. And that was a real big issue for us. There's about 200 people at our lowest point delivering Mars 2020 and continuing to work on our Earth science missions, nice our SWAT. And normally we have 7,000+ people in a 7-day period, down to 200. So it was very difficult. And so as we started to kind of grow in the pandemic, you know, and as we started to basically, get more population back, get more people back in conference rooms, think about the future of work, one of the things we could do is we still had a hybrid workforce. And so we started to scan JPL with VR and metaverse capabilities. We didn't build them ourselves because we don't do that here. You know, we're not Google, which is awesome. I have tons of friends at Google, but we don't have the capabilities that Google or Meta do. We have a much smaller workforce in that context. We took Apple iPads, which have AR kit in them, augmented reality kit. We use that and we scan and LiDAR scan rooms like mine. All of our iconic spaces, about 30% of our museums, labs, places where our Mars yard, you know, where the rover is. We loaded that up into Meta's spatial.io app. And then we started to, before we could all come back, have our meetings in there, have our weekly quiet hours. A small set of us that grew to a larger set of us started doing that. And that capability, again, which was uploading our LiDAR models into spatial.io, slapping on Meta Quest 2, you know, and then eventually Quest 2 Pro, and now Quest 3 and all of those things, those VR devices, or doing it with the HoloLens. All of a sudden, even when I'm at home, I could be at JPL and at NASA. And so we changed that project. We changed the motto from welcome to our universe to welcome to our metaverse. And the concept there as well, and connecting it back to crypto is, and also blockchain, is, hey, think about like not just POAPs, but think about in those meetings, where could we drive economic incentives or things like that? We give awards, we give things, we give like kudos when you come to our all hands or when you get an award for doing something at NASA. Well, one concept we had as part of Welcome to Our Metaverse is not just communicating and collaborating there, but it was also driving incentives. When you win an award and we announced it at the all hands, why couldn't it be a digital asset? Why couldn't it be something, especially when people are, you know, dialing in or, you know, metaversing in from all over the United States and even sometimes from abroad. And so that concept, Welcome to Our Metaverse, won a CIO 100 award. We're continuing to operate that. We continue in my organization for innovation to test gear, to look at, you know, how we can do that, to look at how we can, as these blockchains come online or are used at other NASA centers, how we can facilitate those. So it's not welcome to our universe anymore. It's welcome to our metaverse.
I love that, because also too, you know, the necessity is the mother of invention. And I think that the pandemic really put into perspective how having, you know, virtual environments to, you know, work within is really crucial. So thank you for touching upon how that played into not just the hybrid work experience, but also one of the key components in Web3, and that is like how, you know, incentivizing drives utility, you know, motivates folks to participate. And I know you have a hard stop at 12:55, and so Bryce and Pega, I'm going to come back to you, but because Chris has to go, I just wanted to, before you leave, Chris, obviously you're a futurist. One quick question I would love for you to share your thoughts on is, how do you see blockchain technology improving civilization and society at large? This is a really important call out, Chris, because, you know, the overarching theme today is civic engagement. So part of what you share can help our viewers understand what they're lobbying for, how better to lobby, and what the potential is for humanity. So no pressure.
Yeah, well, you know, pressure is what it's all about, you know, not just at NASA, but, you know, I think with all of these exceptional leaders here, including yourself, Lisa, so congratulations, great job on this panel thus far and continuing. The thing I'll just say really quick is everything that you heard Pega talk about in terms of incentives for how we use this technology, you know, realizing that it's a global commons problem here on Earth, you know, to change money between things outside of the G7 and other things, and talking about Bryce and doing that in an interoperable way. where we don't invent technologies that stomp on one another. It's got to be interoperable. And to your point, Lisa, it's got to include everybody. It's got to be diverse. It's not just from the West. It's got to include the global South. And hey, guess what? Everything becomes the same when we start to go off planet and have the exact same problems for infrastructure, space-based telecom, mining of minerals and resources as we go into space and think about how we get beyond the moon and L2 and onto Mars with people, right? The same economic supply chain driven, Amazonian, things that we have to solve require the same diversity, the same people, and require new capabilities beyond our technological Web 1, Web 2 to do that. And that's why Web 3 is here, and that's why you're all here. It's a big part. Keep building in Web 3. We'll use it. I guarantee it.
Amazing. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much, Chris, for sharing your insights. And Pega, I'll pass the baton to you to close us out. Can you share some insights on why Ripple is considered the partner of choice for leading financial institutions that are seeking to transform payments with blockchain?
Thanks, Lisa. And Chris left with a bang. Love that final answer there. To get back to your question, at Ripple, from day one, we've been focused on the enterprise, which is pretty unique in the crypto space. So we have more than a decade of experience serving leading financial institutions, and it's part of our DNA to bring crypto tech to them in a way that works for them. So what do they need? They need compliant technology, they need security, they need scalability in the products that are offered, and we have a ton of experience doing that. The other thing is crypto can be unnecessarily hard if you're not in crypto. There's a lot of jargon, industry-specific words that almost act as this barrier to entry. It's like a new language. It's not that the concept's hard, it's just the language is hard. And we really work on simplifying all that and focusing on the user experience of what they want. And then the last part is it's best to work with a company that can give you multiple services or products so that you can build the use case you need to. And that's where we're a one-stop shop. So it's for payments, it's for custody or liquidity or other services that you need to build your crypto-enabled use case.
Love it, love it, love it. I thank you, Bryce. I thank you, Pega, and obviously Chris, for joining us today. I think in organizing this panel, what was interesting is that to have three unique voices that are representing three different applications to how blockchain technology is being utilized in your respective industries, hopefully impresses upon people that, this is a technology that the applications are far, they're wide, and we are hopefully planting seeds in your mind around what this can mean for you as an individual or what this can mean for you as a business. As technology continues to evolve and mature, we can expect to see even more innovative and groundbreaking applications in the years to come. So thank you once again to our esteemed panelists for joining us today. We're grateful to have been able to share you with our audience. Thank you for representing the diversity of thought. Thank you for representing, being diverse leaders in this space and trailblazers. Oh, man. Don't you just love crypto for the culture? Are you having a good time? I don't know if you just tuned in or if you've been watching, but I think those commercials said it all. Said it all. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm super duper stoked, though, in truth, to keep the momentum going with, again, two more titans of industry. And Swanan, you know what I'm talking about when I say titans of industry, because the Crypto Tutors was in Charlotte, North Carolina, where apparently, there's blockchain leaders at Microsoft, at Bank of America, AWS, so on. And we were able to bring these folks together, US banks. We were able to bring these folks together for a cocktail hour where we literally had a meeting of the minds, and we spoke about how we intend to contribute to the responsible architecting and engineering of this Web3 world, where many of us believe that when we talk about the democratization of access to wealth and wealth building, when we talk about how the global citizens can benefit leveraging technology. That is exactly what our remit is. That is what we're committed to. And I'm so happy that, again, we get to keep the conversation going here at Crypto for the Culture. So with that being said, let me take a step back and set the stage for our next panel, Cloud for Blockchain. So, of course, we have two experts, one from AWS's cloud computing team, and the other from Near Protocol, which is a layer 1 public blockchain that focuses on developer and user friendliness. It's also designed to be scalable, secure, and efficient. In this panel, what our viewers can expect to learn about are the benefits of blockchain with cloud computing, from security, efficiency, transparency, and a scalability standpoint. But let me not steal their thunder. Welcome to Cloud for Blockchain. First on deck, Swanan Gadi. Swanan is a Senior Solutions Manager for Enterprise Cloud Transformation at AWS. He's a seasoned technology leader with a passion for digital transformation and financial technology. Swanan also actively invests and advocates for the early education industry in his community to highlight the importance of the next generation. Welcome, Swanan.
Hey, Lisa.
Chaitana Desai. Chaitana heads product management for Pagoda, working to drive the success of Near's product vision. Pagoda is a leading Web3 platform for startups. As an accomplished product management leader, she has a track record of adeptly addressing intricate technical challenges for both customers and partners. Chaitana's career highlights include spearheading the launch of significant strategic initiatives at industry giants such as Microsoft and Expedia. Furthermore, she has made a noteworthy impact by lending her expertise to an all-woman nonprofit board. You know, you speak in my language, but we talk about that later. All-women nonprofit board, facilitating the transformation of their business model to remain agile in a constantly evolving landscape. Chaitana holds a bachelor's degree in engineering and an MBA from the Foster School of Business at the University of Washington. I am so honored and excited to introduce both of our panelists. And to kick things off, ladies first. My first question goes to Chaitana. How are decentralized blockchains using cloud, and how do you see that dynamic evolving over time?
Pleasure to be here, Lisa. Thank you for the generous introduction for us.
You're awesome. What can I tell you?
Yeah, so jumping right into your question, that's a great question. So my background is both cloud and blockchain. Currently, I'm working in blockchain, right? So I think it's the beauty of the combination that I can bring the information disparity to the table, or the clarity to the table. In terms of how blockchains are used right off the bat is node hosting. So the blockchain consists of number of nodes which are run by individual node owners, right? So that's how we call decentralization of cloud being the blockchain. I think that's one of the main source of cloud usage and leverage that we have had in the long time coming now. I think second major use case, I would say, as the data storage, right? So blockchain actually needs storage. Sometimes based on different type of node that somebody's running, they need different type of storage at the back end, right? So surface the same data for whatever usage for developers and founders as such. And we also use that for the backups. I think Swanan is here, and AWS provides S3 as a storage. So we have other clouds as well. So it's more diverse cloud usage at Near. We also use it for the backups, right? So to bring back a node, you need all status of the blocks to be in check for the node to be part of the network, blockchain network. So I would say that's the second. And the third most use case would be the oracles. So how do you connect blockchain with the cloud or the external sources? So if a founder is building a use case, they need a lot of real world data. How do they connect the real world data is via the oracles. And oracles, sometimes software oracles are built on cloud. So I think those are the three main areas of use cases, how cloud and blockchain come together. But in terms of your second part of the question, which is the evolution of how the cloud and blockchain will work together, I would say that it will be more increased integration, right? So we know already what it can do. It will be intricately integrated within one another. So they have some dependency based on if it is a private blockchain or a public blockchain, right? So I represent a layer 1 public blockchain, but there are use cases for private blockchain, which has a ton of consumption in cloud. So I think that's the evolution that I see. And a few other points that I could say is interoperability. The Oracle provides the interoperability between the external sources to the blockchain world. So that will continue to evolve. And the last thing I would say is the cost efficiency, right? So blockchain has always been termed as something alienated in terms of how do you build a node in the blockchain, but with integrating, collaborating closely with cloud providers, it provides cost efficiency side of things as well. Yeah.
I love that. And thank you for sharing your thoughts. You know, what's cool about this panel is that Near uses AWS as one of their cloud providers. And so that's a perfect segue into Swanan. What are the different blockchain customers that are using cloud today? And if you can, tell us the different use cases as to how customers are actually using cloud.
Right. So, first of all, thank you for the introduction. And
that was a bomb introduction, wasn't it?
yeah, and especially Chaitna's bio. I think you should ask her more questions. It's a very impressive bio. So when you talk about blockchain, right, you talk about having a decentralized peer-to-peer network, right? The immutable, verifiable network. Now, when you look at use cases, right, I would first categorize two different things, right? One is not all use cases need decentralization, right? Some of them are centralized, but they still need some of the aspects of blockchain. You still need immutable and verifiable network, right? So there are a lot of use cases that need a central trusted authority, right? In that. So that's one category. And a lot of organizations, big organizations, use that today, right? Be it in healthcare, be it in human resources or whatever. But when you talk about blockchain and decentralization, like Chaitna mentioned, there are two different categories in that, right? One is a private permission blockchain, right, where you know who are going to be the members of that blockchain, right? They're trusted. You don't want anybody else entering into that, right? So that's when, but you still need decentralization, right? So that's one category. And the other category is then, you have a decentralized blockchain, but then it's open. It's open for everybody. So it's public, it's permissionless, right? So anybody can join that network. So those are the different categories that I'd put blockchain in. Now, from a use case standpoint, right? If I look at private permission blockchain, right? Say if I have a trading platform, right, where I have different members, I trust them, but I don't want the information to be transparent to everybody, right? I want the access control. So I might have it private, and I might not open it to everybody what I'm sharing, right? So that's when the permission things come into the picture. And then when we talk about permissionless public, it's open, right? All your Web3 stuff, your DeFi, your decentralized apps that you build, GameFi, they all come into that category.
Fantastic. Thank you for making those distinctions. And so let me ask Chaitana this. What are some of the biggest misconceptions about cloud? And forgive these two-part questions, but I just want to make sure that we're really drilling down as best we can. So the first part of the question is, what are some of the biggest misconceptions about cloud? And then the second part of the question is, are there specific insights that you can share from the perspective of a decentralized protocol?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, Lisa. I would probably give my perspective from where I stand, because as I said, I worked in cloud for a long time before I made the move to being part of NEAR, which is a decentralized public blockchain. And also we do much more than just the layer one now, so which I'll share more later. But I think for the context of this question, I think broadly, how I see as a misconception between cloud and blockchain being they both work in their own isolation and deserted islands, and they don't ever connect. So which is one of the biggest misconceptions that I want to debunk for the audience here, is that they actually work hand in hand. As much as you see as community being divided in some level, but I feel it's the main reason being the information disparity, right? So running basic fundamental building block of blockchain is a node. In order for you to actually create a network, public network, which is blockchain's definition, you need to run the node. Either you can run it from your computer or from a third-party cloud provider who provides you a server, like Swan and this from EC2 Compute specifically. So you can use EC2 or a GCP node or a Alibaba Cloud, any cloud provider who provides you a compute node, right? So again, it depends on the blockchain. But in terms of NEAR's blockchain, which has actually reduced the barrier to entry a lot. Most time it thinks like it's not sustainable, it's energy draining, not carbon neutral. But if you see, NEAR is actually one of the first blockchain which is carbon neutral. And that's a certificate we have, and we are very proud of that aspect of sustainability. Yeah, exactly. I think, and that's one of the core pillars of NEAR Foundation, which is our basic foundation who provide a lot of services for across NEAR ecosystem. So I feel really proud essentially debunking some of these misconceptions happens between cloud and blockchain, which are more collaborative term than any other term I would describe. And in terms of what was the other question? From my point of view, as I mentioned, it is much more integrated than it is not, right? So I think I want to kind of educate the crowd to go and be part of the community, learn more about it. Why are some of these misconceptions out there? Go find out for yourself. Be part of the Crypto Tutors as well, learn from them. They also share a lot of good knowledge because you guys partner with the multiple organizations across both sides, I'm hoping, not just the blockchain side of things. So I think learning the technology is very key. And I see as an evolution, right? So cloud, AI, and blockchain are part of the tech evolution. So eventually they all come together and provide the larger use case for the social good. Yeah.
I love the fact that you called out some of the misconceptions regarding, the carbon emissions, and I applaud NEAR for being carbon neutral. We actually have an ESG panel later on today, and as a part of the research for that, I discovered that Bitcoin, consumes as much energy as a dryer, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Thank you so much for that, Chaitana. Swanan, back to you. What do you think are the roadblocks today for blockchain adoption that cloud can solve?
So the roadblocks that cloud can solve. So when you think about blockchain, right, or anybody who's working on blockchain, whether builders or miners or anybody, right, The biggest blockers that I can think of is, you have to manually provision hardware, right? You have to install software. You have to work on the certificates, the authorization, authentication, etc., the access control, the networking components, which can be a lot tricky, right, for builders. And even after you lay the foundation, set all the infrastructure up, there's monitoring aspect of it too, right? Tomorrow, I mean, we all know how transactions, Chetna can probably concur with this, but your transactions can go from 1,000 today to 1 million overnight, right? So you got to monitor that infrastructure, the number of transactions, etc. That's where I think cloud comes into picture, right? It helps you start, first of all, right? You're not in the analysis paralysis mode where you don't know how to build, what storage you need, what compute you need. That's when something like cloud, where you have pay as you go pricing, right? You can come in, start building, and then you can work on your cost optimization, etc. And today, like AWS has so much more than just infrastructure, right? There's managed services and all that help both building of private and public blockchain. So I think that's where cloud is a lot helpful to removing a lot of these roadblocks.
And Swanan, just to dive in a little bit deeper as to some of the services that Amazon is offering businesses in blockchain, can you talk a little bit more product-wise what you have?
So if you look at the top services, right? One is EC2, right? Chetna mentioned, right? Compute is one of the most important thing. Then you talk about storage. You have the S3 service. You have the Elastic Block Store, right? Those are some of the common services, right? The most used services for blockchain. But then you also have other analytics services. You have AI/ML, Gen AI services. Bedrock is gone GA now. So there's a lot of other services that are also coming to picture now, and blockchain builders can use. Amazon also has managed services. The first category that I talked about, where there's centralized trust, you have the QLDB, the Quantum Ledger database, which can help with that. But even for decentralized blockchain, we have the Amazon managed blockchain that works both for private blockchains, building private blockchains, and public blockchains. So there's a lot of services out there, 200 plus services that people can use.
Thank you just for shedding some light. We want to make sure that, again, in the vein of how do you demystify this technology, speaking to the consumer, but also the enterprise applications, is really crucial. So product-wise, to know that, they could just come to you. They can just connect with you on LinkedIn, Swanan, and everybody's just going to flood you with their questions.
Absolutely.
So, Chetna, this is really exciting because Near launched Pagoda, which is the Near Foundation's engineering wing and the main contributor to the Near protocol blockchain. We have a lot of founders in the audience, and I'd love to hear from you as to what Pagoda is and perhaps highlight some of the benefits for startups.
Yeah, definitely. So I actually work for Pagoda. So the Near ecosystem has a very enriched network of founders and projects that we support and fund as well, right? So Pagoda is one of the biggest one and have been a major contributor of both layer 1 protocol, as well as what we are building now is to bridge the gap that we see in the industry. Like blockchain is great, but in order for a lot of founders to build use cases, they need both decentralized backend as well as decentralized front end. I think what we are trying to bridge that gap is via our decentralized infrastructure that Pagoda is building broadly to connect people to find community, work with the community members, and convert your idea into an actual project. or the product rather. Yeah, I'm really proud. It's been more than a year now that I'm with Pagoda. We have evolved quite a bit from what it used to be a key contributor for layer 1 protocol to now being that platform that developers and founders can leverage. We provide a lot of tools as a builder in the native language that they're familiar with. A lot of times, Solidity may not be the language preferred by people who are Web3 curious, right? So they're like, hey, I know Java, I know Rust, but I don't know a lot of other things. So we are trying to bridge that gap of providing you the language of your awareness and experience to come and build more on Web3 as well.
I had to shout that out, shout out Pagoda, because, let's also remember that Chaitana is the head of product management. And so, like, if there's any issues, just, it's her fault. No, I'm just kidding. You're awesome.
We have a great community which actually support us. We have something called Dev Hub, which is a Dev DAO, who are right there within the community, taking feedback and trying to provide value for them and information and learning materials for them and encouraging them to build on Near. So it's not just Pagoda, right? So we have so much within the community as support that provides us with both directional feedback, right? Not just us providing products, but also them giving us product feedback. But yeah, I'm happy to take any constructive feedback, to all the praises and how lovely that is to work with the tools as well. Yeah.
But you know what, though? I think that is also a testament to the power of decentralization. The fact that you can have a multitude of voices and contributors as to, how the technical infrastructure evolves. And so again, I'm happy that you were able to share your perspective, underscoring the power of decentralization and how it is materializing in the real world to build real solutions. And so with that being said, I actually think that we are at time. But before we wrap, I just want to offer both of you the opportunity to, if there are any final thoughts that you want to share with the audience or closing remarks, feel free, or we can keep it moving.
I'll let Chaitna go first.
Okay, awesome. So I think number one question is, how do we get started, right? In this space, I would say the first thing you could do is to look up Near. We have both. If you're actually a founder who has an idea, we have Near Horizon, which is completely focused on founder focus. And then we just launched a fellowship program wherein I think the first cohort is going to graduate, which is very similar to accelerated program. So we connect the founder idea, the tech people within the community, and also funding amongst different VCs who are also part of our cohort and Near Horizon. So if you're a founder, go look for that. And if you're a developer who are wanting to build apps, I would say go look for Dev Hub and even Pagoda's tools, that if you need support and things, and get involved in the community. Just start asking questions and then be part of the community. You will get more. And if you want to be the infrastructure side, which is Node, then just search Near Node, and then you should be able to get a lot of information on how to actually run a node and why to run a node, things like that. It's for the social good. In fact, if you run, you'll actually increase the decentralization of the network itself. So we encourage people to run your own node, use any providers you like, or from your own computer, which is why we last year released something called chunk-only producer, which reduces the barrier to entry. You don't need a lot of system configuration to even start a node. So a range of spectrum that I would really push people to actually go learn and gain experience before you make up one versus the other perception. Lastly, if you want to reach out to me, I'm on any network, but I would say go build your idea using the tech.
Love it. Swanan?
Yeah, I'll make this quick, but this is important, right? So I'm sure the audience has a lot of builders, a lot of startup enthusiasts, right? So go check out AWS Activate, right? Go to the internet, look up for AWS Activate. It is a program that helps startups, right? You can get some initial credits, whatever it is, $1,000 to $100,000, depending on your eligibility, right? And that program helps you build, right, and scale your Web3 app. It'll help you scale your Web3 applications. But we also have, as part of the program, we also have a good partner network, right, which will help you from building to co-selling it on the AWS marketplace, right? We have affiliations with other other Web3 investors, builders, etc. Right? There's in-house expertise in AWS that can help with Web3. We have co-founders, CEOs from different companies who have joined AWS now. So there's a lot of expertise. There's a lot of expertise across industry verticals, right? Be it healthcare, be it finance, whatever you need help with. So there's a plethora of programs and resources that you can use, right, from AWS. There's also AWS like Startup Fellowship that will help you connect with other entrepreneurs and builders. So I think you should go check that out. And it's called AWS Activate. I think, Lisa, you have the link for that.
I love how. I'm sorry. What was that last thing?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you so much to the both of you. We are all about empowerment. We talk about democratization of access to wealth and wealth building, and having access to resources that, the both of you have outlined is it meets that criteria. We also have a resource center. I'll have the Crypto Tutors team drop the URL for the resource center, where a lot of the references that both of you have cited can be found. We want to make sure that folks are able to apply what they hear, apply what they learn in actionable ways. And thank you both for helping bring that vision to fruition. We're thankful and we salute you.
Yeah, likewise. I think Lisa and Nina, you guys are doing a tremendous job. I think we really need more of this ongoing for the community to understand and bridge the information disparity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, so earlier in the day, we spoke about Crypto for the Culture's 2023 theme being civic engagement. And our next panel will demystify the current state of the regulatory landscape domestically and abroad. Given the orders of magnitude associated with this discussion, we brought in a titan of industry in the field of law, a woman we admire, we respect, and salute as a trailblazing force to be reckoned with, a woman who has spent the past decade plus helping to lead the world of Web3 forward. Our dear friend, our mentor, Dr. Tanya Evans, aka my soul sister. But first, let me give her flowers and properly set the stage for the policy and legislation panel. Dr. Tanya M. Evans is a full tenure professor at Penn State Dickinson Law in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, is a paramount authority on intellectual property and emerging tech, an author of Digital Money Demystified, Go From Cash to Crypto Safely, Legally, and Confidentially. She was recently appointed to the board of directors at the Digital Currency Group and is the former chair of the MakerDAO Foundation. She further solidifies her standing in the tech realm. And if that wasn't enough, she was honored in 2023 with the Edge in Tech Athena Award. She's a revered consultant and speaker, engaged in initiatives like the World Economic Forum, the Wharton DAO. She has received numerous accolades on notable lists from Forbes, Fast Case 50, and the 101 LGBTQIA+ in tech and venture capital. Finally, Dr. Evans' expertise has been spotlighted by media giants like CNBC, Yahoo Finance, and PBS NewsHour. Most recently, she authored Digital Money Demystified, and you can learn more from Dr. Tanya Evans from her notebook at digitalmoneydemystified.com. Welcome, Dr. Evans.
Lisa, thank you so much, and congratulations to you and Nina for this. It's incredible. I've have been watching all day, and I'm really, really proud of everything that you're doing to advance the cause in the industry. So thank you for having me.
You blazed the trail. We just followed suit.
Let's go. Amazing. Well, I will run with this baton now and kind of set the stage for where we are here in the United States regarding policy and regulation. And as I was watching earlier, Lana Banner, if I'm not mistaken, talked about the fear of being the last one in. That was an interesting way to phrase exactly how I feel about and my concerns when I think about the position in the United States as relates to clear and meaningful legal and regulatory frameworks that will calibrate the protection of investors and consumers while also supporting and nurturing innovation in our space. And why do I say that? Every morning I kind of go through the tea leaves because this is such a fast-moving space. It's difficult to actually prepare before the day because you could talk about something that is so yesterday. But even today with the headlines, a UK regulator, the Financial Conduct Authority, published its guidance on crypto promotions following this consultation with industry leaders from June to August. And the FCA set out that firms approving crypto promotions for crypto that claims to be backed by a commodity should have sufficient evidence to prove this. They met over several months with industry stakeholders and then provided guidance for the entire industry. I've also been paying attention to the European Union. More broadly, will become the first major jurisdiction to establish comprehensive cryptocurrency regulations in it's MiCA, the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, which takes effect in 2024. And it's landmark regulation. It promises to bring legal clarity to the crypto space. It's garnered significant attention from experts and industry leaders, not just in the EU, but worldwide. And then I turn my attention here to the United States, where the SEC, led by Gary Gensler, has chosen a different path. I discussed this in the testimony before the House Financial Subcommittee on Digital Assets earlier this year, as Lisa mentioned. The SEC has chosen to use its enforcement powers largely instead of a more balanced approach between enforcement, which is always necessary, but also rulemakings. And it seems to, this is my opinion, not that of the panelists, I will leave that to them, but to really thwart rather than support the crypto industry by protecting incumbents. We have bipartisan bills in the times of extreme partisanship. We have the 2024 presidential election cycle looming in the midst of federal and state battles over myriad election issues. It makes it difficult for the industry to find a clear path for efforts to influence legislation in the first branch of government, which is charged with the responsibility of setting the framework, or what I call the brick, that allows the second branch of government, the executive branch, to fill in the mortar with the day-to-day operations after the legislative body has empowered the second branch of government to actually go forward with its legislative authority. I teach administrative law as well, so this is really interesting to me. We have finally the judiciary branch that has stepped in as well, and that has seemed to stem the tide for now. But it's really, and what I'm interested in talking with our panelists about, incumbent upon the legislative body to set the framework so that we can go forward. This has to come from Congress, not for regulators going off on their own. So I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Janessa Lopez and David London. Janessa is the Bitcoin policy lead for Cash App. She helps develop and advance a product-led global crypto policy strategy. And prior to this role, she was the senior associate of public policy for Gemini, where she helped build out the government relations and policy function. Before entering the fintech space, she began at a think tank in DC and advised on Capitol Hill for the United States. And next up, David London. He's the head of U.S. state and local policy for Coinbase, has over 18 years of working on public policy issues for high-tech companies, from the dot-com era to Web3. And in his past roles, that includes the head of the U.S. East Canada and Federal Wing for DoorDash, the VP for TechNet's state and local program, the head of America's government relations at eBay and government affairs for Cisco Systems, and chief of staff in the Maryland Senate. And so I think this is going to be a really rich discussion. I'm honored to be here with you today, Janessa and David, to really start to unpack some important legislation on the horizons and how Coinbase and how Cash App are working to strengthen the industry by strengthening consumers and investors in the space. And so welcome.
Thank you.
Now, one of the favorite ways to onboard my students at the Advantage Evans Academy is actually, Janessa, through Cash App. And so as Cash App's Bitcoin policy lead for Cash App, tell us about the Bitcoin products offered, especially for new Bitcoin curious entrants and those who are in underserved communities, which I'm very focused on empowering.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for that introduction, and happy to be here, part of this conversation today. Yeah, Cash App, as you know, is probably most famous for being a peer-to-peer payments company, but we also offer a host of financial services products on top of that, including opportunities for customers to have the cash debit card, savings tools, invest in traditional stocks, or to even pay your taxes through Cash App. But our mission revolves around economic empowerment. So our goal is to redefine people's relationship with money, and we believe that there's no technology more likely to redefine money than Bitcoin. So it's integral to our mission, and I think one thing that makes us a little bit unique compared to others in the industry is that Bitcoin is the only cryptocurrency we offer on our platform. And a few of those Bitcoin products, just to mention here briefly, are obviously custody and peer-to-peer capabilities where people can easily buy, sell, and store and transfer Bitcoin on the app. We also have the Lightning Network, which Michael spoke about on a previous panel that we integrated in 2022, which allows people to nearly instantly send Bitcoin through the Lightning Network cross borders anywhere in the world. We also have Bitcoin roundups, which is exactly what it sounds like. You can round up your everyday purchases to the nearest dollar to automatically invest in Bitcoin, and paid in Bitcoin, which is if you get your paycheck direct deposited into Cash App, you can convert a percentage of that into Bitcoin automatic. So really the goal is to make Bitcoin easily accessible for our customers, and we're doing that through these products. And that's important for the underserved communities you mentioned, because obviously, there are a number of unbanked and underbanked people who have been locked out of the traditional financial system, or maybe they can't afford the fees associated with it, or they have bad credit history, and there are various reasons, but Bitcoin provides an opportunity for people to take control of their money and participate in the digital economy regardless of their background. And so that's kind of what fuels our mission.
It's really, really important. And what I have found, and why I appreciate the work that you've done, and also the technology and the tools, the empowerment tools that you offer, is that you just don't leave people out there to figure it out on their own. And so in a very user-friendly way, you also have this education component that I think is so critically important. Can you speak a bit about why the intersection of education and the opportunities, the tools that you offer at Cash App are so critically important for the crypto curious folks, Bitcoin curious in particular, but who may not be familiar with the space? It's not, you've approached it as not either or, but both and.
Yeah, exactly. It's critically important. I think also, in addition to education, what goes hand in hand with that is accessibility. When you talk about Bitcoin and the blockchain network and self-custody and all the things you have to do to usually interact with it, it's so complicated and can be very overwhelming for first-time users. So education, along with providing the tools for them to access it in an easy, digestible way, is kind of our mission and what has resulted in these products. And I think, as to what you're saying, customers have had an easier onboarding access to Bitcoin because of it.
Yes, if my boomer mother and her darling friends can do it, literally anyone can. So I appreciate that very much. David, turning my attention to you, I mentioned in the open that the UK recently released important guidance for the crypto industry, kind of highlighted some things at the EU level. Do you have examples of other countries or regions around the globe that have enacted policies that serve as an example for US policy?
Yeah, and again, thank you for the invite today. Looking forward to this discussion. Yeah, there's a few countries that have done some really creative things. I'd like to start, with Singapore. Singapore has been really leading edge on cryptocurrency and Web3 technology specifically. They have a very supportive monetary authority of Singapore that's kind of set the right tone. And if there's any word you're probably going to hear me repeat a lot today, is about tone. It's tone setting for government officials and other policymakers. And they set the right tone. They basically say their tone is, we are open for business. We're open for learning about these Web3 technologies moving forward. Interested in knowing about the Web3 entrepreneurs that are in our country. So I think that's a key piece. So for instance, in Singapore, their deputy minister issued a roadmap for Web3 players inside of Singapore, and to come back with recommendations by 2025. And just a few months ago, they finalized the report on stablecoin adoption. And again, just so far ahead with where many countries are around the world. So they're showing that really leaning into Web3 technologies and regulation and getting feedback. And I think that's a key piece, getting feedback from constituents, whether it be in Singapore or companies that are looking to expand into Singapore. So that's one country. I would mention as well as El Salvador, right here in our own hemisphere. As you probably know, a few years ago, they made Bitcoin legal tender. So all businesses within inside of El Salvador have to accept, have an option to accept Bitcoin or any other types of digital assets for all businesses across the country. You kind of stole my thunder on a couple others I was going to mention. I was going to mention the UK, which is right on time. It was one of the newest ones that just came up.
I was just setting it up. I'm setting it up. I pitch it in and you knock it out. The time is yours, sir.
And that is great, and because that's the most recent one. And then obviously you mentioned as well, another one I was going to talk about was MICA as well, with the European Union, with the 27 member states, really adopting rules and coming back with concrete, regulations for the industry. And I think that's saying something, moving forward in 2024, having all those countries join together. And you also kind of hinted at this as well. And where are we not hearing all this cooperation from? And unfortunately, that's right here in the United States. You did a great tee off and basically saying, the United States should be leading. We've led in so many things. If you look across the 200 plus years of our history, we have led in a lot of different innovations. If you even look back, just 20 years ago when the adoption of the internet first came, the U.S. was leading on a lot of policies when it came to broadband adoption and such. And so I think the U.S. always sets the tone for the world, whether it be in technology, whether it be in innovation, whether it be in commerce and trade. So we kind of lead the world. And it's really unfortunate that we're here at this stage right now where we're watching the rest of the world lead while we sort of follow. And so I think if there's any other takeaway for the folks that are on this call today is to really to understand, to put pressure on your members of Congress, your state legislators, your local elected officials, and say, why isn't the United States leading more on this issue? Because it's hurting our competitiveness. And we all know we're in a global economy. We've been this way for 20 plus years. And many of the entrepreneurs on this call could set up shop, pretty much anywhere around the world. And we're only going to continue to hurt our country. So, these are some great examples of some countries doing some great things in our hemisphere and around the world, but also unless the United States leads, I think we're going to really hurt ourselves globally.
The point is extremely well made. And it's, there's so many times in the industry that we say, this is a pivotal moment. This is an inflection point. It literally is. And it's so interesting with all of the hyper partisanship that for the first time recently, we had the House Financial Services Committee and the House Committee on Ag, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act came from that. It's bipartisan. It's milestone legislation here in the States. It's not perfect, clearly, but it's certainly the most comprehensive piece of legislation for the digital assets industry. And for the first time really marks crypto-focused regulatory bills. I know that both of you have paying quite a bit of attention to that. We have Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act, which is something. So to your point, David, and then turning my attention back to you, Janessa, for a moment as well. It's critically important to get involved. I know folks at Crypto Tutors have helped to kind of join in with Coinbase and others to talk about the focus on what we need to hear from constituents to make it better for everyone and the work that you both do. Janessa, what are the top legislative priorities at the federal level related to digital assets? Kind of teed up some of the things that have been percolating, and for the first time we can really examine and see what the good, the bad, and the in need of improvement might be. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you for teeing it up. I mean, you started to mention a couple of them perfectly. I think for the purpose of this conversation, I'll just mention 3 major areas of focus for digital assets at the federal level. The first you mentioned is the Market Structure Bill, also known as the FIT 21 Act. For anybody who wants to look into it on their own, you can just kind of search it that way. But it essentially would create a federal framework clarifying how digital assets should be regulated and by which agency. So it kind of helps define what would be qualified as a digital security regulated by the SEC and what would be a digital commodity like Bitcoin regulated by the CFTC. And like you said, this passed through the Committee of Jurisdiction in the House, and we're kind of awaiting action to see if it'll be brought up further than that. In addition, the stablecoin bill, I think it is the second main priority, where we saw really strong efforts to achieve bipartisan consensus, and I was really impressed by that effort. Obviously, we weren't able to fully get there at the end, but I haven't given up hope on that potentially moving forward. I don't see appetite in the Senate for both of these bills to be taken up this year. I feel like this might be punted to the next Congress, but it does show that there's good momentum happening here and it's getting a lot of attention on the Hill. The third thing that's not really legislation, but is an area that will potentially be legislation is the taxation of digital assets. And we saw that the IRS and Treasury recently released their proposed broker tax regulations outlining how they plan to tax brokers of digital assets. And although they did thankfully exclude miners and stakers from being treated as brokers, our priority at Cash App and at Block is to also ensure that node operators for the Lightning Network are excluded, and that Bitcoin is treated not only as an investment tool, but also as a form of payment. So this might resonate with a lot of people listening today, but it kind of highlights the urgency for a de minimis tax exemption to kind of treat Bitcoin or digital assets as, you know, if, let's say, for payments of less than $200, for example, you wouldn't be hit with the capital gains tax on using Bitcoin to buy something small, like a cup of coffee or whatever. These are things that we're trying to decide at the policy level now and are engaging on, and can use, you know, additional engagement from everyday people on things like that too.
Yeah, that the last part in particular, those de minimis tax rules are critically important. Thank you for highlighting that. Final question here as we round out the payments, as we round out the panel. David, so Janessa was addressing things at the federal level, the state level. What are the legislative priorities there related to digital assets?
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's a great question, because the states have looked at lots of different policies over the last few years, you know, and they're filling a void, you know, as we just talked about. Everybody wants a national framework, as Janessa just outlined with FIT 21. Everybody's looking for regulatory clarity, and many state regulators are looking for the same thing. They're looking to Washington, D.C. to do something so we can have some rules of the road to follow. But unfortunately, as things continue to linger, states are just taking it upon themselves to enact policies. Many times are helpful, many times are not very helpful. So it's kind of a mixed bag. So we're kind of seeing in the states, we're seeing a mix of sort of new regulatory structures. So if you look at states such as California, it just created a new bill that was just signed into law by Governor Newsom, which creates basically a new bit license program similar to what they've set up in New York a few years ago. Louisiana did the same thing earlier this year as well, but that program will expire soon. So you're seeing a lot of these new regulatory structure bills being created specifically on the state level. Illinois has a bill that's been going through the legislature. New Jersey has one close to the governor's desk. New Hampshire's been looking at one. Pennsylvania has a bill that's live as we currently speak. So a lot of states are looking to fill that void on the states, and they're mixed bags, as you can possibly imagine. One of the things I would recommend to a lot of states as you're talking to state representatives and others is to really study the issue of cryptocurrency and Web3. So if you look at New Hampshire, state of New Hampshire a couple of years ago, they created a governor's commission on cryptocurrency. And what he tasked the legislature, the state to do is finding out what are some of the recommendations he and his office could do to implement some sound digital asset policies in the granted state. And they just came back with their recommendations this year. So if there's any area that folks want to get more involved in and get your state legislatures involved in, it's really getting to form a task force to study the issue and see what the economic benefits are and what government policies can be enacted to get those policies across the finish line. So we're seeing a lot more of that. And then at the local level, we're seeing a lot of different cities doing some creative things. From Reno, Nevada, doing a lot of minting on the NFT side. You're looking at, Nashville, Tennessee is doing some really great stuff. And then you're seeing great leadership from the leaders in Miami and New York City looking at blockchain technologies to improve government services. So it's a mixed bag. We're seeing some great things at the local level, some good things at the state level, but also some troubling things at the state level.
Well, thank you for rounding that out. It's critically important that we don't look at these things in isolation. It's a global technology, it's a global community, and I sense that we're moving from a hyper-competitive to hyper-collaborative environment if indeed all of the connections at the local, state, national, and international levels will move this industry forward. Thank you to Janessa Lopez, David London for these important insights on policy and regulation, and again to Lisa and Nina from the Crypto Tutors for this essential year-end initiative to bring clarity and collaboration to the industry as a whole. As a reminder, I'm Tanya Evans, and remember that Digital Money Demystified will help folks before they move in. This should be the first book that folks read so they can separate fact from fiction and really start to embrace the future of money and work and innovation under the leadership of folks here today. So again, Janessa, David, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oops. All right. Awesome. Thank you once again to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Tanya Evans, and panelist Janessa Lopez, Bitcoin Policy Lead for Cash App, and David London, Head of U.S. State and Local Policy for Coinbase. These are the folks, everybody, who are leading the charge on and off Capitol Hill. These are the folks that are helping to shape crypto policy globally. And we thank them for their time and for educating us on what we need to do to support the cause. And I'm super excited for our next panel. We have one of our Stand with Crypto cohort members, over here. We recruited you when we were in DC on Capitol Hill, learning about what he's building in Web3, and super excited to welcome him to the stage as a result of that lobbying that we were doing. Before we get into the careers in Web3 panel, again, just want to set the stage, right? So in the first 9 months of 2023, Forbes stated that there were 605,000 announced layoffs with technology, retail, and healthcare, laying off the most employees. But the blockchain industry is a silver lining, as KPMG, EY, PwC, Deloitte, McKinsey, Accenture, et cetera, report that blockchain will add millions of jobs to the global workforce. And this next panel discussion is designed to teach you how to prepare so you can secure the bag. Welcome, everyone, to Careers in Web3. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't set it off with the proper introduction. So with that being said, Veronica Hash, one of the best women in the industry that we've had the privilege of meeting. She's our new and near friend. Veronica is a dynamic, results-oriented leader renowned for her remarkable ability to foster belonging, drive inclusion, and promote diversity within organizations. In her current role at Coinbase, Veronica has spent the last 4 years merging her passion for people, diversity, and the fascinating world of cryptocurrency. As the manager for belonging, inclusion, and diversity at Coinbase, she plays a pivotal role in driving positive change within the organization. Super happy to have you, Veronica. Joe Mishiosia. Joe, forgive me. I know I didn't say that right. I know we'll take it offline and you'll correct me, but in the meantime, we're live. So, Joe is a managing principal consultant at the global talent partner, Selby Jennings. Recognized for consulting and cultivating high-performing teams, Joe launched his career in New York at a boutique consulting group specializing in sourcing business-critical talent in crypto, Web3, blockchain, finance, and trading. Motivated by innovations within the industry, Joe made a strategic move in-house to Composable Finance, a .sama-based DeFi project, as head of recruitment and operations. Now he is overseeing a growing quant and crypto consulting team at Selby Jennings, where he thrives on training and developing his team to become subject matter experts, while also delivering exceptionally high-level service to asset managers, hedge funds, trading firms, DeFi protocols, DEXs, DAOs, and more. Joe studied psychology with a focus within organizational leadership at Michigan State University. And to wrap up the panel, Om Shah. With expertise in cybersecurity, business, and software engineering, Om previously served as a security consultant at Accenture, focusing on offensive security. He is now the co-founder of Wallet Guard, a company dedicated to defeating scams throughout Web3. The company was founded in January of 2022 and now has a team of 5, and as Om will share momentarily, is growing. So now that we set the stage, this question is for everyone. We'll start with Veronica, we'll go to Joe, and then we'll wrap with Om. So Veronica, kick us off. Tell us about your career trajectory and how you ultimately landed in Web3.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa, and everybody. Happy to be here. So when I think about my career trajectory, it is non-traditional. I started out as a dancer and a choreographer. I spent about 10 years of a lifelong past doing that in the Bay Area in California. Little did I know that it was actually part of what would lead me to what I get to do today. After being a dancer and a choreographer, I wanted to help my husband pursue his dreams and put him through school. So once he started school, I decided to leave that and transition into administration. And I got a chance to, when you say start from the bottom, I mean, just answering phones at the reception desk to, fast forward 5 years later, supporting some of the, biggest founders and CEOs in Silicon Valley. While I was working that role, talk about honing your skills, right? You're working with executives, you're learning from that C-suite, you're learning about the business and what really motivates these leaders to continue to do what they do. I transitioned into my career at Coinbase, starting as an executive assistant there, and then had the opportunity to move into the belonging diversity space, which I live in now. I think it's been a great culmination of all 3 of my passions, which is performance, presentation, creativity, people, diversity, inclusion, and business. And then at the end of the day, as all of us want to, I want to make money. I want to have my bags right. And this has been an amazing opportunity to do all 3 of those things together. So when I say I'm living my best life, I definitely am.
You can't see us, but we're here just like snapping and just like raising the roof. And you look fly. I mean, I'm just gonna put that out there too, but
Well, I got my Satoshi is black. Y'all can't see it, but this is something that our color block ERG put together. And so, Satoshi is black right here. Let us know. We'll get you one.
Love it, love it, love it. Joe, what do you got for us?
Yeah, no, awesome, man. Not to repeat too much of the lovely intro that you had. But yeah, started out at like a small boutique staffing firm, very financial services oriented. So we really didn't do anything in the crypto space at the time. Coincidentally, kind of got put on those assignments and really scaled out that business. So started with like one or two accounts, essentially onboarded close to 60, 70 clients in the space myself, scaled it to which is essentially a multi-million-dollar business today. Ended up going in-house as a head of recruitment at Composable. Had a lot of fun, helped raise like Series A. Part of it was waiting out non-competes, and then FTX, a lot of issues going on in the space, and one thing led to another, and kind of landed myself at Selby Jennings here. And similarly to the first firm I was at, there's a lot of traction in crypto, clients, work that was to be had, but really, porting over my existing business platform and trying to scale this internally. So it's something where we're actively doing a lot of hiring on our end, as well as bringing on new and existing accounts, making sure we're delivering high level service across the board there. So yeah, quick rundown. So
I love the fact that you're hiring in a market where so many are looking for opportunities. We're going to dive deeper into that, but I'm glad that you called that out. Of course, no better place to do so than the Careers in Web3 panel. So, what you got?
Yeah, absolutely. So I kicked off my journey when I was around 15. So I was really passionate about cybersecurity. That kind of led me into learning about Bitcoin back in like 2014. So started learning about the space then, but really dove into the space around 2017. Was just like a passionate investor, learning about stuff. And then, professionally, I was like going through college at the time, studied computer science, and then I went to Accenture to do cybersecurity consulting. So I've always had like a knack for cybersecurity and a passion there. And then, when I got a call from one of my other co-founders and we talked about, building something in the security space, especially in Web3, it was super complementary to everything I've done in my life and was super passionate about it. And, to this day, I still hold such a high passion for security and such a high passion for crypto. It just feels like the exact place I need to be.
I love that. And I love how each of you in your own respective journeys, it's like, it's not linear, right? Like it isn't going to be, sequential for most people anyway. A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3. That's just not the way that, careers typically work. But what I wanted to do now was, bring it back to Veronica. You work at Coinbase, the first publicly traded cryptocurrency startup to go public. Exactly. And, your perspective about what it's like to actually work there, I think is extremely important. And so can you shed some light on your experience at Coinbase and, tell us what it's like to be in your shoes and also be a woman, be a person of color, like you talked about your ERGs. Help us understand what that's like for you.
Yeah, so I've had the privilege of working at Coinbase for 4 years. So I came in pre-IPO, which is amazing.
Speaking of the coins.
To get that opportunity to see a company go public in a space that I love is just a dream come true. Being at Coinbase, it is definitely a rocket ship ride, as many of us can attest to when you're working in crypto. This is the fastest I've ever worked, the hardest I've ever worked. I work with the most brilliant people that I've ever worked with. And I feel like I'm consistently being pushed to do more and to do better. And I think that unique to what Coinbase has going on, and the reason why I really want to be here representing today is, we want to show that, we do have diversity going on here within the space, and we do have diversity going on within the company. We are not the Googles of the world, right? We don't have all of that, money going out and all these different things. So what we do is really about how you feel when you come in the door, right? From the moment that you are interviewing to the time that you come in the door as a new hire to the opportunities you have to be a part of employee resource groups. We really do focus on belonging. And I would like to say that we do have an 82% belonging score across our company. That means that people really overall are feeling like this is a place where I belong and I can do my best work here. And that means that I'm doing my job. the things that have kind of been a struggle is, when you don't see as much representation as you would like. That's why, thank goodness for conferences like this. When you walk into a room and you're still the only woman, you're still the only person of color, you're still the only, LGBTQ plus individual on your team, you can feel some kind of way about that. So not to say that we have it all figured out, we certainly don't, but we do want to lean in and see how we can create more representation and more opportunities. That's why getting out at these kind of conferences, it really makes all the difference, because someone can say, hey, I don't have a traditional background, but I want to get involved, or I didn't know that would be possible for me. So I think you say it all the time. There's what's your representation quote that you have, Lisa?
Proximity is possibility.
Exactly. So, I'm here to represent Coinbase and everything that we have going on. And we have some exciting things in the pipeline that I really think will make a difference to emerging talent, whether at HBCUs or even students that are in high school. I'm speaking at a conference tomorrow for students that are in high school and really trying to figure out if STEM is right for them. So a lot of good stuff.
I love that. And, to be candid, Coinbase has supported Crypto for the Culture since our inception, 2021. So a testament to the commitment to creating a diverse and inclusive ecosystem is the fact that you've continued to be a part of our movement. So thank you, Veronica. Let's move to Joe. Joe, tell us, what kind of companies and roles are you recruiting for? Please also highlight seniority levels and salary ranges, because everybody cares about the back.
No, awesome. And we are primarily focused more within like the financial services industry. So you think like big asset managers, smaller, family offices, trading firms. But then we'll also cover more on like the fintechs as well. So you start talking about different exchanges, like a DEX aggregator starts to get, obviously all out there within the crypto space. And essentially what we go in and do is we'll hire really across the board, whether it's, engineering, senior level management, HR, operations people, internal recruiters, marketing, finance, legal. I could probably, go on quite a bit on, everyone that really it takes to make a team run. And for seniority levels, it will vary. I think the reality is a lot of times a consulting service such as us, you're really only bringing them in for more senior level hires in the space. That's not to say it's, it's always true with every single client that we work with across the board. But a lot of times you're looking at people that have, 4 years up of experience. And a lot of times we're getting put on projects where, they're looking for the best of the best, essentially, that are in that space. Salaries will vary quite a bit. Obviously, this is something that, can get broken down drastically from, each individual job type. I would say, from like a US perspective, typically what I'll see on the HR side, varying anyway from 40,000 starting out upwards of 200,000. Obviously, bonuses, equity, it can drastically change in terms of what a package looks like. You start getting into the finance space, it starts to skyrocket a bit. Similarly, you have people coming in probably at that $65,000 mark, and then again upwards of 200 plus. The top, I would say 5% or so of that industry, upwards of 600 to $1 million plus a year. That's when you start getting into more of the quantitative finance space. Talk about like the legal side, again, standards 150 to 250 or so, give or take, again, inclusive of bonuses, things of that nature. Upper management is drastically different from company to company. I'm sure, Veronica knows, a Coinbase as opposed to, a small startup, you're going to get very different levels in terms of how compensation is broken down, right? Is it, very base heavy? Are you getting equity in the company? Is it pre-IPO? So it really varies a bit. Typically middle management, $75,000 plus. You start to get obviously in the six figures and higher range. Senior management, so you start talking about like C-suite positions. Again, at a large kind of enterprise, 300K plus for certain individuals. At a startup, you can be closer to the 100K mark, and large equity incentives. You're really incentivized to help scale that business. And we'll, as a business at Selby Jennings, we really cover across the board in terms of position types, seniority levels. Work with people from all walks of life. Which I think to Veronica's point is why we really need conversations like this. When you look at Web3, blockchain is an industry where I don't know the exact number, don't quote me on this, but it was like the US Department of it was like labor relations or like Bureau of Labor Statistics, between now and 2030, I think is like a 13% job growth, right? So you think of what that actually means for the space, how many actual jobs are opened up, and how many people are going to have these types of opportunities. We want to make sure we're speaking with as a wide network as possible, making sure we're getting people from all walks of life. And, again, like many of us have probably come from very untraditional backgrounds and, have been fortunate to be very successful. So just a high level there.
Thank you for that feedback. And one thing I think is important to note as well is that, blockchain is an industry, it's in its nascent, right? Like it's in its infancy, better yet. And, many of us don't have backgrounds because the industry didn't exist, at least not to the extent that it does now. And so this is an invitation to everyone and anyone. This is a space where you can, regardless of what your background, participate in. And in the vein of making the conversation as prescriptive and as actionable as possible, Joe, one other thing that I'd like for you to touch upon is what are some of the tips that you have for candidates to set themselves up for success? So, if there are any pointers that you can highlight, that would be super helpful.
Yeah, no, and this will vary obviously like role by role. If you're an engineer, it looks different than, what someone on HR needs to do to set themselves apart. But it really starts, obviously with education. Different roles require different levels of education. Again, if you're going into, an engineering space, having some type of computer science background, whether it's an undergrad, master's, or, even just doing a boot camp, will really make a big difference. I think it's also a lot of times in Web3 and crypto and companies that are super invested in this space, being active in different DAOs, or, you're active on GitHub, making contributions, you see someone that's really involved in this space. I think a lot of times it goes a long way. And it's also something where, as someone looking to get in the space, you make some pretty invaluable connections where, you might meet someone and, all of a sudden 3 months later, you're working on a project or a startup, or, one thing kind of leads to another. And then I think looking past that, a lot of times, I go in, I speak like different university conferences, and sometimes I talk to people who, they've done all this cool stuff, they've networked with the right people, but they're not showcasing it. So making sure, if it's a LinkedIn, it's a resume, your GitHub, whatever it is, keep it up to date. Put your highlights on there and make sure you're really kind of putting your best foot forward, so to speak.
Okay, that's it. You
Again, it obviously can get longer
just
than that.
Stopped. I was like, oh, okay.
I was trying to think, but again, it's different from role to role. So try to keep it at like a high level, I guess. So.
No, I think that you hit the nail right on the head with respect to, doing great work, but not showcasing it. It's really mission critical that you're able to highlight what you've been able to accomplish so that folks like Ohm, who will be hiring in 2024, you're like, oh, I'm setting you up really nicely, I hope. But seriously, for folks like Ohm, who will be hiring in 2024, he wants to see those technical skills. And so, Ohm, I'll pass the baton to you. A few things. One is, when, at least my understanding of Wallet Guard, it allows you to securely store the contents of your wallet right on your phone. Clearly, managing your passwords and keeping information secure is paramount. So I'm curious, from your perspective, what do you look for? You guys are hiring, you're expanding, that's exciting. What are you looking for when you hire?
Yeah, and let me just rephrase there too. Like the best way to kind of describe Wallet Guard is like an antivirus to your wallet of choice. So we're not a wallet. We don't store your assets. What we do is we're like pre-transaction layer security. So before you send a transaction, we validate the safety and the validity of the transaction, as well as identify phishing threats, etc., before you ever interact with anything. Now, to kind of complement on like what we're looking for hiring wise, I mean, for us, it's really important as a startup. We've understood that you always want to hire people that are smarter than you, right? So it's like, it's become one of those mentalities where it's like, the next thing you want to do is hire senior level or staff level engineers. So like for us, we need someone who's very skilled on front end engineering, but also like a full stack developer. And, something I've identified is like with startups, it's like, every position is so unique, especially when you're on a small team, because it's like you wear a million hats, right? Like I do business, I do security research, I do a lot of different things. And it comes down to like, even with new hires in a startup, there might be expected responsibilities when from a development side, right? Where I expect you to be, really competent in developing and like helping us kind of think about strategy there. But the secondary aspect of it is, can you put on a business hat? Can you think about strategically, is this a good product fit? Is this something, you'd have a good vision for? So like when you're hiring, it's like seeing something like passion is a really, really important thing, I think, because if you're not passionate about the product or the company you're trying to work for, you might not be looking to innovate. You might just be looking for a bag, which is okay. And there are definitely places to go for a bag, and that's fine. But startups are not that. Startups are like, you're vesting interest in there, right? You're getting equity, you're getting all these things. So it's really crucial that, you show passion. And like, I think one of the most like important things, like something I did with a lot of my interviewing was like, when I was like working at Accenture or prior to that, like when I would interview, I would always send follow-up emails, like ask questions and everything to try to continue the conversation outside of the interview. And like, that is like such a telltale sign that someone cares about what they're trying to do here. So that would be like a tip of advice for a lot of people. And, we are hiring soon. So, I just gave you some alpha, so feel free to try that out. But the idea really is we are looking to make 2 engineering hires. And when it comes to it, it's like, it is really going to be a talent favored thing where it's like, if you can display like a lot of competence in what you've done thus far, and then also passion. Again, like I said, I can't express that enough, that passion is probably one of the most important things, even outside of like how skilled of an engineer you are. And, I think a lot of hiring traditionally has shifted away from like technical hiring to behavioral hiring. And the reason is why is like, you can teach someone how to code, but you can't teach them how to be a good person, right? So that's like one of the biggest things.
Man, I know Veronica has something to say about that. So I was going to ask you, because that's actually the perfect segue. Can you, Veronica, offer some tips for career navigation? I think that Om gave a really great tidbit in the vein of keeping the conversation going, asking follow-up questions, kind of keeping the momentum, right? To demonstrate their commitment. And you're right, passion is required, right? Because I'm a founder, and you need that passion to keep the fuel to the fire.
Yes, that's a whole nother story, but that's 100% true. Having the mindset about your career that you are the entrepreneur of your fate, you are the founder of your career, and not being afraid to even take it old school, right? Dream board. Figure out who are the people that you need to know now, whether you're looking for a job or not, to start building up that resource of that network. Which is your greatest resource, right? I know plenty of people who are amazing and they're still having a hard time finding a job. Like, it's rough out here. Like, let's just be honest. It's rough out here. So for those of you who are on this call who are looking and like, I feel like I'm about to give up hope, like, please don't. Please don't. Continue to connect with those people on LinkedIn. Continue to strive. Continue to show your passion, better your skills, take those coding classes, take those. We have some, Crypto 101 on our YouTube, right, at Coinbase. So like, continue to educate yourselves and don't give up that hope, because the opportunity will come. And then the last thing I'll say with that, which I'm a deep believer in the quote, be ready before you need to. Oh, now I didn't mess up the quote, but basically stay ready. The opportunity might not be here yet, but you want to present yourself as if you already have it. Speak that into existence and really continue to keep believing and pushing yourself, and you will find yourself right where you need to be.
Love it, love it, love it. I'm looking at the chat, and Ezra Moore says, I have the passion.
Hey, hit us up.
I'm not mad at you, Ezra. We see you. We see you. Okay.
Oh, man. And of course, we want to make sure that we encourage folks to stay connected with the panelists. They not only gave you a lot of great advice, but whether they're at the Coinbases of the world or the Wallet Guards of the world, again, these are the individuals that are architecting and engineering the future. And Joe, as we wind down the panel, from the sourcing standpoint, passive candidates, folks that are gainfully employed, that you have to, entice, you have to incentivize, you have to motivate to consider other opportunities. My question for you, because the role that you play is so critical, not just in ensuring that great talent finds great opportunities, but also the sensitivity to how important diversity is. Can you tell us a little bit about your process when it comes to sourcing, and just how, that like prioritizing diversity, what does that look like? what does candidate advocacy look like? Help us kind of demystify the process from the sourcing and recruiting standpoint.
Yeah, no, of course, and it's an education process sometimes with companies. To be honest, where we go in, we want to make sure that on our end, the people that we're speaking to, that we're qualifying for jobs, are one, the right fit, but two, we're going out in as many ways, as many avenues as possible to find great talent, wherever it is, right? And it's something where taking that mindset, taking that approach, a lot of times we're speaking with internal HR teams or directly with key stakeholders in these businesses and explaining the importance of why that's a need. Alternatively, sometimes we have companies that are like, look, I have a full team of engineers. I would really like to find women in tech, right, to bring onto the team. We want to hit these numbers in terms of our inclusivity quotas or whatever it might be. And that's something that I think we really value on our end at Selby, where how can we be a partner that's not just going to send you the same profile you've seen a million times, the same developer type, whatever that might be, but really create an environment where everyone has an equal opportunity to showcase why they're the best at this job, right, and why they deserve these opportunities. And again, going back to the point before, this is a space that's rapidly growing, right? So it's something where to really expand and to create an inclusive environment, and one that's going to be growing over the next 10, 20, hopefully past that years, it's something where we really go out of our way, whether it's conferences like this on campus at different universities. I know you guys mentioned different HBCUs, getting in touch with different diverse areas and making sure that we're doing that across the board, showcasing these opportunities, connecting, making sure that the next generation is set up for success in that sense. So,
speaking of the next generation, as we wrap today's panel, Veronica, tell us about some of the work that you're doing to ensure that the next generation not only has a seat at the table, but can build their own tables. I know Coinbase has been very involved in the HBCU arena. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa, for giving me a chance to speak on this. So Coinbase is really focused on emerging talent, and emerging talent formerly used to be called university recruiting, right? But one thing that the emerging talent team is really focusing on is, where are these folks at, even in the non-traditional sense? So instead of just looking at those, top 10 universities, where is this talent? We are a remote first company. We don't have to just hire in San Francisco, in New York. We can expand that out. So the HBCU initiative has been really great, working with Morgan State. We were just there on Saturday supporting their conference, doing a panel, as well as another organization that I mentioned earlier called Base 11. And Base 11's goal is by 2030, they want to bring the Black community on parity economically. And they want to do that through STEM careers. And so we're getting the opportunity to share on at their conference tomorrow. I think the other thing to remember when you're thinking about the younger generation, we just launched a report with the policy team. So shout out to David London, Darren Carter, and all of my policy folks on the state of crypto. And we looked at it by generations. The younger generation, they get it. They understand what we're trying to do out here. They understand the potential of the technology. And so we have to push into the younger generation, because they're the ones that I think are really going to move the needle, as they say.
Well, we are at time, and I just want to say thank you to each of you for, again, lending your genius to today's conversation. I think a lot of folks have been feeling very uncertain given the layoffs, given contraction in industries. And it's so refreshing to hear about growth opportunities, to hear from folks like Ohm over at Wallet Guard who are hiring, to hear from folks like Veronica that are highlighting, entry-level opportunities and building pipeline with the next generation who are in fact digital natives. And, Joe over at Selby Jennings, who spoke to what kind of, processes to help elevate your profile if you are in fact looking for work, or, optimizing your profile to make you stand out that much more. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for sharing your wisdom. And let's activate the chat. I want to make sure that folks are present. We've been going for hours now. You can imagine how I feel. I'm drinking my coffee like, okay, we got to keep it going. But I'd love for folks who are watching to share one tip you learned from the careers panel. that you'll apply to either getting a job or optimizing your profile. Drop it in the chat and also post it to your social media profile. If you're on Twitter, you can tag us, Twitter, formerly Twitter, it's X now. Anyway, but you can tag us on the X platform at the Crypto Tutors for a chance to win some Polygon swag. You know what I'm saying? Little nugget. Okay. All right. I can't see if you're laughing with me or at me or not at all. So we'll keep it moving. All right. Our next panel. Let me set the stage. I feel like I say that over and over and over again, but you know, it's crypto for the culture. So naturally I must. It should come as no surprise that Bitcoin is the first decentralized cryptocurrency, and it has paved the way for other cryptocurrencies and blockchain-based applications. But what you may not know is the story beyond crypto. Welcome to Bitcoin Innovation, what you need to know, which will be moderated by our fellow Stand with Crypto cohort member and Crypto Tutors friend, Amy and Darius. Let me introduce Amy. Amy is Director of Membership Relations at the Texas Blockchain Council, Texas's largest digital asset and blockchain industry association, striving to make Texas and the U.S. the jurisdiction of choice for innovation in these domains. Amy's a graduate of the University of Oklahoma. She taught middle and high school science and coached for almost a decade in Texas, Oklahoma, and Colorado. Amy joined the Texas Blockchain Council in 2022 during the peak of the bull market. Since then, she has been on a crash course to understand the economic, philosophic, and philanthropic aspects of digital assets and DLT, which is distributed ledger technology, in the hope of capturing the interest of women and newbies to the space. I'm giving you a virtual hug. So happy to have you. So grateful that you're here.
Lisa, thank you for having me. Appreciate the invite and always good to see you again.
Well, I'll let you take it from here, Amy.
Thank you so much. It is my honor to introduce some panelists that are experts in the space. We're talking custody, we're talking policy, we're talking mining, and we have the best of the best here for you today. First, I want to start by introducing Lisa Ho. She is VP of Strategic Relations at Custodia Bank. She's helping customers in the US in the Bitcoin and energy space with their custodial needs. She transitioned into the Bitcoin sector in 2019 after about a decade in the energy sector, energy trading space. She consults executive teams and leadership forums as they build informed Bitcoin theses. She also speaks at many conferences across the globe on finance, energy, and Bitcoin. Also joining me today is Dennis Porter, president of the Satoshi Action Fund. Nice to see you, Dennis. He regularly testifies in support of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. He's pushing pro-Bitcoin and digital asset policy and actually was integral in passing 2 bills that were right to mine in the states Arkansas and Montana. He's introducing an innovative first of its kind policy across the US in both Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. And Charlie Shoemaker. Hi, Charlie. Charlie is VP of Corporate Communications at Marathon Digital Holdings. He oversees branding, marketing, and messaging for the org. He has extensive experience with corporate storytelling, entrepreneurial, and executive advisory, capital market navigation, and of course, Bitcoin. Previously, prior to Marathon, Charlie oversaw the crypto and blockchain practice at Gateway Investor Relations and consulted many emerging businesses. Well, without further delay, let's get started. My first question is for all of you. Bitcoin obviously fluctuates in price. What has kept your confidence high in Bitcoin? Dennis, may I start with you?
Yeah, happy to go first. And thank you for having me on, and thank you for the
team at the Crypto for the Culture for putting this all together. For me, been in Bitcoin since 2017, so this will be my second significant bear market that I've made my way through, and my belief and my resolve around this technology has only increased quite significantly in the past, predominantly because of the people that we see coming into this space, and also the ways that this technology has evolved and the way that we are using it and the way that we imagine that it can be used. As an example, with Bitcoin mining, we are now coming to the realization collectively that this technology can be very powerful when utilized to balance the grid, to mitigate methane emissions, and to also enhance carbon-free energy projects, while also simultaneously providing jobs, particularly jobs for those in rural and economically depressed zones of this country. We at Satoshi Action spend a lot of time talking about those benefits of this technology, and those benefits, they resonate. They resonate with policymakers and regulators across the country, particularly at the state level. And we're now seeing, because of the success that we're having as an organization, but also because of the success that this technology is having across the country, particularly in Texas with balancing the grid, that lawmakers are more receptive than ever, especially as we get away from the FTX collapse. We passed right to mine into law in Arkansas and Montana in the midst of the FTX collapse. And now that we are far away from that, and we've also seen peer-reviewed research come out to back up the claims that we make about the technology, we're in a better position than ever to pass policy across the entire country that supports not only Bitcoin, but Bitcoin mining and also the digital asset ecosystem broadly. So very excited about what's to come. I feel like we're on the verge of another incredible bull run, and couldn't be more excited about the potential that is lying in front of us.
Lisa, can I pass it to you? What has kept your confidence in Bitcoin through all of these ups and downs?
Gosh, I will probably echo what Dennis said. I mean, the number of people that are coming into our space who are coming from places where they were experts in their field, right? You've got folks like Bob Burnett at Barefoot Mining, who was the chief technology officer at Gateway, really helped launch the first personal computer. Now in the Bitcoin mining space, you've got, Charlie's, the chairman and Fred Thiel over at Marathon, who bring decades of leadership and guidance from the technology space into Bitcoin. I mean, we have a very diverse group of individuals who are joining this revolution. And, I think people probably get into it because they feel like it's going to benefit them financially, but you then dive in and you realize, wow, like energy security is connected to national security, and the wealth and the health of our nation is dependent on what the economic circumstances and the economic opportunities are within our nation. All of these things are connected. And so for me, I don't ever look at the price of Bitcoin. Yes, I certainly see it. I probably have 4 messages today in the last 24 hours of people going, wow, Bitcoin, look at the price. I don't really ever consider it. I'm sort of in the Michael Saylor camp that, this could go to 0 and I'd still be here and I'd still be waving the flag.
You have been unwavering in that aspect, no doubt about it, Lisa. Charlie, what about you? What's kept your confidence in Bitcoin?
A few things. First of all, thanks for having me. Amy, nice to be on the panel with Lisa and Dennis and yourself. I guess, I don't know, I guess I would start by answering that question which is where does confidence come from? And at the end of the day, I think it's basically the belief that no matter what happens, you're going to be fine. And so where does that come from in the Bitcoin space? Part of it is probably a little bit of faith, or a little bit of just like being around long enough to understand that like this is volatile and all markets are cyclical and there are ups and downs. So to Lisa's point, I also try not to look at the price. I don't think it's great for your mental health to be doing that every day, especially if you have long-term conviction. And then the other thing is, I think that, I agree that people get into this partly for the financial reasons, and then some people get into it for ideological reasons. But regardless, if you study it long enough, I think you start to come to the realization that Bitcoin has a lot of intrinsic value. And from my perspective, we haven't really unlocked most of that yet. There's a lot of potential, but we're not quite we're certainly not at scale, and we're super early in the process. So I think as an asset or a store of value, it's not easy to buy and hold Bitcoin. It's still quite complicated for people to do that. So I think gaining access to it is still something that's pretty early. I think the ETF is going to be helpful for that. I think mining stocks were really helpful for that as a play on Bitcoin, or a levered play on Bitcoin. I think custody is a big part of solving that problem, just making it easier for people. And then I also think Bitcoin as payment rails is like a phenomenal potential piece of technology that's still kind of clunky, that we haven't fully figured out yet. So to Lisa's point, Dennis's point, like, it's a lot of really smart people coming into the space, working on those problems and trying to unlock Bitcoin's intrinsic value. And I'm pretty confident in that.
Thank you, Charlie. And before we start, I mean, we have started, but we need to start with mining. What is it? And could you explain that as the expert here on the panel? Give us a quick rundown. What is mining? And then we can kind of segue into why we need some policy help in that front and the custodial piece.
Sure, I'll do my best. I think if you ask anyone, you'll get lots of different answers on this because mining actually serves many purposes, and depending on how you're thinking about it, that answer will change. So I also changes depending on who I'm speaking to. But in general, for the Bitcoin world, mining kind of serves two primary functions. Part of it is how Bitcoin transactions are processed and secured. So we kind of take the place of a traditional bank or a clearinghouse, if you would, from that perspective. The other is it's also, in terms of like Bitcoin's utility, it's how new Bitcoin enters the marketplace. So when miners all compete in order to try to process transactions, it's this competitive little complex game of Sudoku that we all play, basically. And if you were successful in doing that faster than anyone else, you get rewarded with newly created or minted Bitcoin, and that's how new Bitcoin enters the marketplace. So that's kind of mining's strict utility to Bitcoin. I think what we as an industry are all figuring out, though, in real time, is that mining actually has all these ancillary benefits that can be utilized for other purposes. So a lot of people got into this space, frankly, to make money. That's why people got into Bitcoin mining. You could buy a computer, plug it into the wall, and it was a money printing machine. But I think what we're all figuring out is there's a lot of services that miners can actually provide to others that go beyond just strictly processing transactions. And maybe you could actually think of processing transactions as a byproduct of what you're doing. So part of that would be grid stability, which Dennis talks a lot about, and is quite the expert on speaking about that. Part of that could also be leveraging heat or some of the positive externalities that come off of Bitcoin mining for other purposes. And I think it's getting really interesting right now because we're going through a transition period where people are starting to figure that out. And as mining becomes more competitive, you have to get much more creative with how you're approaching it as a business. So in very short terms, it's how newly minted Bitcoin comes into the marketplace. It's how Bitcoin transactions are processed and secured. And that is basically done by taking a fancy computer, plugging it into the wall, and watching it make Bitcoin.
Thank you for that explanation. So it's unfortunately the industry has come under some serious scrutiny, and we need people like Dennis who are out there fighting for legislation that protects this industry. Dennis, lay the scene. Why do we need you out there fighting? What are you fighting for? And where are you seeing some great success with your work?
Thank you. Yeah, great question. I probably should be best to start from the beginning of why I launched Satoshi Action in the first place alongside my two co-founders. We were all sort of huddled back in early 2020, 2021 in our homes, listening to our Clubhouse, listening to our Twitter Spaces. And there was sort of this general consensus among Bitcoiners online that there would be a great American decline, and that we should all consider and be aware of the potential that we might need to leave the United States if we wanted to keep our Bitcoin. I sort of sat there for some months thinking about what that future would look like. And I ultimately woke up and realized that I wanted nothing to do with that future. And I wanted to do everything in my power to make sure that the United States is a global leader on Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. And so that's why Satoshi Action Fund was launched. And that's why the work that I am doing, I believe, is so important, is because if you want to live in a world where America continues to shine and America continues to lead, then we need to make sure that our lawmakers and our policymakers and regulators understand the value of the technology, and then not only are understanding it from an educational perspective, but are also willing to pass policy to advance and protect the industry. One example of that is the Right to Mine bill, which is sort of an anti-discrimination law. It really goes down to the nitty-gritty of ways that miners have been discriminated against, and is eliminating those forms of discrimination at the state level. So as an example, up in Montana, in Missoula, Montana, there was a Bitcoin mining operation that was legally operating there. And the county there decided to call an emergency meeting and was looking for ways that they could push the miners out. What they ended up deciding to do was to change the zoning for that specific location and made it impossible for that mining operation to continue, resulting in the bankruptcy of a multi-million-dollar Bitcoin mining operation in that state. So in part of our bill, our model bill that we put together, when we talk about Bitcoin mining operations, we sort of eliminate the ability to change zoning laws in order to discriminate against Bitcoin mining. There are some other things in there as well, particularly around discriminatory rate changes. And we get told all day, oh, hey, it's already not legal to make discriminatory rate changes for Bitcoin miners, yet they continue to do it in states like Idaho, where we have had this problem. There are other areas, which I'm sure Charlie could probably tell you a little bit about, where they have had issues with rates being changed or any sort of energy policy for that matter being changed. So we eliminated those forms of discrimination at the state level. And ultimately what we want to do as well too is use the states as a lever to influence federal policy. So the vast majority of energy policy takes place at the state level, but a big goal of our organization is when there are decisions being made in DC, that the states play a part in helping to influence the way that those policy decisions are made. They call it the laboratory of democracy for a reason, and that's because we're able to test ideas, to figure out what the best option is, and then implement that at the federal level. So we really see ourselves as creating the grassroots, literally the roots of policy here in the United States for Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, so that we can influence federal policy. But in a sort of a worst case scenario situation, we also see ourselves as creating a bulwark of policy that will protect Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining at the state level. And it doesn't just stop at Bitcoin mining. Our new piece of policy, which we've dubbed the Blockchain Basics Act, goes even further than protecting Bitcoin mining. It also protects your right to self-custody. It protects your ability to run and operate a node. It also eliminates the need for any money transmitter licenses when you're a Bitcoin miner or when you're a Lightning node operator. So we go quite a bit further in making sure that we protect this technology, we protect this asset, and we ensure that the United States is a leader on Bitcoin for decades to come. Because when the United States is leading, generally the world follows, and we want to make sure that we're running as quickly as possible towards a Bitcoin future.
Thank you, Dennis. I had not heard about that new initiative. Very exciting. And you touched on something about custody that I want to pass over to Lisa, who's in Wyoming at Custodia Bank. And Lisa, you have customers that typically can't find another bank to do business with. Can you explain that? And then also the legislation in Wyoming that you were telling me about prior called bailment and how those two work hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to gloss over the point that Dennis made and, how he began Satoshi Action, because I think it's really at the root of why all of us are so passionate for Bitcoin. Dennis, I share that thought that I think, gosh, how can I live in a country where our property rights are being compromised on a daily basis? And if you actually look at property rights, you'll see there's like a world index, and the US is 13th on the list of the strength of property rights for individuals. And Bitcoin is the only form of property that can be held by every human on earth, regardless of property rights. That is why I'm in Bitcoin, right? I work for the women that are in North Korea or Iran or Cuba. I really think that the ability to own and hold property is what allows us to better ourselves. So most of my time is spent with energy companies or with the mining space, really helping them connect. If I'm speaking with the energy companies, I'm helping them connect the dots as to why they should care about Bitcoin. But at Custodia, we provide financial services. We are a bank. Most a lot of folks don't understand that that we are in fact open. We are providing banking services, not in every state, but I think in about 28 states today. It's on our website. We also have some financial services that are hugely helpful to especially startups in our space, financial services that'll allow them to protect fiat assets and earn interest on those assets rather than being exposed in a traditional banking relationship. And then finally, we built our own custody solution. So we frankly looked around and said, we don't like what's out there. We don't think that they're, we know that that's what people use, but we don't think that it's the strongest protection that could be made available. So our tech team spent 2 years and we built our own technology. But to your point, and thank you for bringing up bailment, really what I lean on when I explain to folks, what makes Custodia a unique provider of custody services is that our bank, our regulator is the Wyoming Division of Banking, who have very forthright placed emphasis on supporting companies in the digital asset world. And I know some people get upset when I say digital assets and I don't say Bitcoin, but that is what's in the Wyoming Speedy Charter, the Special Purpose Depository Institution Charter. So that is our bank charter. And I should, we'll mention that we are not FDIC insured. Nothing I say is financial advice today, but we do believe that the ability for a client, a big miner, big energy company, folks, even Michael Saylor talks about he's not going to hold his own keys, right? MicroStrategy is not going to hold their own keys. They deserve the strongest protections, both on a technological front and also on a legal front. And so bailment says that in the event of a Custodia insolvency, the assets always are in the ownership of the client. So let's say that it's, Exxon decides to mine Bitcoin and they have it in custody with us. No point in time are we the owner. We are the custodian, but you are protected by the Wyoming statute. Those assets always belong to you. And that is a huge differentiator and one that most folks don't understand. They don't realize that if you custody at certain institutions within this industry, that in the event of a bankruptcy on the part of that institution, those assets would be subject to a bankruptcy proceeding. So A, we built our own tech and we believe that it's far superior to what's out there. And B, you have very strong protections under the Wyoming Speedy Charter. So I really would encourage folks to look at that. But again, going back to what Dennis said, this is such a critically important technology for the US. We have an opportunity to be a worldwide leader in Bitcoin mining. I mean, we've got, frankly, the most impressive public mining companies who do work that's so far beyond plugging a computer into electricity. And, they're very forward thinking. And at the root of it, I mean, they're like soldiers protecting my property, right? I own Bitcoin. Those miners are running computers that ensure that the transactions that are processed are valid and that nothing else, pollutes my property. So, hats off to all of the miners out there. Charlie can speak better than any of us on what they're focused on, but it's just it's a critical mission for us to continue the work in Bitcoin because we're protecting every individual around the world that holds Bitcoin. And, frankly, not to go down a political path here, but it's dangerous when folks that are in our government currently say things and do things that have negative implications for Bitcoin. It's just flat out dangerous. I'm so happy to see, a lot of the good work that's being done in our industry by, some of the most respected firms around the world, financial firms, accounting firms, and others who are really putting forward good research to dispute this kind of negative narrative that's hung around for too long, a decade plus.
I have to agree with you, Lisa. Charlie, Marathon is one of the largest holders of Bitcoin. Tell us what's on your map for the future, any sustainability projects? We're on the last few minutes, so sorry to kind of hard cut there a little bit.
No, it's all right. I'll do my best to be succinct. And it's Lisa teed me up there well, because this is actually like tied to something she was just saying. I think one of the reasons Bitcoin mining is so easy to attack is people don't understand the benefits of it. And one of the things, so they just look at the negative, right? You just look at how much energy it consumes, or what type of energy, but you're not thinking about like, well, is there utility behind that? And like, what is it? So one of the things that I think is exciting about this transition is I think at least we at Marathon and others are starting to view mining as technology solutions for the energy sector. So we speak a lot about this like internally in the Bitcoin space, but I don't know that people outside of it hear it a lot, where we essentially can serve as the first customer for a new renewable energy project while they're working on trying to get transmission connection, which can take up to 5 years. So in the meantime, they could partner with a Bitcoin miner and we could serve their project, make them more profitable. We can also help balance grids. We have people that that have specifically come to us to help us do that. Our project in Abu Dhabi was entirely about that. So that's a really exciting thing we're working on. I think the next frontier is like going smaller and actually off grid. So this morning we actually just announced that we have a pilot project at a landfill in Utah where we are working to capture methane that otherwise would have been flared or vented, converting it into electricity and using it to power Bitcoin miners. So we're actually, again, we announced it today. We don't really have data on it yet that can be shared, but if that works, the theory, right, is that Bitcoin miners can actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Another thing we're working on, people have gotten wind of that we are going to be building out a little bit of a pilot to use the heat offtake from mining to farm shrimp. So miners create a lot of heat, and we're all trying to come up with fun and interesting things that we can do with that heat. So I think there's actually a lot of these ancillary benefits and positive externalities that come off of mining that people haven't really explored yet. And thank you, Lisa, for calling us innovative, because we're doing our best to be that way and try new things out. So that's something that we're testing a lot at Marathon, is just what are all these other ways that we can think about mining and try new things with mining that not just benefit Bitcoin, because that's already going on as long as someone is mining, but that we can use that benefit our shareholders as well as other people who are adjacent to mining.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you to Dennis, Lisa, and Charlie. This was a great session, everybody. Next up is Paths to the Future: what stablecoins and the CBDC mean for the global financial system. But first, a commercial break.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so very much to our previous panelists for sharing more about Bitcoin innovation, and also the charge to each of the folks that are watching this to be engaged civically. Be sure to reach out to your local representatives, reach out to your state representatives, reach out to your federal representatives, and stand with crypto, which is a perfect segue into our next panel as well. Welcome to the Stablecoins Path for the Future. What stablecoins and the CBDC mean for the global financial system. Before we get started, I just wanted to kind of highlight how in this discussion we'll be talking about how stablecoins, which are digital currencies pegged to another currency like the US dollar, such as Circle, which I'm sure Ashley will dive deeper into, and central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, which are digital currencies issued by central banks, like the Sand Dollar of the Bahamas, which is actually the first CBDC to be fully deployed in the world. These two new forms of digital money have the potential to revolutionize the global financial system. And we'll hear from our experts to talk about more about what that may look like. First up, Ashley and Scott. Ashley is the Senior Director of Global Policy at Circle. Circle is a global financial technology firm that enables businesses of all sizes to harness the power of digital currencies and public blockchains for payments and serves as the issuer of USDC and Eurocoin, EUROC. Currently, as the Senior Director of Global Policy at Circle, Ashley has taken on a pivotal role in shaping the regulation of digital assets. In her role, she collaborates with government leaders to establish policies that enable the responsible expansion of blockchain technology and digital currencies. Ashley is accompanied by Robert Musiala. Robert Musiala's practice includes advising blockchain industry clients on the application of the U.S. Bank Secrecy Act, BSA, and regulations issued by the U.S. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Robert has been working in the blockchain and cryptocurrency market since 2012, including working with the U.S. National Security Community Client, advising on compliance with various regulatory regimes, and serving as the court-appointed receiver to investigate and secure assets related to cryptocurrency fraud schemes. We couldn't have put together a better panel to drive this discussion. So let's jump right in. Ashley, I touched upon what is a stablecoin, but I would love for you to dive deeper into the explanation. And what do stablecoins solve for?
Great. I think that's a great opening question. So USDC is a fiat-backed stablecoin. So what that means for the around 25 billion USDC that's in circulation, there is a fiat dollar and segregated reserves, right, to back the value of USDC. So essentially, we just mint and issue a digital dollar. And I think why there is such trust of USDC is because it's collateralized by US dollars, and there is a general thirst around the world for US dollars. So there are USDC holders in over 190 countries. So I think when you talk about stable coins, or what we like to call ourselves a payment stable coin, it really unlocks what has traditionally been a very slow and inefficient payment system and banking infrastructure. So when you digitize dollars and are able to use digital dollars with the power of blockchain, you're able to revolutionize cross-border remittances, payments for businesses, how you hold your corporate treasuries, and really transact in the global economy.
Amazing. I thank you for that context. Robert, did you want to add something to that? Because I was going to ask you about CBDCs.
Oh, well, I'll just add briefly that, one of the things I say a lot about the blockchain and cryptocurrency industry in general is that I've never thought that it would ever replace the traditional financial system. Instead, I've always believed that what it's going to do is supplement and help to improve and over time integrate with the traditional financial system. And I really think that USDC is really the primary example of that, where we have a cryptocurrency backed one-to-one by US dollar equivalents that derives its trust really from its bedrock in the traditional financial system, and the fact that there are US dollar equivalents in US banks that are backing this cryptocurrency that are audited according to public accounting standards. And it's really just a fantastic example of the new technology integrating with the traditional system. So that's just some opening thoughts on stablecoins, but happy to discuss CBDCs as well.
I love the fact that you called out that this isn't necessarily a matter of replacing traditional finance. It's a matter of enhancing and complementing it. My question to you, Robert, is let's go back to what is a CBDC and what do CBDCs solve for, or what is the intention that CBDCs will solve for?
I think different people will answer that question in different ways. In my view, I think CBDCs, in a lot of respects, are looking to solve for some of the same problems that the USDC stablecoin and other US dollar-backed stablecoins are looking to solve. And those include things like increasing access to electronic payment systems for underbanked populations, reducing settlement costs of transactions and increasing settlement speeds, increasing and improving things like consumer protection in electronic payments, and hopefully protecting things like privacy and helping to enable systems that are designed to help prevent things like money laundering. And so I do think that CBDCs in many ways are thought of as solutions to all those problems and are really just an evolution in payments, similar to stablecoins, but I think they take different approaches. We've witnessed, I think, over our lifetimes, the evolution of money becoming digitized and electronic. And especially in the early days, that often happened through centralized systems and continues to do so in, kind of conventional electronic payment applications. And I think CBDCs are in many respects the natural evolution of those centralized ways of managing electronic money. And then, of course, as you've been discussing throughout the conference today, there's this parallel technology called blockchain that is working to solve some of those same problems and working to build kind of the future of electronic money using decentralized systems. And so two different systems, but fundamentally often looking to solve some of the same problems.
And Ashley, tell us about some of the use cases associated with stablecoins. And if you can, make the distinction of what stablecoins can do that CBDCs can't.
Yeah, I'll start with that. There is, in the US, we are very privileged for our financial systems and our monetary systems to be pegged to the dollar, right? And that's a privilege that many others within the world are seeking to have in a stable currency. And so, I think obviously USDC is a private stablecoin. It's minted and issued by Circle versus where a CBDC could be minted and issued by the US Federal Reserve. I think there are concerns about a CBDC coming from a central bank that revolve around privacy, that also revolve around the two-tiered banking system, right? Where traditionally we go to banks for our fiat dollar. That's how we get access to cash. Versus in a CBDC model, if it's a retail CBDC, you're going straight to the Federal Reserve for your cash. But I think at the very high level, debates about payment stablecoins coming from the private sector or CBDCs have revolved around privacy, and particularly where we've seen, other nations who have issued a CBDC have issues within the privacy realm. But I think at the core of that, right, in the discussion of whether it is a private stablecoin like USDC or CBDC is really the benefits that you get from digitizing a dollar, right? So I think Robert mentioned it, more efficient and cost-effective payment system. So the top three use cases that we really shout from the mountaintops that Circle engages with is one with cross-border remittances. So to date, we've had over $1 billion cross between the US and Mexico border in USDC. And what that tells us is that there is a thirst to be able to move money around the world in a way that's more efficient. Because how do we do that today, right? We use a MoneyGram or some other type of cross-border remittance company. Or we're stuck in a world of walled gardens, right? You can't send the different peer-to-peer payment apps, you can't send it to each other. So really, USDC allows you to send money as easily as you can send an email. It doesn't matter if you're sending an email from a Gmail to a Hotmail or an AOL to a Gmail, or whether that email goes across the seas to London or anywhere else in the world. So really, that's the power of using USDC as a cross-border remittance mechanism. Second is just more choice for merchants. We have great partnerships with Visa and MasterCard, and we have direct partnerships of merchants of all sizes, because as we increasingly become a global economy, how do you transact in a very old world structure, right? You have to hope that someone's foreign bank works with your bank, then you lose money in currency and FX conversions, and then time is also money. What's great is that USDC is on 15 blockchains, so you even get consumer choice there when you're talking about gas fees with the transactions, right? And whether you're sending 1 USDC versus a million in USDC, you can still settle that transaction, cents on the dollar. To what we really impress upon people is that, people are actually using this in their everyday lives. We find a majority of wallet holders that have USDC hold in less than 100 USDC, and that's showing that it's a payment mechanism, right? Rather than this kind of institutional investor store of value. So, we find, or last year the statistic was there was 4 trillion in transactions settled in USDC on Ethereum alone in 2022. That's as much as MasterCard and American Express in the amount of transactions that they settled in the same year. So, and in this time where there is a lot of world conflict, we're most proud that USDC is used in humanitarian aid. If you think about the conflict in Ukraine, when you're fleeing an area of conflict, what do you bring with yourself? A backpack and a cell phone. So with our partnership with UNHCR, we're able to turn humanitarian aid into USDC and get that transparently and quickly to those who are most in need. So we're finding a lot of what we call real world value outside of the digital asset space, because when you digitize dollars, it's really, no limit.
I love the fact that you also harped upon one of the points that has been a key part of the conversation, interoperability, and the fact that USDC is transactable across multiple chains is a testament to how interoperability can work and work well. So thank you for that, Ashley. Robert, this question is for you. Capitol Hill has, I think it's safe to say, been pretty vocal in their opposition to crypto, particularly given the consumer protection concerns. You feel strongly about anti-money laundering and sanctions. Can you dispel, any myths related to how much money is laundered versus traditional finance?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that. I don't have the statistics right in front of me, but my understanding is that there have been multiple studies done, especially by some of the major blockchain analytics firm providers, companies like Chainalysis and Elliptic, that have all sorts of great access to data that they pull directly from the blockchain, that effectively show that the amount of payments that are related to illicit activity in the cryptocurrency sector is not more than, and in fact, in many cases, less than the percentage of illicit transactions that flow through the traditional financial system. And so, I think that's a really important fact to keep in mind. And, it's important to recognize that every day there are illicit transactions happening in the traditional financial system. That's why we have the Bank Secrecy Act. That's why we have an army of professional services folks who are dedicated to identifying suspicious activity and reporting it, and why we have the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network that oversees that and takes action appropriately. And so, illicit transactions happen through any payment system. Of course, they happen in cryptocurrencies. Lately, they have definitely gotten more attention, and I think this is cyclical. I think I can think back to other periods of time throughout the last 10 years, having worked in this industry, where there's more attention focused on illicit activity with cryptocurrencies, and then some of those myths get dispelled, and some of the attention to that goes away, and then it comes back. Right now we're in a period where there's a lot of attention focused on some of the more nefarious aspects of crimes that have been committed using cryptocurrency. But that, I think, is distinguished and should be distinguished from the technology itself.
I appreciate the fact that you reinforced how the perception of the nefarious use cases in crypto pales in comparison to traditional finance. Ashley, you are the Senior Director of Global Policy for Circle. There right now is a stablecoin bill that is being considered. Can you talk about the Stablecoin Act bill and Circle's involvement?
Yeah, so the Clarity for Payment Stablecoin Act of 2023 was passed out of the House Financial Services Committee on a bipartisan basis on July 26th. And really, there's a few fundamentals in that bill, which Circle we live by today. Is one, if you are going to call yourself, it defines a payment stablecoin. And if you are going to call yourself a payment stablecoin, you have to back your payment stablecoin with high quality liquid assets. So cash, treasury bills, repurchase agreements that are tied to treasury bills, things to make sure that if you are truly saying that you have a currency, a digital currency tied to the dollar, that there are actual dollars to back that digital currency. Two, there are a number of consumer protection provisions, disclosures, attestations, and a number of things to ensure that anybody that enters this space that mints and issues a payment stablecoin has the financial stability to protect consumers, right? Because if you want to redeem for your fiat dollars, they need to be there, and you need to make sure that a company is healthy to be able to do that process day in, day out. And then most importantly, it provides a licensing pathway. So both at the federal and state level, really giving a nod to the work that's happening in the states today to make sure that, those who are in space are conducting themselves in a way that won't harm consumers. So overall, it is a bill to really define out and ensure that those who tout themselves to be payment stablecoin issuers are following a number of rules that, one, allow for the innovation, but also protect consumers. And so I think it is essentially a great pathway that's been forged, because I think in this conversation about CBDCs versus privately issued stablecoins is, let's take the Boeing example, right? The FAA tells private industry how to build the planes and how to do it in a way that's safe and sound for consumers. And the private industry uses its technological advancement to build, the best innovations for the market. So, we are hoping that we will see further traction in this bill, because I think one of the best exports from the digital asset community and industry is this idea of digitizing dollars for our to revolutionize our payment systems.
Ashley, what is, the theme for 2023's Crypto for the Culture conference is civic engagement. And so I would love for you to tell the audience, how can we support you? How can we support this bill?
Yeah, I think the best way to support the bill is to tell your stories, right? I think the biggest question that we get from lawmakers are, how is this having an impact on the everyday person, right? Like outside of theory and the macro, how is this changing the lives of everyday people and really humanizing the issue? I think it's easy to create a big boogeyman when you don't realize, when you pull the covers back, that it's actually a teddy bear. And so, being able to come with authentic stories about how you're using stable coins to really change the world and help everyday people is what really resonates to lawmakers on the Hill.
Amazing. And actually, that's a great segue to Robert. What are the this is speaking of macro, what are the global implications or roles that stablecoins and CBDCs play for the global economy?
Well, so I think I'll start with CBDCs, and I think that there are a number of CBDC pilots that continue to happen throughout the world, and we've seen a couple CBDCs that have actually been launched. You provided the example of the Sand Dollar earlier, but we still have many major countries that are still experimenting and carefully kind of testing out pilots, and we get updates on those findings from time to time. And I think that CBDC projects throughout the globe are absolutely a worthwhile endeavor. I think, as I said before, they are a natural evolution of sort of the centralized digital payment models that we've lived with for the past couple of decades. I think that in the short term, CBDCs will likely, to the extent that they are launched in various jurisdictions, they will likely have the highest impact on underbanked populations from the retail perspective, to the extent that they can be launched in a way that protects privacy, especially. Because the promise there is that you could actually enable, through a centralized system that is implemented by a National Reserve Bank, instant payments at little to no cost, with high consumer protection, high cybersecurity protection, and through a system that is trusted, given as much trust as the national bank of whatever country is issuing the CBDC. So that could have a very compelling impact in terms of helping to serve the underbanked populations of the world. Folks who are still relying on more outdated forms of payment, like check cashers and prepaid cards, for example, to access electronic payments. In the meantime, from like an institutional perspective, one of the things that gets overlooked here in the U.S. is that the FedNow instant payment system has gone live just a couple months ago, and so we do have instant payments for the small group of pilot partners that are involved in that at an institutional level. And I think that from an institutional level with FedNow and with the eventual potential for a retail CBDC, those are some of the benefits that we're going to see. I think, interestingly, with the CBDC, the largest challenge is going to be cross-border payments. And the U.S. Treasury, in a recent report, kind of hinted that this is going to be a challenge, for any potential U.S. CBDC project, is how do you integrate that system with the CBD systems of other jurisdictions? And I think that brings me to stablecoins, because stablecoins have effectively already solved that problem. And as Ashley pointed out, one of the largest uses of the USDC stablecoin is for cross-border remittances. So to answer the second question, I think stablecoins, I think that the largest promise for them and for the global financial system is in the cross-border remittance area. I also think that stablecoins in many ways are going to help strengthen the US dollar. Stablecoins like USDC that are actually backed by US dollar equivalents and audited by public accounting firms, and have that bedrock of trust that comes from the US financial system. And there has been some data that's been published recently that indicates that in countries where the local fiat currencies are not trusted, there's been more moves into things like cryptocurrencies, including stablecoins. And I think that that shows the potential for a US dollar-backed stablecoin like a USDC to help promote the strength of the dollar in the global financial system. One more thing about stablecoins that I find particularly interesting is, especially stablecoins that reside on Ethereum and other EVM-compatible blockchains, is this promise of programmability, which really have fascinating implications for business. And I think, Ashley cited a bunch of great statistics from some of Circle's recent reports. And I want to pull another one out. And I think Ashley mentioned that in 2022, there were about $4.5 trillion worth of transactions in the USDC stablecoin on Ethereum, on the Ethereum network. following on that statistic, of those, about 60%, according to Circle's research, had some relationship to a smart contract. And I'll kind of jump to a conclusion on this a little bit, but what that tells me is that there are individuals and probably institutions who are experimenting with the programmability of USDC, and that can have really interesting implications for things like supply chain management. So you can imagine a world where in a supply chain where data is managed on either a public or even a permission to EVM compatible blockchain, where payments can be made instantaneously in the USDC stablecoin according to predefined conditions along that supply chain. And that's something that a CBDC simply cannot do.
Right.
And so, to kind of sum up, I do think that both of these systems are relevant and both of these systems are going to coexist. I think that, again, CBDCs are going to have, at least in the short term, most benefits for institutional players within a certain jurisdiction, and potentially have benefits for underbanked populations in that jurisdiction. And again, stable coins, I think that the key benefits that I see there in the short term are for cross-border remittances, and then this idea of programmable payments.
I thank both you, Robert, and Ashley for leading today's discussion regarding paths to the future, what stablecoins and the CBDC mean for the global financial system. To close us out, we'll hear from Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy at Circle, Dante A. Disparte. Before we play Dante's video, let me just give you a bit of background. Dante is Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy at Circle, responsible for overseeing company strategy, communications, policy, and public affairs. Since joining Circle in 2021, his leadership in driving market expansion, regulatory engagement, and more have been integral in furthering the company's mission to raise global economic prosperity through the frictionless exchange of financial value. Prior to joining Circle, Dante served as founding executive of the DM Association, leading policy, communications, membership, and social impact. He also brings 2 decades of experience as an entrepreneur, business leader, and global risk expert. Most recently, he is founder and CEO of Risk Cooperative. Let's hear from Dante.
Hello, Crypto for the Culture. This is Dante Disparte with Circle. I am the company's Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy. Want to just send a quick message to anybody listening in today to say that it is really important that we all not only learn about this novel technology and the novel opportunities powered by public blockchain infrastructure, but that we're also builders. This is the first time we have a technology in the hands of everybody on the planet with access to the basic connectivity of the internet that can allow us to at once become builders and micro entrepreneurs in ways that were not possible in the first and second iterations of the internet. Why I care so deeply about these technologies is that I think if we do this right, every basic internet connected device on the planet can become a compliant payment endpoint. That would create powerful financial inclusion opportunities. But it's not enough to just lower the cost of payments or to lower the bottom rung of economic mobility. Public blockchain infrastructure and open source technologies also allow us to encourage a world where everybody becomes a developer as well. There should be a revolution of fintech entrepreneurialism around the world, and the technologies that power Circle, power USDC, and power the so-called Web3 or third generation of the internet make that possible. I hope you enjoy the conference and look forward to engaging with you in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ashley and Dante from Circle, Fighting the Good Fight, and Robert, who I hope enlightened us to some of the actions that we can take to continue to lobby for pro-crypto legislation. I hope that that conversation impressed upon you some of the benefits associated with stablecoins as payments and the power that the underbanked has access to as a result of having access to these financial instruments. All right. We are on our 10th panel of the day. And as you can see, driving civic engagement remains a key focus. So I'd like to give a warm welcome to each of our panelists who will be driving the discussion regarding the regulatory landscape versus crypto innovation, which will be moderated by Kara Calvert, Head of U.S. Policy at Coinbase. Okay, there you are. Good to see you. Good to see you. Last time I saw you, we were in Capitol Hill.
Absolutely. What a fun day that was.
Yes, and what an impactful and effective day, especially given some of the endorsements we received for the Fit 21 bills. So, Kara, before we get started, I just want to make sure folks know who you are and how, incredible it is that we have the privilege of hosting you at Crypto for the Culture to lead this powerful discussion. So, Kara, you've been at the intersection of public policy and the innovation industry for nearly 2 decades. You're currently the head of U.S. policy for Coinbase, the largest crypto exchange in the United States. And you work with lawmakers, regulators, and the crypto community across the country to advocate for pro-crypto policy. You began your career in Washington, working for U.S. Senator Mike Enzi, a Republican out of Wyoming. And most recently, you partnered with the Franklin Square team, where you represented the world's most innovative and impactful technology companies for 13 years. Wow.
Yeah, it makes me sound old, but really it just makes me sound seasoned and experienced. That's what we're going with these days.
And let's be honest, it's not how old you are, it's how old you look. So you don't have anything to worry about in that department.
There we go. Well, thank you so much. I'm really excited to participate in today's summit. It's such a great lineup, so many interesting issues and so many wonderful speakers. And my deepest thanks to you, Lisa, and to Nina for all your work at Crypto Tutors. I think you've just done an amazing job of talking about why we need diversity, how we spotlight it, how we think about it, and really for jumping in with both feet on Stand With Crypto, coming to Washington for us. It was such a, as you said, impactful day, and we're really, really grateful to you and your leadership. Today, I have the honor of introducing a really exciting panel to discuss the regulatory landscape in Washington and beyond. So first, I'm going to introduce all the panelists, and then we are going to jump in. So Sheila, I'm going to start with you, my friend. Sheila Warren is the CEO of the Crypto Council for Innovation, the premier global alliance for advancing the promise of this new technology through research, education, and advocacy. In 2023, Sheila was voted one of the most influential women in DC by the Washingtonian. It's a great picture, great spread. Congratulations. Prior to the Crypto Council, she founded the World Economic Forum's blockchain and digital assets team and was a member of the executive leadership team for the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. She's the co-host of Money Reimagined, a CoinDesk TV show and podcast. Next is Tiffany J. Smith. She's a partner at WilmerHale and co-chair of the firm's blockchain and cryptocurrency working group. She has over a decade of experience advising and representing broker-dealers, financial institutions, and technology companies, including crypto companies, on cutting-edge regulatory and compliance matters. She has a broad client base, including financial institutions, crypto exchanges, NFT issuers, platforms, Web3 companies, payment. You represent everybody, Tiffany. This is amazing. You've got a deep experience.
I'm busy.
And yeah, I love it. And she also co-founded the Blockchain Brain Trust with Clev Mesidor. And finally, Guthrie Isaac, we're so excited, the CEO and co-founder of Hyperion Labs, a digital asset accounting software for enterprises. I must say that actually works, right? It's a technology and software that works really well. So Guthrie has 10 years of accounting experience and 6 years of crypto accounting experience. You can learn more at HyperionLabs.xyz or XYX to learn more. Guthrie, you have an amazing number of degrees. I was looking through this. You've got accounting, financial management, computer science, and you've got you're kind of the guru of decentralized accounting. So really excited to hear more from you about this. And so I'm going to actually start with you. From this whole panel is really about the regulatory landscape, and the way it's titled is it's versus crypto innovation. And so when we think about regulatory clarity, regulation, why is that important to you? And I think to the crypto ecosystem as a whole? Guthrie, can we, I think you're on mute.
I think I am too.
There we go. Perfect.
Let me restart. No, yeah, thanks again for the introduction. I'm blushing over here. But yeah. So yeah, great question. And it is something I struggle with on a daily basis. And it's a real struggle on behalf of my customers as well. You know, I've worked with dozens and dozens of customers doing really awesome, amazing things in the space. You know, everything from a donor advised fund that's based in smart contracts, marketplaces, GameFi. And it's exciting to see, but you know, when you really get into the business and comes tax time, or I'm looking to sell the company, or I want to offer my services to individuals in the U.S. There is just so much uncertainty out there, and it really stifles innovation not to have that clarity. And it's unfortunate too, because we've got amazing intellectual capital out there looking to push this thing forward. But if you are paralyzed by, I don't want to mess anything up, you know, we're legitimate here and we're doing everything we can, but what does legitimate mean? So obviously you can be ethical, and you know, that's always something you want to employ in any decisions you make. But I think on the other side of it, why is this also important? I mean, are we following the FTX case? I mean, that's it. That's one of the biggest things. You know, personally, I like to say we want to be the software, you know, or a big reason why FTX would never happen again. That's a real big mission of ours. But you know, the sad thing is between the Terra Luna debacle, Three Arrow Capital, FTX, there were some really smart guys, women behind all this, and they had succumbed to gray areas that ultimately really set the industry back. And so we're trying to come out of this bear market, and I am hopeful. But without guardrails, without clear regulation, and without accountability, it's going to be tough to get to the next level.
Yeah, Guthrie, you actually said something. It's really interesting. When I think about, we often say we have policymakers who are pro-crypto, but we're not asking them to be pro-crypto. We're asking them to be pro-regulation, which is a really bizarre place to be sometimes for an industry. And it's pro-consumer protection. It's not about just being pro-crypto for an industry, right? It's about all the people on the ground and all these small companies you're talking about trying to build jobs and innovation. So with that, Tiffany, you have a bird's eye view because you help advise all of these folks from a legal perspective. And so it seems like there are two paths to regulatory certainty. Either it's legislation, or it's the agencies writing rules, or maybe a combo of both. So if we start with legislation, what do you see happening with legislation? What's the current legislative landscape from your perspective for all these companies out there who are trying to figure out what to do today, tomorrow, and next year?
So today, the current regulatory landscape is like zero. Right? You have so there's bills and, FIT 21, which is Financial Innovative and Technology for the 21st Act, is called. That's the big bipartisan market structure crypto bill that passed out of committee for the first time ever. That has passed, but there's still quite, a lot of work to do to actually get it signed into law. So you have some glimmers of hope. But today, if the SEC, CFTC, or another regulator comes to a firm and says, we think you're not complying with our laws, the entity is essentially out of business because we don't have rules that are set for purpose. And so I think, one, it's important, and Guthrie mentioned some of the scandals that have happened. It's important to distinguish between instances where you had bad actors and fraud and things that will always be illegal versus entities where there's registration questions. So an example of a registration question is Coinbase. The SEC's action against Coinbase is for registration violations. And there's literally a fight about whether or not the SEC has jurisdiction, right? And in talking about efficiency and innovation, it is I love my practice. I love thinking about these very interesting things, but it's not efficient for someone to come and pay me to figure out these things. If you think about it from that perspective, if the goal is innovation, the goal is to have folks actually spending money on and spending their time and resources thinking about how to disrupt what's happening next, then the fact that I've been doing this for 6 years and I can tell you everything about like, I've become like a crypto expert, it's really a shame. It's just not efficient whatsoever. I'm a lawyer, like, right? So I think from that perspective, like, we have a lot to do. And I think, the stablecoin bill, which was talked about in the last session, probably has a better chance of being passed. But I think like where we are today is just a lot of uncertainty. And to Guthrie's point, it's just very costly.
Yeah, and if the SEC is seemingly unwilling to write new rules or tailor rules or kind of address the unique characteristics of this innovative technology, it feels like we are in just a process of litigation over and over. And that ultimately means, Sheila, I think that we see these companies who are trying to struggle to stay on the right side of the law here. I'm not seeing where the incentive is to stay in the United States. And so what happens if we don't get legislation or we don't get an agency that actually wants to protect consumers in an efficient way? Because really, for the SEC, their mission is to protect consumers and investors. If they're not willing to do that, what happens? What are the implications if the US falls behind in this?
Yeah, well, that's supposed to be their mission, Kara. And I think it varies, right? Some of those folks, I think, put that mission first, and others put other parts of their mission or maybe other items or other goals first. I think, look, there are 52 million Americans who own crypto and use crypto in some capacity. And so there's this really strong question. And I think to get to the points that Guthrie and Tiffany have made, one of the biggest challenges and the frustrations I have about the way that the SEC specifically, and I should be very clear, it's the SEC led by the chair of the SEC. Of course, no agency has a monolithic view on things. And here we know that we have 5 commissioners, 3 consistently vote kind of one way on enforcements, and 2, consistently vote a different way. So it's complicated. And I think even the agency votes themselves prove that the commissioners have very divergent views on these things. Regardless, who's looking out for those 52 million Americans? And the problem with litigation, with enforcement actions, is they come after alleged harm has happened. It's too late in many cases. So Guthrie, you're talking about FTX, and the reality is that even if this trial of Sam Bankman-Fried, if he gets convicted, if he goes to jail, all of that's a criminal case. It doesn't actually help the victims get restitution. The employees, the users, to some extent, the investors, who put their hard-earned money into that project. That's a shame. And part of the goal is to create clear rules so that you don't have people getting harmed. That's one of the goals. That should be one of the goals. And there's not a lot happening here. So the reality is, I think that other jurisdictions are just unbelievably ahead of where the US is, almost unfathomably ahead of where the US is in terms of the clarity they're creating. You're looking at the UK, for example, which is moving extremely rapidly ahead. What I think is going to happen is you're going to see companies start to move offshore and start to focus their user interfaces on kind of things that are recognizable or familiar to offshore participants. And that means you're going to cut Americans out of this opportunity, American innovators and American consumers. And the reality here is that, as Guthrie noted, there have been a lot of bad things that happened last year, for sure. And yet, here we are. This industry isn't going anywhere. The opportunity isn't going anywhere. It's a question of where in the world it winds up being located and headquartered. And if that's not the United States, we're going to have some other challenges that come along with that if that becomes a reality.
That raises a great point, Sheila. Like, what makes a company decide to stay here in the United States? And Guthrie, you have made that decision to be here in the United States and to think about how you help other companies comply with standards, with accounting. What makes Hyperion unique in this instance? And how would you recommend that companies think about staying on the compliance side of financial accounting standards, the requirements? How do you think about that, particularly as you work with companies?
Yeah, look, I'm based in the U.S. And I've been working with companies for the last few years, and when the times were great, there was a lot of customers that came with that. And so that allowed us to be able to remain a strong foothold in the U.S. However, to Sheila's point, not only are people going to leave, but they just already are. I mean, we almost every single one of our customers have some sort of offshore foundation, Cayman, something, and they're just trying to figure out, how do I fight the good fight and try to stay relevant until maybe another administration decides like, hey, let's take this thing a little more seriously, or stop trying to stifle innovation. So. But on the other hand, I am a part of those discussions with our customers. We've got folks that are running towards the end of their runways, they're looking at, well, where do I find the dry powder, and what's ultimately going to allow someone to feel confident enough to invest. And most of those, a lot of those discussions are like, well, let's get into Singapore, let's go to Europe, let's navigate that way. So I think, as these companies are going into later parts of their funding cycle, of the next year, we're going to just see quite the exodus, and it's unfortunate.
Do you feel like right now, especially given your field in accounting, do you feel like the number of accounting experts in this area are growing, or how is Hyperion filling that gap?
Yeah. Great question. And I actually have a lot of fun with that. I mean, it's, crypto accounting, digital asset accounting, like it's the exact opposite world that an accountant, why do I become an accountant? I like structure. I love detail. I love to create certainty. I love to build systems. Digital asset accounting throws all that away, even in traditional accounting, you create 5 sets of books from 5 different accountants. You'll follow GAAP very closely, but they're still going to be slightly off based on some opinions. That is like magnified 10x when you're developing financial statements for a GameFi company, or some of these interesting types of digital asset based companies. And when you really kind of dive in deep, there's big ramifications, right? Like, why does GAAP exist? If I'm investing in Nike versus ASICS, like, I want to know that these were prepared correctly so that I can do some comparison. That's just not here yet in digital asset companies. When you get into the nitty gritty, like staking, I'm staking an asset. I have spoken to some of the biggest foundations out there with that have made their own tokens, protocols, etc. And there's a constant complaint about like, where are all my staked assets? They just leave the P&L. They just leave the P&L. They're not on my balance sheet. Is that appropriate treatment? And we've spoke to a few regulatory bodies and folks responsible for codifying these things, and without naming names, they're still trying to grapple with Bitcoin. How is Bitcoin supposed to look on your financial statements? The whole thing with Tesla, I think we're all familiar with. Tesla had they were going to show a loss for a quarter, and they had to impair their Bitcoin over time, and they basically sold it just to inflate a realized gain when they actually shouldn't have realized that gain. So that created a clear indicator to folks that are responsible for providing that guidance that that current method, there was an exploit there, and somebody exploited that. So I think we're just kind of scratching the surface here. I've actually shown how we think about accounting for some very exotic DeFi activity, and I was told they're years away from addressing that. So I think to your point, you asked, do we feel like there's a growing number of folks out there? Absolutely. I've met some very smart accountants that are really thinking about this in a new way, and I think we're getting there, but we're still a long way off.
Yep, and you raise, I think, the interesting. If we're only getting there to an extent in the private sector, when we think about the IRS and some of these regulatory agencies and where they are on the scale of understanding, we saw the recent IRS proposed rule that would really subject all transactions, crypto transactions, to being reported. major privacy concern, but it's all, I think it's deeply rooted in the fact that a misunderstanding what the technology is, what it can do. And Tiffany, I know we only have a few minutes left, but I did want to ask you, given, again, we talked a little bit about where things are today, where they might be tomorrow. When we think about 2024, right? We're moving into an election year. It feels like an inflection point on what's going to happen in the policy landscape. Do you feel that way? How are you thinking about, are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic going into 2024? Where do you come down on it?
So I think I'm more pessimistic, unfortunately. I think I'm optimistic and only slightly about actually getting the stablecoin bill passed. I don't think FIT 21 is going to get passed, especially in an election year. So where that leaves us is kind of in the same, land of regulatory uncertainty. And my wish list, right? We talked about, like the SEC creating rules. The part of the reason, frankly, they don't create rules is they don't really have jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction is unclear, right? So my wish list, if I was could rule the world, would be for the CFTC and the SEC to come together and do joint rulemaking like they did for swaps, where they can make some type of rule where it doesn't necessarily matter how you designate an asset, but you have some fundamental registration, consumer protection, types of rules that companies can opt into that would, at least in the short term, get rid of the enforcement risk, right? Which at the end of the day hurts customers and allows to have additional consumer protection, and kind of forms as acts as a stopgap until we actually have legislation that could help us figure out how to categorize the assets, and that's really fit for purpose and not trying to shoehorn something that's completely different into our traditional financial system type of regulation.
Such a great point. I guess we can finish actually on that, Sheila, and then we'll go to Guthrie. What is on your wish list for regulation for the next year?
A functioning federal government. Can we manifest that through this panel? I would love to see that. Because of course, part of the reason, to Tiffany's point, part of the reason that we are where we are is because we lost so much time with this speaker situation, things that have nothing to do with digital assets in any way. But of course, there's only so many working days in a congressional calendar cycle. And so if you lose those because you need to, fund the government or elect your leadership or sort of basic things that need to be done, it does distract and it does detract from the ability to move forward such critical issues like Tiffany and the whole panel has been talking about. So, joking aside, that honestly is my wish is that we can just kind of get back to business as usual, where we can start doing things like moving legislation and not engaging in these kind of existential, dramatic showdowns, around our government at the kind of core nature of it.
Do you have any, and we'll go to Guthrie, but do you have any calls to action? Is there any, if you gave anybody one thing to do, and Tiffany, will come back around to you too, but one thing to do on a call to action that dovetails with what you just mentioned?
Yeah, I think it's show up to your representative, right? Make a phone call and kind of say that you really want people to get back to the business of governing. I think that's an important call to make. Then, of course, there'll be moments in time when the right thing to do is something's coming up for a vote. There's very time-bounded things that can be done when we're facing a potential vote on something that's critical to the industry or the ecosystem and to users, in which case, those calls to action will be very clear. They'll come at you from all over the place. Please do that. But right now, if you're a kind of person who's so inclined to reach out to your congressperson, it's just kind of a helpful thing to say, hey, we are paying attention, and it sure would be great if we could get back to the business of governing, and kind of get some of these things across the line would be really helpful.
Tiffany, any call to action? And Guthrie, I want to end with you.
Yeah, I agree with Sheila wholeheartedly. I think I would just add, part of that is having, constituents talk about why crypto is important, almost going back to the basics. Because the narrative with the things that have happened last year in crypto winter, the narrative has changed. And I think at the core, there's a fundamental question as to whether crypto has any utility and what the real value is. So I think people need to go back to the basics as to, why the promise of the technology, why it's disruptive, why it provides the ability to have financial inclusion. We need to go back to those basics and make sure that, our members of Congress who we've elected to represent us are like thinking about those types of concerns and ideals as they're making decisions about legislation.
Great. Guthrie, the floor is yours.
Yeah. I mean, my wish list. I would say ownership. I mean, I feel like jurisdictions, like, is this in my jurisdiction or not? And I think that really does come from a place of, why put my career on the line for something that may or may not be here? Is there utility? To Tiffany's point, if you're a professional, like a CPA, lawyer, what have you. I mean, you're going to do well in the traditional sense, but it's getting harder and harder to run from this space, and because whether things are driven offshore, it's going to grow somewhere, and it's going to become more and more relevant. And I think we're still trying to identify those use cases as a whole. But I have had the luxury of seeing, pretty intimately what some of these companies are doing and what's ahead, a few years from now, what these innovations look like. And I'm really excited to see that. And I would love for there to be a lot more clarity around, what those rails need to be. How do we make sure people are protected, and just somebody take ownership, at the end of the day. And then I think also on the guidance side of things, we're building an interesting software because, going back to how do you account for certain things, you have to build a software that's flexible enough to really be adaptable to different opinions, to different jurisdictions. And so I think the more clarity we have, the clearer that roadmap can be for how to engineer this thing appropriately. And then I typically do struggle with being able to get into the nitty gritty, like how should certain types of activity be treated, and because it's also new, it takes a little bit of education. So I think what would really help with the ownership, with the clarity and all that jazz. Let's educate ourselves. Let's actually see what's going on out there. Just dive in, go play with the Curve protocol and do some interesting stuff. That's not financial advice, but there also is there's some interesting things out there to tinker with. And I think Crypto Tutors as well. They offer some great materials, but we just need to educate ourselves to make really good decisions.
Great. Well, speaking of Crypto Tutors, I'm sure that they're going to kill me because I've run long here, and I still get to introduce the Honorable Congressman Darren Soto, and I would just put one shameless plug in there for joining Stand With Crypto. It's at Stand With Crypto. It's an alliance. It's come together to facilitate you reaching out to your members of Congress, including the Honorable Darren Soto. He was elected in the U.S. House of Representatives in 2016 to represent Florida's 9th congressional district, which includes all of Osceola and parts of Orange and Polk counties. He's born to a Puerto Rican father and an Italian-American mother. Darren's upbringing influenced his passion for public service and helping those in need. He currently serves on the House Committee on Energy and Commerce and the House Committee on Agriculture. Additionally, he is the co-chair of policy of the Future Forum Caucus, vice chair of policy of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and a proud member of the New Dem Coalition, Problem Solvers, Congressional Progressive Caucus, LGBTQ Equality, and others. So with that, Darren Soto.
Hello, I'm Congressman Darren Soto, and I want to welcome everybody to the Crypto for the Culture conference. I know we have a diverse group of folks coming from across Central Florida and across the nation. What you're talking about is the future, both the future of financial services, of protecting information. There'll be issues related to the environment and tracing and food safety, so many things that blockchain and of course the financial services aspect of a cryptocurrency will bring. In Central Florida, I think about travel agents and mom and pop hotels who are marketing to folks across the world to come to Orlando, a world-class theme park tourism destination. We also have so many folks who are first generation who use cryptocurrency to help with remittances to their families in many other countries across the world. We've worked on passing major legislation out of both the Ag Committee and the Financial Service Committee, the FIT Act, which would put under the CFTC the jurisdiction for regulating cryptocurrency essentially as a commodity with disclosures to protect consumers while fostering innovation. So whether it's small businesses, whether it's technology, whether it's protecting information, or whether it is working with these major exchanges, there's going to be a lot of opportunities as we go over the next 10, 20, 30 years as we continue to foster a global economy. So I wish you all a great discussion as co-chair of the Blockchain Caucus, and thanks for having me.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that we are 2 hours out from the close of Crypto for the Culture. It's been an incredible day. We've heard from incredible leaders, and listen, we are just getting started, because you know what? This panel discussion is for all those out there that want to learn how to earn in Web3. Matter of fact, in the chat, got to make sure that everyone is still with us, is still alive, is still alert. Drop money bags in the chat if you are about that life, if you are about creating a successful digital economy. Okay, so we're keeping the energy high, gentlemen. Our first all-male panel of the day. That's diversity. This is diversity, because we've had a lot of all-female panels. So, saying that to say, let me make some introductions. Some introductions are in order. We're going to start with Philip Rosedale, who I met, I think was it South by Southwest, Philip? I think so. Yep. You're a legend. Let's keep it 100,000, but let's tell the people why you're a legend. So you are the founder of Linden Lab, the parent company of Second Life, an open-ended, internet-connected virtual world and pioneering metaverse. Actually, one of the first commercially viable metaverses that the world has ever seen. Following Second Life, you worked on several projects related to distributed work and computing. You're excited by innovations in these areas and the proliferation of new VR enabling devices. You re-entered the virtual world space in 2013, co-founding High Fidelity, a company devoted to exploring the future of next generation shared virtual reality. You rejoined Second Life in 2022 as strategic advisor, focused on helping to shape and build a better metaverse. Prior to Linden Lab, Philip created an innovative internet video conferencing product called FreeView, which was later acquired by Real Networks, where he went on to become vice president and CTO. Most recently, Philip has been working on a project called Fair Share, a new kind of digital currency with a self-funding basic income. All right. So, Peter Butorovic. Peter is a senior partner at Blockchain Driven and an expert in Web3 initiatives, and I can vouch for that. He's consulted on hundreds of startup and enterprise projects across industries such as cryptocurrencies, digital government, decentralized marketplaces, supply chains, logistics, healthcare, DeFi, and NFTs. Some of his most recent projects include Space Protocol, Health Chain, Verizon, and Giant Protocol. He is frequently featured in publications such as Forbes. I like how you dropped that in there, Peter. You're like, I just make cameos in Forbes. Business Insider, Yahoo Finance, MSN, and Bitcoinist. You are also the author of the book Blockchain Applications in Finance. Next, last, and certainly not least, Gabe Stalker, one of our titans of industry. Gabe is a technology consultant with the blockchain practice at EY. He has worked on the product side for a variety of projects, including tokenization of assets, supply chain traceability, and decentralized credential management. But his passion lies with creating blockchain and NFT solutions for retail brands. So when I said that we were going to bring heavy hitters to ensure that folks that are watching Crypto for the Culture know how to set up a successful digital economy, that's what I was talking about. So, gentlemen, and let's see, who should we start with? Philip. This question goes to each of you. We'll start with Philip, then we'll go to Gabe, and then Peter to round us out. What are the key factors for building a successful digital economy?
Well, in the case of Second Life, it was a couple of things. One was that and I think this is an important distinction to make between Second Life and many other things that we've been all playing with in the last decade or so, because people were from the very get-go making stuff that they might in some cases want to sell to each other. The nature of Second Life's currency from the beginning was actually to be a currency. We had to actually create something that would allow people to trade stuff with each other. So the goal of it was that, and the things that we did to make that successful was we had to keep the price of it stable. It couldn't go up, because if you have something that goes up in value, it doesn't get used as a currency. And then we had to find a way to give it out to people, even under conditions at the beginning when nobody would possibly have believed that it would ever be worth anything. So we had to, not sell people their currency, but instead find ways to distribute it to them. So I'd say those couple of things, how you give money to people and how you keep the system stable are, I guess, two big things to start with about how to make a real digital currency and economy.
Awesome. Gabe, what are your thoughts?
I think it starts with incentives. So you need to incentivize people to join your economy. So you need something of value, and that something of value needs to be distributed better than it is in other systems. So I think that's like the basis on where to start. I think there's also needs to be, having fair and equal opportunity between everybody in an ecosystem is really big. And then the last one that I'll mention is accessibility. I think having an accessible ecosystem and economy that anybody can join is a really important part.
Peter, what are your thoughts?
So just to add on everything that Gabe and Philip just mentioned, Gabe mentioned like those three factors. Just to kind of add a nuance to it is, we're not just trying to make people access the ecosystem itself, right? Or the digital economy. We're really trying to make sure that whatever the actors and the roles in that ecosystem are, anybody can become and take that role, right? So I can join, hypothetically, a Solana chain as a user. Can I become a validator of Solana? No, I can't, right? Or we're talking about cross-chain bridges. I can easily, transmit, quote, easily, from one chain to the next without losing money, quote, quote. Although $2 billion has been exploited in 2022 alone. But can I become a validator of that specific bridge? No, I can't, right? And then to add to what Gabe said as well regarding incentives, are there any incentives for me to become a validator of the bridge, for example, or, validator on this specific chain? If those are lacking, then of course we don't have this as a successful economy.
Thanks for giving us some perspective on what some of the key factors are. Gabe, would love to gather your thoughts. Can you share some notable success stories where EY has played a role in driving success within the digital economy?
Yeah, sure. So this example that I'm going to give, we did it using a private blockchain, but EY's focus is very much on public permissionless, and there's a lot of innovation around ZK technology that's enabling building on public platforms while also keeping it private. But this one instance that we built, it was a way to tokenize and track and trace pharmaceuticals across a supply chain. Essentially, the benefits of that was to make sure that the wholesalers that acted as intermediaries within that supply chain were not hoarding all of the pharmaceuticals or jacking up prices to pharmacies, but it also ensured that the supply chain, and you can see when a drug reaches its final destination, you can track and see when each member of that supply chain had ownership of that drug. So it was a really successful build out that we had, and I think it's applicable to a lot of different economies. I think if you look at stuff like food traceability, there's a lot of opportunities there too. So yeah.
Thank you, Gabe. And Philip, touch upon the history of Second Life, right? I mean, I think it was launched in the early 90s, if I'm not mistaken, when some people were not even born that are tuning into this discussion. But touch upon the history of Second Life, and what are some of the learnings that have led to its longevity, its success? And I mentioned this in the beginning, Philip, but I cannot underscore the magnitude associated with what you built, considering that, you know, it's a $1 billion economy and it's been going on for what, 2 decades now?
Yes. So I started the company in 99, so late 90s. And then
Okay.
Second Life launched in 2003. And so it's just celebrated its 20th year very recently. And as you said, to date, the total number of transactions between people buying and selling things to each other in the world, the GDP, if you will, of Second Life as a city, is somewhere around $10 billion so far. The company as a business has made like more than $1 billion. I mean, we're not public, but we've done really well, enabling this very large economy. There's about 1 million people in there, and the space is about the size of Los Angeles. So it's a big world. What has made it work and, you know, stick and remain relevant and interesting is really that it is fundamentally a place where, like the real world, people can create things that have real value. So this is, of course, different than, you know, shifting around things, you know, playing a game or gambling with tokens or something. It is actually the case in Second Life that, you know, something like this pair of glasses I'm wearing is something that somebody literally crafts with their own hands and can then choose to sell in the world. So the interesting thing, and it's important to talk about because it's an important story for all economies and everybody right now, is that you have to start with an environment in which people are able to create things of value, and then, you know, figure out how to solve for that being like an effective economy and whatnot. So I think the unique thing about Second Life is it is this live playground or sandbox where people are able to make things. And if, for those who know Second Life, if there's anybody out there who uses it, it's a live experience. So it's not like an offline thing. Like you're literally building stuff with other people watching you doing that right then, and able to walk by and say, what are you doing? I'm building a house. What kind of house? Can I help? You know, that's sort of the magic of it, which again is, you know, very much like the real world and hard to get to, you know, using technology.
Incredible. Incredible. Peter, you are a staunch advocate for decentralization, but let's gather your thoughts on what role do you see decentralization playing in the setup of successful digital economies?
So we see this time and time again with the use cases that we have in front of us, which is Bitcoin, Ethereum, which is potentially the 2 most successful, you know, decentralized economies at this point of time, at least. And let's assume you want to start a project in Web3 and you're looking for investors, and you have a good architecture that is all-inclusive. Everybody can take any role inside of the specific chain. And then investors tell you, listen, I want this massive upside. So how about you sell 20% of your stake to me for whatever, for the angel round, and then for round A and round B. If you are to do that as a project, you may face significant hurdles down the road that, for example, projects such as Polygon, Avalanche, etc., are facing. Aside from the fact that tech-wise, and I'm not here to judge whether whether Polygon is so much better than Ethereum or so much cheaper in whatever they're selling. I can fight lots of these myths, but when it comes down to actual decentralization of the let's assume percentage of open statistics of percentage of whales who own that specific coin, and we look at Bitcoin that is really owned by 1% of whales, which is probably MicroStrategy, right? And then we're looking at Polygon that is like in the 90s, 90% of whales own 90% of the entire coin supply of Polygon. There's no wonder why we see certain barriers to adoption from users or other stakeholders, such as in this case developers, right, or liquidity providers or whatever. So it's not just the design, but also how you play it. And of course, when it comes down to like, oh, I want to launch my own project, it's difficult enough to launch with investors because good luck finding them. It's even more difficult to launch without them, or at least have some skin in the game to direct and kind of explain exactly how much allocation is allowed to make sure that everybody is going to profit from this engagement.
I know you're a tokenomics expert, and I would love to. We might have to do a follow-up to discuss, like, how to properly configure a sound, tokenomic strategy. But in the vein of keeping the conversation going about successful digital economies, I would love to hear from Gabe. Can you shed some light on the monetization of personal data? This is one of the most exciting aspects of Web3, the fact that folks are going to be able, and users are going to be able to monetize their personal data to create new revenue streams. Gabe, also, if there are specific platforms, protocols, or methods to facilitate the process effectively, please highlight those as well.
Yeah, I think that the ownership of personal data is a real promise from blockchain, because it's essentially you bring your identity wherever you go. Right now, obviously, like, you log on to Amazon, like, they know what your Google search history is. They know all of your data about you, and there's no provenance of that data to sell to others or to allow people to see. So I guess with blockchain, the way that I envision the future, because honestly, there's not a whole lot of stuff going on chain right now that companies really care to know much about, unless it's like illegal. But the way that I think that there's going to be in the future is that you have different wallets for different personas of your decentralized identity. And whenever you go to, say, Amazon, you can choose to show your wallet that you use to trade with, or your wallet that you use to interact with other companies with. And Amazon will be the one that's paying you for that data. So I Philip or Peter may know some actual protocols or sites that are allowing you to do this right now. But that's kind of the thesis around the monetization of your personal data on chain, and kind of the view for what the future could look like in you selling your own personal data to different companies.
Not that this is an endorsement, but Ocean Protocol and Data Fund are two entities that I believe are buying that kind of data. But Peter, Philip, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that. No? Okay. Peter, I know you want to say something. I can just tell. I'm like, you're itching to say something. All right, we'll keep it moving. We'll keep it on script. All right. So, Philip, how did Second Life function as a marketplace, allowing, various vendors to set up virtual businesses? This is a multi-pronged question, but we'll lead with, how did the Second Life environment lend itself to creating a marketplace, to helping vendors set up virtual businesses? Let's start there.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Second Life, especially given that it launched in 2003, so 6 years before the Bitcoin paper, was that the concept that we today call an NFT was one of the core components of that kind of all working. So the atoms of Second Life, if you will, like imagine a cube, a geometric shape. The atoms of the world of which everything is built have metadata on them that you can right click on and look at, that has who created this object, who currently owns it, is it for sale? And if it is for sale to somebody else, what are the rights that they get if they buy it? And so all of that metadata, which in the language of Second Life is called copy, modify, transfer, which is kind of like NFT. Was one of the critical things that made Second Life so successful. The fact that you could attach this information to things and therefore make them ever the more interesting. I, for example, would wander around the world, and just to show off, how the thing worked, I'd like make a block or something and leave it in the world, and people would find it later once, we became famous and people knew who I was, and they'd, say, oh my gosh, I found an original, Philip Rosedale or Philip Linden, which is my name in Second Life, block, and I'm making a shrine around it, and we're going to have people visit it and stuff. So that idea of the building blocks of the world being having this metadata associated with them was definitely one of the things that made it a successful marketplace, as you said. I think the other thing is that it's not like one big online catalog. It's this huge space the size of Los Angeles. So if you're wandering around in West Hollywood, if you will, you're going to run into some kinds of stores, and if you're way over by the seashore side, you're going to run into other kinds. So similarly, Second Life is not a single website or a single listing or a single marketplace, but instead a very decentralized mass of different marketplaces.
What's interesting about that is that we have some people in our camp, Philip, that actually bought Bitcoin within Second Life. So
that's a great story.
Incredible. And so now let's hear from Peter. Peter, can you explain the distinctions between permissionless and permissioned? So I guess like private versus public blockchains, and then also speak to what are the advantages and disadvantages with each?
Yeah, so it's a pretty boring question, and the answer is also going to be pretty boring. But let me kind of like the reason why we
spice it up.
Probably,
just spice it up.
Yeah, the reason why we need to know that is it's just in case you guys starting a project or you thinking of becoming a part of a project or investing in a project, it's important to understand like what you're really joining, right? So there's this quadrant of permission, permissionless, and public private. So those are not the same thing. So public is who can read the data. Everybody can. If it's public, private, only certain entities who have access to the data can read the data. And permissionless means anybody can write into the chain, right? And permissioned, only select few can write into the chain. So it's like this quadrant, and lots of projects that come to us, for example, for whatever consultations and tokenomics design, whatever. For the most part, they're trying to kind of merge the let's be private or let's be permission, or like they don't know these terms, but in reality, they're trying to to connect the unconnectable. So in most cases, they think that if they, build a database, right, which is just an SQL database, and call that blockchain, they can raise more money, which definitely used to be the case in 2017, 18. Not like that anymore, but still, the word blockchain on the website probably adds up, to the valuation of the project, even if it has nothing to do with it. When it comes down to public, that's Bitcoin, Ethereum. Now, Bitcoin would be considered to be public permissionless because anybody can become a miner as long as you have a machine and therefore write to the ledger. And Ethereum, from that perspective, may potentially fall under public permissioned because it's public. Everybody has access to the information, Etherscan, etc. But you need, say, at this point of time, 32 ETH in order to become part of the of the proof of stake system. Then Polkadot, for example, resolves that issue, which is also to be considered potentially public permissionless because you can become a nominator for a staker. So it's a nominator proof of stake system. So you don't have to have 32 whatever dot, right? You can just have 1 dot or 0.001 dot and still be part of the essentially of the staking mechanism and therefore validation and rewarding, right? So the reason why that could be potentially important is due to the fact that like when you guys looking into projects that are interesting to you, pay attention, see how decentralized it is, see what consensus it has to make sure that the consensus vouch for further expansion in a closed manner.
I wish we could get into the structures of protocols like proof of work versus proof of stake and just kind of how that lends itself to, more access versus less access. But I thank you for just sharing some perspective there. All right, Philip, back to you. So Second Life has its own token called Linden Dollar, which has never changed in value, if I'm not mistaken. Here's the thing.
It's freely traded, yeah. So but what we've done has enabled it to stay very, very stable.
Yep. And so a lot of folks within Second Life they've set up shops, vending machines, nightclubs even. I touched upon some of the people in our camp that bought Bitcoin, in Second Life. Let me ask you this. What factors have contributed to the stability of the Linden dollar over time, despite the volatility of other digital currencies like a Bitcoin?
So unlike Bitcoin and Ethereum, which essentially have what one might call, if you're thinking like an economist, they have no monetary policy. That is to say, there's a fixed amount of coins, which is just what it is from the very beginning. And of course, that's a fascinating idea, and one that, people have done a lot with in the crypto space. But for a currency, if you're trying to create a currency that's going to remain stable, what has to happen is the amount of currency in circulation has to match the number of people that are using it, multiplied, if you will, by the productivity of each of those people. So as productivity and the number of people change in a community, the amount of money in circulation has to also change. Now, of course, as we all know, governments sometimes don't do this very well, to say the least. And so we end up with the situation where we have lots of people, advancing new ideas like crypto. But the core reality of a currency is that it has to remain stable in value. And the way that it does that is by fluctuating in supply with the number of people and the amount of productivity they have. So for example, as people, get older, maybe they become less productive. As people discover new ways to build things, which of course has happened many, many times in Second Life, they, become more productive. So all of this has to be taken into account by some kind of a system, which by the way, can be decentralized. It doesn't have to be centralized, but that system has to change how much money is in circulation over time.
I really appreciate what each of you have shared today. Gosh, we're just scratching the surface, but clearly there's a lot to unpack here. I hope that everyone who's tuning in stays in touch with Peter, Gabe, and Philip. This is an ongoing conversation, and I hope that we at least planted some seeds in your mind around how to set up a successful digital economy. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us at Crypto for the Culture. We are excited to continue to follow your journeys. And, I got to ask folks in the chat, did we not deliver when we said we were bringing titans of industry to the forefront to have meaningful conversations around what are the consumer and enterprise applications of this emerging technology? So we were going to do a giveaway, but let me see. I don't think we have time for that, but okay. So let's move on. The next panel is Financial Institutional Perspective. What is the banking industry thinking about the world of Web3, specifically blockchain technology, specifically distributed ledger technology? And we're going to hear from, another all-female panel. How exciting. I just left my all-male panel. Nice to be balanced with an all-female panel. This panel will be led by Amanda Gorbolt. Amanda serves as the Chief Revenue Officer of Compo Secure, a leader in metal payment cards, security, and authentication solutions. She is responsible for leading the company's sales, pricing, marketing, and revenue management activities. She is also focused on driving adoption of the company's revolutionary authentication and cold storage solutions. Arculus, using her 25 years of experience in the payments and security industry. Prior to joining Compo Secure, she served as Executive Vice President of the Financial Institutions Business Unit at IDEMIA, a global leader in payment cards and identity security credentials. We'll also be joined by Joyiti Panapali. Joyiti leads the innovation strategy and research portfolio within the experience and innovation team at Truist Bank. She has over 18 years of experience leading emerging technology and complex digital transformations for Fortune 500 companies across various industries, including finance, telecom, airline, energy, and food and beverage. Can we bring Amanda?
Crypto Tutors, hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep? Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, Stablecoin, we got the tips. Get ahead of the curve, time is now. Bitcoin at 40,000. What's the new cash cow? Become a tutor, make money from your knowledge. Turn the risk into wealth. We decentralized college. Enroll today before it's too late. And get the bag. The future now awaits.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors. Hey.
Excellent. Ladies, welcome to Crypto for the Culture. I read your bios before the commercial break. I hope I did you justice.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. It's hard for me to sit down. I usually have like a standing desk and I'm like forced to sit down where I am. So I'm like restrained somewhat, but I'm still bringing the energy because this is going to be an incredible conversation. So this question is actually addressed to the both of you. What sparked your initial involvement in Web3 and blockchain? Tell us a little bit about how you fell down the rabbit hole. And we can start with Amanda.
Wow. Okay. So I guess I've been dabbling for a few years. It was really just, buying a bit of crypto, buying an NFT or two, just playing around with it. And it was really more recently that I've understood that the blockchain is not just about Bitcoin or Bored Ape. There is really so much more that we can bring, in fact, to society around that. And I think about, I just bought a house. And when I bought a house, it would have been so good if all of the permits had been on blockchain, if we'd been able to exchange deeds as well, via blockchain. I'm thinking of just yesterday, seeing that the inflation in Argentina just in the month of September was something like 138%. It's 400% in Venezuela. And so we talk about, I think, the excitement for me of blockchain as being something that's really, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say good for humanity. And I just can't wait for the world to be able to harness more of its power. And I'm so excited to be part of bringing some security to Web3 within Oculus.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. But my journey into Web3 goes back into my journey from Web2. So I started my career when I started, in the workforce. I spent a decade designing and managing platforms that facilitated communication and productivity for large enterprises. So I lived through the technical limitations as well as the barriers for companies to collaborate across corporate boundaries. As the idea of decentralization came about with Bitcoin, obviously, as first at the forefront, for me, that was like a no-brainer catch on the technology landscape, because here was a technology that enabled now cross-corporate boundaries, collaboration, not just cross-corporate. Now you could do cross-country collaboration, cross-jurisdictional collaboration. So for me, the genesis of the idea, where I had started my career in collaboration, and I knew that it was barely a scratch on the surface of the concept of collaboration, the Web 3.0 was actually taking it to a completely different landscape altogether. So that's how I started my journey. It was a very organic transition. And here I am since then. I rewired my approach towards architecture, towards how thinking must be rearranged to be able to adapt to the decentralization mindset. And once I landed here, for me, it was a good blend of the past and the present, and to help now enterprises adapt to Web3 and bring transformative power.
What I really love about this panel as well is that you have representation from an actual bank, Joyiti, and you have representation from a solutions provider, and that works with banks. And so I would love to hear from you, Amanda, regarding what are the specific, well, first, what is the current, from your perspective, financial institutional sentiment regarding, regarding blockchain or distributed ledger technology? What are you seeing on the solutions provider side of the house?
Yeah, so I think there's a very big answer to that question. I'll try and keep it short, but it really depends where you are in the world. So what I would say is the problem facing the banks are the same. The financial institutions need to be providing crypto services to their customers, because what is absolutely clear is crypto is not going away, even if there are certain entities who would probably really like that to happen. It's not going away. And their customers, the financial institutions' customers, are engaging, are investing in crypto. So let me just give you an example. And this came from an Ipsos survey that was done for KPMG. And it showed that in France, 5%, no, not 5%. What am I talking about? 20%. One in five people would choose to leave their bank to move to a bank which was more crypto friendly, which gave them crypto services. So this is, a really serious survey done for KPMG, which shows that the appetite is there. So then the banks all over the world have to be able to respond to that. Now, that's where I say it's very different according to geography, because North America was biggest and best and first, but nobody's made it more difficult than North American regulators, or in fact, the lack of regulation. I mean, is crypto a security? Well, you ask the SEC, they'll say one thing. You ask Ripple, they'll say another. You ask a judge, and you just don't know what they're going to say, right? So, but it definitely makes it very difficult in the United States for financial institutions to make investments. You go across the pond and you look at Europe, and you can see that there's MiCA has given opportunities for financial institutions to invest. They know where they're putting their feet, and you can see that it's happening. You can see Revolut, for example, who's providing crypto for their customers. But you asked a question which wasn't, well, actually, let me go a bit further as well, because I talked about the US, I talked about Europe. If I talk about Asia, again, look at Singapore, where the government is really pushing crypto, and particularly CBDC. And then you go to Latin America, and it's basically what I was talking about before. It's really a groundswell from grassroots, because people need to protect themselves in a world where currency is just incredibly volatile. So I think that sort of looks at it from a crypto perspective. There is a need. There is a reticence where there isn't clarity, where there isn't regulation. And so, I think everybody is crying out for that. But you also talked about blockchain in general, not just about cryptocurrencies. And all of the big financial institutions are doing something on blockchain. I mean, whether it's Chase with Onyx, or HSBC announced yesterday, for example, that they were tokenizing gold bullion in order to be able to on the blockchain, in order to facilitate trading in gold. So they might not be mentioning the crypto word, but it's absolutely, blockchain is absolutely part of the digital strategy of, I would say, all of the major financial institutions.
I like how you made the distinction between digital currencies like crypto versus the underlying technology that is propping it up. I would love to hear blockchain that's propping it up, or for that matter, DLT. So this is a good question for Joyiti. How are banks using blockchain and or DLT? And for folks that are not familiar, if you could also make the distinction between blockchain versus distributed ledger technology, I think that will help folks kind of wrap their heads around where the financial institutions are today, but where they could be tomorrow?
Right. So the financial industry has been exploring this potential of whether it's the underlying technology, the platform protocols, or the applications or the so-called dApps we call for several years now. And they're very interesting use cases where the value and the impact are very evident. And some of the most successful use cases that you've seen at the forefront that came much earlier than the finance were, from the supply chain sector or, the pharmacy sector or the auto industry. But finance is finance as an industry slightly different, as in it's heavily regulated. That's, to begin with. And so the regulations and the guardrails that are required for us to be able to implement and put something into motion within the finance, is a much larger, at this point, I would even say a Herculean task versus any other industry, to put forth some of the solutions. And if I were to give you an example, like, very popular use cases are like obviously the cross-border payments where, we are able to transact and send payments at a fraction of a cost. And then, fintech collaborations across multiple entities, whether it is trade finance or supply chain or logistics, that is propelled by finance at its core, like payments in the trade finance and supply chain. Those are some of the use cases which have seen success way at the beginning. More recently, if you see, tokenized deposits is also becoming a very, very popular use case, wherein a deposit of, a deposit of sorts can leverage the technology to transform a traditional bank deposit into a digital asset. And what it is enabling a range of use cases, more, transaction at a much faster pace, efficiency and gains in terms of time and risk reduction. But to make the distinction, as you said, as you asked Lisa towards the end, which is like, can you make the distinction between the technology and, the application aspect of it is, see, the technology can go far beyond what it has been assessed for right now. So the applications and the use cases that have come to the forefront are just a few, right? Because this technology has the ability to create newer business models, especially in finance, where the scope and evolution for innovation is much bigger than what's anticipated to this point. The evolution of stable coins, the ability to tokenize deposits within the regulated sector, all of these are likely to propel newer business models that is likely to shift and bring about much newer business models in favor of the customer than the entity serving the product or the service.
Thank you for that. And one of the, I think, biggest challenges, and you've heard it throughout the course of the day, and why we have been advocating for civic engagement, is the lack of regulatory clarity. But a lot of that is also driven by wanting to ensure consumer protection. And so, Amanda, would love to hear from you as to how do you successfully balance security and customer engagement, that the customer is getting a positive experience, but they're able to feel comfortable and confident that they're being secured at the enterprise level. How does Arculus address that?
All right, so I think it's an interesting question as well, because we're talking about protecting people in a Web3 environment, right? But one of the things that we should not forget is that before there was a crypto bubble that burst, there was a bubble in 2008 that burst that took a lot of people's money with them, right? So we shouldn't just assume fiat good, crypto bad. That's just too much of a shortcut. And if you look at it even in terms of fraud, I think it's important to take into account the fraud in crypto since 2012 is about 30 billion. Credit card fraud in 2023 alone is 35 billion. So I think it's just really important to get a bit of perspective when we're talking about that. Now you asked about what we do at Arculus to make sure that we get that right balance between security and customer experience. And I just think it's really important to say that it is a false dichotomy to assume that security has to be painful. And I think that is where we bring something really strong to the party. Now, quite clearly, fraud is a terrible problem, and password fraud is one of the worst. And it's one of the worst because just as consumers, we're really bad at it. I mean, a lot of people just keep their passwords on an Excel spreadsheet beside their laptop. I know that sounds crazy, but they really do. And when we were told, we used to have a password and it was very simple. And then they said, "Oh, put a capital letter." So we started it with a capital letter. And then they said, "Oh, add a number." So we added a 1 at the end. And then they said, "Oh gosh, you need a special sign." So it's password with a capital P and a 1 at the end and an exclamation mark. We're that secure in our passwords. And so we need something that means that people will actually have better hygiene. But frankly, people aren't going to carry around some additional, piece of hardware, a USB key or whatever, because people have tried that. And I know some financial institutions who are using FIDO, which I think is great, and we'll talk about that, to secure their customers. But their customers won't use the tools that they're given. And I think that's where we bring something, in terms of security and in terms of ease of use, because, what we provide at Arculus is an opportunity for our customers to be able to tap to log in, tap to authenticate. So what do I mean? Instead of putting my password in, I've got my phone, I tap my banking card to my phone and I'm into my applet. So I've tapped to, it's passwordless authentication to get in, all based on FIDO2 technology, which is the gold standard in authentication. But it's not just for login. It's also, I want to send you $5. Who cares? I want to send you $50,000. Well, I think we both care. And so then I will tap again to be able to authenticate and sign that transaction. It's a digital signature. But, for me, as just a normal user, well, I tap when I pay with this card, my banking card, and I tap when I authenticate that transaction. Or, I'm probably a bit of an unusual user in that I travel an awful lot. So my bank will quite often reject my transaction. And I find that really annoying. And so I'm going to get out another card, which isn't going to make my bank very happy either. But what they could do is just send me a push notification, said, "Amanda, is this you?" And I can say, "Yep, it's me." And the bank doesn't lose the transaction and they don't get a really angry customer. I'll also get a call from a call center and they want to know what my mother's maiden name was and where I was born and what my first pet was. And no, just ask me to tap my card and you're in, and it's a digital signature and, everybody's safe. So I think what we are able to do is really help our financial institutions to give a better experience in terms of security to their customers and, and also actually increase their top line, because when they're not refusing transactions, those are transactions that, they are going to gain for themselves as well.
I love how you mentioned how security doesn't mean, complexity. It does not have to be an either or scenario. And matter of fact, if we really want to, accelerate adoption, ease of use is mission critical. So Joyiti, throughout the course of the day, we've spoken a lot about interoperability, and I would just love to hear your perspective as to the role that interoperability can play in driving adoption within the banking industry. Also, you may want to touch upon the consortium's idea. I think that would be a very powerful insight to share with the audience.
Right. Well, interoperability is the key driver for this technology, period, not just for banking industry, but across the board. And it's paramount that we recognize the significance for increased adoption of the technology itself. Now, if I were to dive into the pivotal role of what this means is, as industries evaluated the potential of the technology, and as we were peeling through the layers of the challenges of what does it take for us to be able to collaborate on this platform and have multiple companies that could be competitors of each other, or that could be in the same sector but need to transact because they're part of a supply chain, whether it is upstream partners, downstream partners, competitors on a single network. The first challenge that came about for as we were identifying use cases and opportunities and developing POCs, MVPs, this was like early in the last decade that I'm talking about, is that at first we figured, how do we govern this? How do we get competitors to compete on a single digital platform, even agree to it? But then the next technological challenge that we came about was interoperability, because every company is on a different cloud platform. Every company has a different architecture and a different network and a different operating system. And it's the differences in how we are embedded into our own systems is so different. So now then became the biggest challenge for adoption is interoperability, which is what drives me. The original question is why, how big is it? And I think it's one of the biggest drivers for enabling a multi-platform, multi-technology, multi-vendor, multi-company collaboration. And if I were to now dive into some of the consortiums, we've seen successes and failures. I think we've come far along now to look back and say, where have we succeeded in a consortium model, industry specific, technology specific? Again, one of the distinctions that gets missed making is consortiums are twofold. There is a business consortium where the industry participants come together to define standards and operations and governance and so on. But there are also technology consortiums which are actually coming together because they're seeing these gaps in the technology, especially with respect to interoperability and transaction security and fraud, so on. More recently, if you see within the financial sector, I'll speak to more banking and financial, is like the Regulated Liabilities Network very successfully completed a pilot in US. In Europe, as Amanda mentioned, across the board, Pond Finality has found immense success collaborating with the Central Bank of Europe and 10 other banks within the Europe jurisdiction and Asia as well, some of the Asian participants. But the potential benefits, the transformative benefits of the technology will actually unfold in a consortium mode. And that's beginning to be noticed in the industry. We haven't quite come down to the consumer level, but at an enterprise level, we are beginning to see some success in these models.
It's very encouraging to hear that there is a willingness, at least, to consider, playing nice in the sandbox, so to speak, with this kind of coopetition,
Yeah.
coopetition kind of thought process. As we wrap this panel, and I thank each of you for sharing your perspectives. Amanda, I'd love to close with you. What are some of the incentives that exist from your perspective, to encourage greater participation from banks? And how is Arculus actively facilitating?
Right. So I think, when we talk about 35 billion fraud in 1 year, I think that's a big incentive to do something about it. And I think, the fact that what I was saying before, Arculus can really be helpful in taking away this notion that security and simplicity don't go together. They absolutely can go together. Now, what I think also I've noticed as I'm discussing this is, I have people within the banks who are really interested in security. And then I have others who really don't care. I'm sorry to say this, but it's true. They just really don't care. But what they do care about is their customer experience. And I think, again, that's something you talked about, an incentive to get sometimes my customers on board with the idea that they need to be providing this additional security is also to say you are providing a better experience for your customer, and you can also do customer engagement through this. And that goes down the route when I'm talking about, security and FIDO authentication. But, at Oculus, we also provide a cold wallet. We provide a wallet, a white labeled wallet as well, that our customers can use. They can use their own wallet, and they can use then our card as the for cold storage. But they can also, have their own environment and use our back end to be able to provide a digital wallet. So in both of these scenarios, there is a really high level of security. There is the signature of transactions, but there's some fun, and fun is really important when you can bring fun in with security too. So what am I thinking of? I'm thinking that an exchange can send a push notification and say, tap your card to your phone and you can win an NFT. Or, you're in a banking environment, you're really trying to encourage your customers to be using the app. And again, push notification to win, I don't know, tickets to a concert or whatever it is, because a lot of financial institutions do provide sort of prizes, do provide ways of, trying to engage their customers. So I think when you can marry this engagement, customer engagement, and a high level of security, you're giving our customers a really good incentive to be adopting this technology.
I really appreciate and applaud the both of you. You are pioneers, you are trailblazers, and we are happy and delighted to have been able to share or provide a platform for you to share your thoughts in relation to how the financial institutions are considering playing in this space, are playing in this space, and how we can ensure that they're being secure in however they maneuver this digital landscape. Thank you, Joyiti. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Super happy that we were able to hear from, female titans of industry. This is Crypto for the Culture after all. And also, this is the perfect transition to our fourth all-female panel, Success Stories, moderated by Michelle Musso. I'm gonna rock my Polygon hat right quick because, we're doing some giveaways. So I wanna make sure that the audience is activated. I wanna make sure that you are typing in the chat, you are posting on social media, you're tagging Crypto Tutors, what you learned. You wanna get some swag, you know what I'm saying? We got what you need. But the Success panel will be moderated by Michelle Musso, our friend at Crypto Tutors. Michelle is CoinDesk's senior producer and podcast editor. She brings over a decade of experience in TV and radio broadcasting journalism, with a background as a radio DJ, TV sports newscaster, presenter, production director, and writer. Michelle is also known for fostering strong relationships, which I can attest to, team building, and aiding others in overcoming hurdles in pursuit of their success. But first, a commercial break. Oh, I'm back. All right, I got my Polygon hat. All right. So, Michelle, where you at? There you are.
I'm here.
Huh. We got our we did a Women in Web3 cocktail hour in New York City back in September, and it's so dope to see Kim and Michelle met Desiree at A16Z CLF Summit, and Umaima came unbelievably with the highest recommendations from the good friends that we have at MasterCard. So I'm going to disappear. I'm going to let you ladies do what you do. But how awesome is it? Look at all these female boss ladies. It's giving.
It's giving.
This is awesome.
She's gone. All right. Hi,
All right.
Kim. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you again.
Nice to see you. And Desiree. It's
Hi,
great
Michelle,
here.
Kim.
Crypto for the culture. You gotta
Yes.
love Crypto Tutor girls. They are fantastic. So happy to be here. I guess we'll just dive in. I'll just introduce you all and we'll get started. I have some great questions I can't wait to ask all three of you and get to know you better on here. So Kim, we'll start with you, Kim. Dive right into that. Kim Dupuis. Did I say your last name right always? I put a little French.
No, it's actually Dupuis, though it should be Dupuis, but that's a different.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, go into ancestry, but don't worry, nobody gets it right.
Okay, it happens. Well, Kim is a chief of staff at Polygon Labs, supporting the Polygon Zero team, and is on the leadership team of the Web3 Chief of Staff Network. Previously, Kim gained broad-based experience in marketing, human resources, recruiting, and strategic advisory in the financial services and technology industries. She has been committed to providing opportunities and programs for unrepresented communities in her prior roles and plans to continue this work in Web3. We also have with us Omaima Toluka. Hello, Omaima. How are you?
I'm great.
Omaima is a technology enthusiast and builder, public speaker, coach, inclusion, and social impact advocate. Her purpose is rooted in empowering diverse communities to imagine new possibilities for themselves, helping teams and startups to strategize their growth and build products at scale. That's fantastic. And Desiree, I'm going to do the same thing to your last name, Lascessaire.
Okay, so mine is French. So I did get the little French twist. It's Lascessaire.
Lascessaire. Okay.
No one ever gets it right also, so no worries.
Beautiful. Desiree is established as a successful, innovative business mind through her 15 plus years in new business strategy, development, and strategic partnerships. Her talents have led her to focus in the sports and entertainment industry, developing and growing the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Los Angeles Lakers, and most recently, Magic Johnson Enterprises. This is very interesting. Expanding the company's portfolio into tech, joint venture, and partnerships. Welcome, ladies. I'm so excited to get started today. I want to dive in, since this is all about success stories. I have three main questions that we can just go through and start with you, Kim, that I like to touch on, being all women in this space, is basically we all look at things when we're trying to grow in our communities, in our culture, and in our businesses, and we measure. Sometimes we look at other people, and we kind of would go from them to compare ourselves. Where are we at? Sometimes that can be a great opportunity for us to be able to reflect on what we can learn from someone else, what we can take that's good with us to propel our own careers forward. And sometimes it may not be so good to do that. So when it comes to success, what is success to you, Kim, and how do you measure it?
Oh, that's
a
really
today.
Starting off strong. I actually think that success is sort of like a moving target, right? It's what I would define as success today is probably far different than what I would have at the beginning of my career. And I assume what's very different than what I will at the end of my career. But today, the way I define success is really, do I go to bed happy, kind of? You know what I mean? Do I look back at the day that I had, the week that I had, the month that I had, and think, I really did some really good work. I helped the people I needed to help. I learned from the things that I needed to learn from. I'm not really a person that puts, although my job should suggest differently, I'm not really a person that has, had the 5-year plan, the 10-year plan, the 20-year plan. I kind of more go with the flow. So I sort of approach success in that way too. And have I done the absolute best job that I can do? And where I haven't, have I learned what I needed to learn? And I say that's different than what it was at the beginning of my career, because it was probably far more rigid. But I think at this midpoint in my career, I'm far more interested in the giving back part as opposed to the taking part.
That's true. And that's a very interesting perspective. Desiree, how about you?
I definitely agree with what you said, Kim. Same. I think that measuring my success personally is understanding now that success is a journey and not a destination. I think at the beginning of my career, I was very, very goal oriented, and I still am, but I was just so focused on like hitting those targets. And if I didn't hit my goals in the time that I allotted for myself to do so, I didn't feel as though I was successful. And just through the various, through my career journey, I learned that I have been successful, even though I didn't maintain it in that time frame that I wanted to achieve things at. I still hit small targets, and we have to allow ourselves those small victories in order to get to the larger victory. And so that's one thing that I had to start doing for myself, is just acknowledging my small victories, acknowledging that I'm hitting my small milestones, and I am ultimately on the journey to achieve the larger goal. And to Kim's point, it's just at the end of the day, I just reflect back on what did I accomplish today? What can I accomplish tomorrow? And what items can I check off of my to-do list to continue on to that journey of like my ultimate goal? And so that's ultimately where I land for just making sure that every day at some point is successful.
Yeah, getting through each day, right?
Each day, you got to take it a day at a time sometimes.
Just today, Michelle, just today.
Right.
Let's focus on just today.
Right.
Those small moments do add up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maima, how about you?
I'll definitely double down on what Desiree and Kim said in terms of the move-in definition of success along the career. I think at this point, I've learned that there are two components for me in how I define success. One is being responsible and accountable on how I go by my potential and like why I've been brought up here and having my purpose and trying to meet it as best as I can, growing, always looking for opportunities to grow and to just be better. The second component has been tied to people, meaning that if I have impacted someone positively in their life, that starts from one person going into the technologies that I work on, even if it's at a big scale, at the end of the day, it really impacts the one person. And so going back to what Kim said, if I go to bed and be like, this a little bit more dramatic than that, if this is the last day of my life, am I happy with it? Am I at peace with it? Then yes, absolutely. That I hit the success at the small level of the day.
It's a good measure. This kind of feeds into that too as well, like to even reach those goals every day, that even support yourself and be successful, however we measure it. There's always some kind of cocktail. For everybody, it's a little different. But we can start with you, Kim. Again, we'll go back around. You're first on my list today. She's like, oh no. What is the dominant force that's in your life that maybe inspires you or pushes you forward to the next level, or a power technique that aids you maybe every day so you can be successful?
I think going back to kind of what we've been saying is, I think over the course of my career, I've sort of reassessed some of the priorities. I think that at the beginning of my career, it was very, self-serving and ambitious, and not to say that that's not where I'm at now. I think that I've sort of shifted my focus a little bit on how can I help other people, and that's both professionally and in my personal life. So I would say that, a driving force for me is being able to do work that I feel good about, do work that I feel helps people in my my professional life, but then also allows me, some financial freedom, some time freedom, a good work-life balance, so that I could also do things in my personal life that are important to me, some activism work, some work with marginalized communities, some work with, animal shelters, those sorts of things, those things that I'm passionate about. So at this point in my career, those are sort of my motivating factors, as opposed to where it used to be climbing a corporate ladder. Now it's more how have my priorities have shifted as I've realized what's important to me and in my life. And it was less attaining some shiny title and more about the impact that I have in the outside world.
Yeah, it really does do with growth and journey where you are in life, your placement of it. Do you ever find, here's a little sub question, do you ever find how do you obtain, is there really a thing for balance? A lot of women, we want to know, since we're all women here, is there a true thing? Is balance real? It's just like juggling different positions, shuffling it around. Desiree's laughing too.
I mean, I think we try to attain the best balance as we can. One of the things that I found so interesting about Web3 in particular is that I've mostly before this only worked in US-based companies. And our culture is so different professionally than a lot of other places globally. And so working with a fully remote global team at Polygon, I've really sort of come to learn and appreciate and learn from some of our folks that live in countries around the world where it's not such a grind mentality. It's a really, putting pride into your work and doing really, really good work, but also really knowing when to like sort of set those boundaries and shut it off and go spend time with your family and your loved ones and your friends and your dog and your children and your whatever. So that's actually been a really great part of working in Web3 is sort of being able to see, hey, it is possible to really do a good job and work hard and put in your time, but then also say, hey, I stop work at this time. And that's okay. And you still come back to work the next day and you start it all over again.
Yeah, that's very good. Desiree, what is your dominant force that inspires you or your technique?
So my dominant force is definitely my kids. I was a teen mom. So I have 2 sons, and they've always just been the driving force behind all of my decisions, my life decisions and my career decisions, just really making sure that I not only established a strong career for myself, but that, I'm able to provide a good life for them and opportunities and resources for them. I'm a nurturer by spirit and by heart, probably also because I am a mother. But I also am very big on leaving people better than I met them. And I apply that in not only my personal life, but also in my business life. And so, driving impact and being resourceful and really just paying it forward in the capacities that I'm able to is really my driving force. And so with that, I like to say that, one of my strongest suits, especially in a workforce environment, is adaptability. Especially as we're talking about adapting to the evolving technology in the space of Web3 space, just being able to adjust and adapt into the growing space of business and tech and being able to apply that not only to business, but to our personal lives. And so just to bring it all home, I really pride myself on learning as much as I can, being able to pour that knowledge into my network, into my community, and also into my children.
Wow. That's why you laughed about balance.
Very old, yeah, to answer, sorry, my light cut off. But just to touch on balance really quick, people ask me that all the time, like, is there a work-life balance? For me, I just feel like the hard answer is no. And it just goes back to being able to adjust and adapt. I mean, you have your slower weeks, you have your busier weeks, you have the weeks that you travel, you have the times where the project is, or, the client is taking so much of your time and it's very demanding time, and you have to pour yourself into your work. And then to Kim's point, you have to really set those boundaries on when to cut it off. I always say when I get home, I'm clocking into my second job and I owe my family my dedicated time and attention. So I always make sure that when I enter the door, I do take off my work hat and I put on my second job, which is really my first job because family is priority. But I do make sure that I carve out dedicated time and attention for my family, for my kids. And then if at night I have to turn back on and dive back into work, then I do so.
Oh, Maima, how about
So
you?
beautifully said.
Yes, beautiful.
If I had to pick like a driving force that has been kind of carrying me on, I think it's coming from a background, especially if I have to apply it to tech, for example, and all the initiatives that I get involved in. Coming from a background where there hasn't been so much awareness and inclusivity and kind of just not necessarily representation of what it looks like. It's starting from the challenges that I myself went through and my desire for people to imagine new possibilities similar to how I did, with not much representation.
Mhm.
And going at that from an empathetic perspective, that I can't have all the lived experience of other people, but I do understand that not everybody goes through the same lived experience, same assumptions, same upbringing, and adapting to that in the message that I try to carry and breathe and believe into people, opportunities, talents, and guiding them through achieving their potential and where they want to get in their lives, and make an impact and driving change, whether we talk about technology, whether we talk about personal development. And so it really comes from that piece where I know how that feels. I've been there. I've struggled with it. I figured it out. And so with the potential of human in general, mind and body, I try to make it easier for someone else out there to propel them and close that gap into having this global representation that we're trying to make, not just in technology, Web3, etc., where it's really important to focus on that, but just in general, because that will just bubble down to any other area.
Wow, we were running, I'm just notified we're running closer to time. So I want to get something in here really fast. I could talk to you for an hour, all three of you, really break down some things of how you got here in your careers, what it takes to get to that level of success that you have achieved in your life individually and on your journey. But real quick, just to break it down for everyone, maybe tie it into, why Web3 for each one of you? I know Maima, you can start. And what is Web3 to you? And as a woman, why did you jump into Web3? Why did you spread your wings into that area? And where do you think we're going? We have a few minutes on that. So go ahead.
Sure, of course. I'm going to try to tie it very quickly into the points that I just mentioned about what drives me. So basically, I ventured into Web3 out of this blend of curiosity and a desire to be at the forefront of the technological innovation. So when I think about the decentralized ethos of Web3, it resonates from both the passion for people empowerment and inclusivity at the core of the technology that we're building, because at the end of the day, as my journey has been impacted with this lack of diversity and awareness, and I'm in the middle of it, I consider myself as part of the solution to bridge that gap and empower more individuals, teams, institutions, systems that we build, that we establish, to start fundamentally plan and incorporate that diversity of thoughts, perspectives, as we're thinking of as for building the infrastructure in the space. And so it's not yet just another technology or a radical transition from Web 2 to Web 3, but it's really about how can we think about ownership, community, collaboration, for example, how it impacts different communities around the world, remote communities in DeFi solutions, for example. So to sum it up, my journey into Web3 was almost like a natural progression in my career in tech, leveraging cutting edge technology, creating impact, driving change. And I just hope this can resonate with more people to just jump in and take a breath at it and try it out, figure it out. I'm sure at any point of your career, if you have figured out so far for where you get, it's something that's very in a baby state. There's a lot of resources out there, and you can figure it out as well and be part of the evolution of it.
Mm-hmm.
Desiree?
Nice. I will be very quick because I know we are running up against time here. But I have to credit my venture into the Web3 space to Magic Johnson himself. He piqued interest into the space and that is ultimately how I landed in there. I'm like, let me take a deep dive into Web3 and see what this is about and find organic ways to integrate our brand as a Web2 based company. And that's how I entered the space. And then, you know, to Yamama's point, it's just you get in and there's just so many opportunities, so much possibility. And I just continue to explore, learn, educate myself on the different technologies in the space and how we as a community service-based company can integrate, you know, again, organically into that space and unlock so many possibilities. And here I am, and, you know, here to stay and here to continue to grow as the space evolves. So.
And what Magic Johnson, his company, he thought to do
Isn't
that.
that crazy? It's not crazy because he's a pioneer and a trailblazer.
Correct. Yeah.
And so it just, it makes sense for him. He's always thinking of ways to, you know, to grow his enterprise and thinking of ways to also, there's a huge community component affiliated with Web3. And again, he is a catalyst of the community. So it makes sense, you know, that this was pique his interest, and he always keeps his pulse on economics and what's happening in the world. So initially when he brought it to me, I was like, what, Web3? But if you think about who he is and what his brand stands for, then it makes sense. So.
And Kim, for you?
So a couple of points that both Desiree and Umaima said really resonated with me, but how I got into Web3 was completely by accident. I had worked at a tech startup before, but directly before Polygon, I had worked for a law firm for about 5.5 years. And I actually left the law firm without having another landing spot, just because, you know, it's a grind working in a really corporate environment like that. And I really wanted to be really intentional about finding sort of my next spot. And it had a lot to do with culture and working with passionate people. And it was about the same time as like the big NFT boom was sort of happening in, you know, late 2021, I guess, early 2022. So I thought, you know, maybe let me learn about this since I have time, and, you know, I'm taking a couple months off. And then from there, I sort of stumbled upon the job posting for Polygon. And it's actually turned out to be probably one of the best decisions that I've ever made. And I always say that I'm not sure that I would have taken the risk into, you know, sort of an unknown startup sort of feel, the crypto space, had I had sort of like a safe job at the time. But because I was sort of more open to, you know, looking for a good culture and a good environment and good people, it really sort of opened my eyes, and learning about Web3. Now I can, you know, say a lot of the same things that Umaima said, which is, you know, I really want to be part of something that's providing autonomy and, you know, decentralized systems and solutions to people who can really need it. And Polygon, in fact, has, if I'm not sure if anybody's aware, but Polygon, one of our executives, Rebecca Rettig, has worked on a project called, I forget what it's called now, actually, but has worked on a project that collects a lot of these success stories, actually, from a lot of them happen in Africa and other places, but really sort of gathering together all of these great use cases that people don't even think about, because I think a lot of the general public thinks of, oh, NFTs and that sort of thing, but they don't really think about how Web3 and crypto can have a really, really deep impact on our society and our financial and economic systems moving forward.
That's fascinating and fantastic. I just want to ask you one more question, Kim, because Polygon is fully remote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right now, it's fully remote. So can you mention something about culture for Polygon? Because you know that you try to create a culture or keep a culture. How do you do that? And why would it be so important for you to try and maintain that in the Web3?
Yeah. So Polygon, we have about 350 or 400 employees right now. And as you said, we are fully remote and we're global. So we have people all over the world. And we have a lot of younger professionals, earlier stage in their career, and a lot of people who are really, really passionate about the space, which is great. And so we have this base of this really great group of people who really believe in what we're doing, who really believe in what they're doing, who really think that, we're embarking on changing the world, which, I always think that people have to love what they're doing for there to be a really good culture. But, it provides challenges in that there's not this sort of physical water cooler for people to go to and ask people, how are you doing? How was your Halloween? How are your kids? How's your mom? How's whatever, what's going on in your life. So we try really hard to create virtual spaces for people to do that. But at the end of the day, there's a bonding that happens in person that you just can't really replicate. So 2023 being what it's been, we haven't had a ton of opportunities to do that. We've had some sort of small team-based offsites, but moving into 2024, we are looking to get our whole company together to do an offsite. We're implementing a conference attendance program where everybody in our company, so that's from the engineers, the cryptographers, to the person that's paying the bills in finance and all of our executive assistants will get to pick a conference to go to. And that's partially for everybody to learn about and be immersed in the community, but also to see how Polygon presents at conferences and to see how, the business development team interacts and to see how the marketing team handles the booth and to really sort of create this camaraderie that I do think is probably one of the challenges of Web3 being so sort of remote based and global. So I'm actually really looking forward to that and looking forward to helping our employees really come together as a community, because as I can't remember if it was Desiree or Mima mentioned the community aspect of Web3. It's so important. So it's so important to start that at the company level too, I think.
I would agree. Well, I want to thank you all very much. Like I said, are cutting our time short? I'd love to continue this conversation, but this has been really a great opportunity. I want to thank the Crypto Tutors for powering crypto for the culture. Thank you so much, Omaima, Desiree, and Kim. You all have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you next year on this. So next up is Bitcoin's role in the ESG imperative, but first, a commercial break.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
So we are starting off this panel, which is going to be about Bitcoin's role in the ESG imperative. My name is Natalie Brunel. I'm the host of the Coin Stories podcast, which focuses on Bitcoin and the state of the global economy. And I'm a former mainstream journalist who turned my focus completely on this space. So I want to introduce the panel here because we've got some great folks that are going to be speaking about this subject. We have Greg Janega, a digital asset specialist with KPMG, who has 15 years of experience in technology operations in the electric utility industry, and he's a longtime Bitcoiner. I also want to introduce Brian Consalvo, a technology risk principal with KPMG, also a longtime Bitcoiner who co-authored fantastic research that KPMG put out, themes we will draw upon on today's panel. And then Jamie Leverton, she is the CEO at Hut 8 Mining. She joined Hut 8 in 2020, and her prior experience includes structured data centers, Ego, Pier 1, National Bank, BlackBerry, Bell Canada, and IBM Canada. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining me. First of all, for all those listening, ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. And these are three categories that are frequently used to measure the sustainability and societal impact of any particular entity. So it's important that we move forward and we're constantly thinking about the impacts of everything from environmental issues to social inequality, as well as the need for ethical governance in companies. So that's really what we're going to be talking about in this panel. So I want to start off with Brian, because a couple months ago, as I mentioned, KPMG put out a piece of thought leadership about Bitcoin's role in this imperative, and you were very instrumental in putting that report together. I thought it was absolutely amazing. I've actually used it in some of my Bitcoin seminars, and you go through so many of the different aspects of why Bitcoin is actually good for the environment, why it's good for social progress, as well as for ethical forms of government. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what inspired this work, and for folks that aren't familiar with it, what it's really about.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie. So oddly enough, I've been getting that question quite a bit lately. I guess a little bit of background. So I lead one of our emerging tech center of excellences at KPMG. I'd say for the past few years, we've focused quite a bit on digital assets, just given their increased adoption and demand in the marketplace. Earlier this year, probably back in, I'd say, March or so, is when I came up with the idea to write this paper. I already had a lot of really good examples of how Bitcoin is having what I think is a really positive impact on each of the ESG objectives you just went through. Also, after seeing a number of mainstream news outlets put out what I would consider just to be very misleading, oftentimes just flat out inaccurate information about Bitcoin, I thought it'd be good to kind of showcase all of its benefits. But in addition to that, I still think there are just so many misconceptions about Bitcoin. There's really just a lack of understanding of what it solves for, how it works, etc. So my hope in doing the paper was really kind of to dispel some of those myths that kind of surprisingly, still exist today. I think the biggest of which is probably Bitcoin's energy consumption. I think a lot of the critics obviously will, point to the fact that it's harming the environment. They'll make comparisons about using the same amount of energy as small countries. And in doing the paper, what I actually found is that Bitcoin mining actually uses the same amount of energy as tumble dryers. And you don't see tumble dryers ever get attacked for their energy consumption. I think people could easily hang their clothes up to dry, but the reality is people, myself included, just prefer the conveniences that they offer. Never mind the fact that the actual Scope 2 emissions of tumble dryers, and what Scope 2 emissions are, they represent the emissions used by the actual power used to create that electricity. That far exceeds those of the Bitcoin network. And I think that's the result of the fact that so many Bitcoin miners use such a large mix of renewable energy sources. I'm sure Jamie will get into that a bit here shortly. But what I really kind of came to the conclusion about is the fact that people attack Bitcoin because I don't think they really see a use for it. And, in a way, I think that's completely fair. But my goal in writing the paper wasn't really to convince you of anything related to Bitcoin, but just to lay out the facts. And I think what I really think is the fact that it's such a slippery slope to play judge and jury over what is and what is not a valuable use of electricity that people pay for. And I think that's one of the big challenges that we have in this space. So really, I just wanted to kind of lay out all those facts, present specific examples, both in the energy, social, and governance sections, and kind of go from there. So that's a little bit of background on what ultimately sparked me to do it.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't really understand Bitcoin's use case because so many people are not familiar with really how our financial system works and the problems underlying it. So they can't really appreciate how Bitcoin solves some of those issues. But digging in a little bit further, while I think Jamie is having some technical issues, let's talk a little bit about the social and governance, because we hit on the environmental. And I loved, by the way, that chart that you shared in the KPMG report, which showed the bubbles, right? Not just washing machines, but even like tourism. I mean, there are so many other industries and things that emit so much more than Bitcoin, and yet people's misconceptions are probably from all the fear, uncertainty, doubt in the mainstream headlines that hopefully will be changing. But what about the social and governance aspects?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with governance. I think that's probably the easiest one. I think just given the distributed nature of the Bitcoin network, I think governance is kind of inherently built into the protocol. Which protocol is obviously open source and available for everyone to see. So there's really no way to obfuscate how it works. There's no individual or group of people who can abuse it for their own good. And what that means really is that someone can't make a change on their own, or they'd essentially be operating under an entirely different protocol. And I think many of you probably know that's called a hard fork. And I think having that all governed by automation is what really builds the governance into it. If I kind of look at the social piece, I think that's one that, I found to be far more interesting in doing the paper. And there were a number of different use cases that I just found to be extremely fascinating, ones that I hadn't even thought about, prior to doing the paper. And I think the most recent and relevant example of this was the fundraising done in Ukraine, and what they were able to do at the start of the Russian invasion. They were able to raise, I think it was nearly $70 million in just 2 days. Had these funds gone through the existing financial system, that could have taken weeks, and that was ultimately recognized by a pretty high-ranking government official who basically classified crypto as a lifeline for them at that a time of despair. I'll quickly contrast that with the fundraising that Hamas allegedly carried out and was recently highlighted in a Wall Street Journal article. But that was quickly refuted by an on-chain analytics company called Elliptic, who was their source of information. I think what that ultimately showed is, blockchains can be a very efficient way to transact across borders, but what it doesn't provide a good use for is to hide funds that you're trying to send from one place to the next. The other example that I was pretty blown away with, and this kind of touches on the energy side of things too, but was the use in Bitcoin miners in sub-Saharan Africa, where they have hundreds of millions of people that live without electricity. And I think that's probably something that it's pretty difficult for us in the United States to really fathom. But there, for the select people that do have electricity there, they're using these things called microgrids, and these things run off of local energy sources like wind, solar, and hydro. But the economics of these projects just really are not very cost effective. They're ultimately subsidized up front, and then once they get going, they're just the economics of it ultimately just don't make sense. And I think what Bitcoin miners have been able to do, and there's a company called Gridless that I think is at the forefront of this, is they're able to co-locate with these microgrids and helps them monetize some of the stranded energy that in turn has helped reduce the cost of electricity, because the cost of electricity to some of these places in sub-Saharan Africa is astronomical. So I think you're going to see some of these projects continue to become more popular. I think they'll continue to incentivize the build out of additional microgrids in some of these kind of remote parts of the world.
Well, Brian, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's a perfect segue to Greg, who has this electric utility expertise. Greg, what advantages do you see with Bitcoin miners and utilities working together to promote grid stability and efficiency, and also promoting carbon-free energy? Because that's also what this report really focused on.
Yeah, Natalie, excellent question. So I really like the analogy of Bitcoin miners being referred to as money batteries. This innovation of being a money battery has many different capabilities, but I want to briefly highlight three use cases relevant to your question there. So enhanced grid reliability, more stable energy prices, and promoting the expansion of renewable generation. So in terms of enhancing grid stability, it's important to know that the amount of electricity generated on the grid must at all times closely match the amount of electricity that's presently consumed. And while it's easy to turn the dial on energy production in gas, coal, and hydro plants, that mechanism isn't really there for many renewables and nuclear power. We can't control how the sun shines or how the wind blows, and nuclear fission reactions have their own set of complexities. But Bitcoin miners allow for a place for excess and stranded energy to flow when it's not actively being consumed by other resources. On the other hand, when there's not enough energy on the grid to meet all the current demands, then Bitcoin miners can easily shut down, whereas most homes and businesses are not willing to turn off their power. This concept of being paid to curtail your power usage during times of high demand is called demand response. And it's a concept that's been around for many years that many businesses utilize, and it helps reduce volatility in energy prices. So what happens is during times of extreme and off-seasonal temperatures and/or unexpected outages of generation or transmission assets, the short-term price of power can rise exponentially in a matter of hours or minutes. It becomes way more economical for utilities to instead pay willing businesses, such as Bitcoin miners, a fee to temporarily curtail their energy usage than to pass on those massive cost increases to home and business owners. And the last item I want to cover there is the fact that Bitcoin miners also help promote the expansion of renewable generation in areas that are already well covered by generation resources. They do this by providing a stopgap measure to create revenue with these renewable assets while we either wait for demand to increase from homes and businesses in that area, or we wait for local legacy plants to be decommissioned when they reach end of life. So these are just a few of the examples of the innovation that Bitcoin mining brings to the electric grid. And we're seeing many success stories already right here in the United States.
Yeah, I think it's been really inspiring to see that, because there was this original pushback saying Bitcoin uses too much energy and it uses too many fossil fuels. But yet, when you really dig deeper, it's actually incentivizing the build out of all of these renewable facilities. It's harnessing renewable energy around the world in the form of hydropower, even potentially volcanoes in El Salvador. So it's really promising in the sense that these miners are location agnostic, and they can direct energy to a certain location to be built out for infrastructure, right? And then actually converting that energy into ethical money, which I love as well. Let's touch a little bit more on the ethics component, as I think Jamie is just figuring out a little bit of the sound here. I would love to ask her questions, because Hut 8 has also been working on a lot of ESG reports and initiatives here. But along the lines of ethics, I have kind of an interesting question for you both. The idea that we have ethical money. Right now, our money, if you think about the fact that we have inflation dilutes the supply of everyone's money. No one has a say in that. And so every year your money is worth less and the purchasing power decreases. It is a form of theft, a lot of people feel, and that is not ethical. Whereas Bitcoin offers the opportunity where you have a financial system that no one can control, no one can manipulate, no one can inflate. So how important is ethics, not only within the Bitcoin network, but also within the imperatives that companies like yours are trying to achieve? Either of you can take this.
Oh, I thought Jamie was going to be taking that. The one thing I was going to say, just as we give Jamie another chance to get on, is, so Natalie, you've already hit on so many different topics as it relates to Bitcoin. We've talked about demand response, ancillary services, grids. We haven't even got into actually how mining works. You've talked about money and how money is actually structured to a degree. I think when I look at where there's a massive just kind of knowledge gap and people that understand Bitcoin, I think one of the biggest challenges that we have is you have to become like kind of a quasi expert in all of those topics, which is just so very difficult to do. And I think that's one of the biggest hurdles we have with both adoption and mainstream use is people just don't have the time. I mean, I know when I think back to when I first started getting into this space, like I spent so much time reading articles, listening to podcasts. Like you really have to become like this multi-disciplined expert to really understand the value that it brings. I'll pause there. It looks like we got Jamie back.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Jamie, that it's been tough to get you signed on, but we really want to get to you because I know you've been doing so much with Hut 8. Hut 8 also put out an ESG report like KPMG, and there are a lot of initiatives and objectives there. So why don't you go ahead and fill us in?
Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry for my audio problems, but great to see you, Nat. And really, I just wanted to start by thanking KPMG. You have actually started to make my job so much easier. So thank you. Yeah, Hut 8, we put out an annual report 2 years now. So we were the first public company in our space to create an ESG report, which really set out specific targets for us on the E, the S, and the G, and then hold ourselves accountable by publishing a report each year that really tracks the progress that we've made against each of the measures.
I know we have only a limited amount of time left, so let's talk a little bit about diversity. How are KPMG and Hut 8 addressing diversity within their companies?
Yeah, I can go first. So KPMG's DE&I aspirations build on the foundation of our values and culture. We've set ambitious goals to significantly increase representation from underrepresented groups in our clients, our suppliers, our firm-wide leadership roles, and more. We've made very promising progress in the last few years in this front with no plans of slowing down. We also host multiple intern programs and conferences on an annual basis that strongly emphasize promoting our DE&I values. So if anyone's curious about more of our statistics and goals surrounding DE&I really encourage folks to check out the impact plan on our external website.
And yeah, I mean, you can read our full report, which is obviously on our website as well. We're very proud to have 43% of our executive management roles held by women. We've got 40% of our board roles held by women, and we've got 40% of our board seats held by BIPOC individuals. So again, it's something we take very, very seriously and set a high standard for in the industry. I think it won't be a surprise to anyone to know that this is a very male-dominated field, tech in general, and crypto even more so. So really, companies need to work a little bit harder to find individuals that really give you the diversity of perspective that's so important.
Well, and I have to give you a big shout out, Jamie, because that's one of my passions as well, is to get more women in the space. You've supported some of the women's events that I've been trying to put on just to bring in a place of inclusivity, make people feel like they're welcome and they see themselves represented. And so let me ask you something. I know that one of your big passions is education, getting the education out there for everyone, old, young, men, women, everyone from every background. So what's your advice on expanding? I mean, for the folks listening, some people maybe work in crypto, some maybe outside, but how can they expand their roles in education within the digital asset ecosystem?
Yeah, I think it's really incumbent on all of us that work in the space to do that work and make it a priority. I'm always happy to guest lecture. I've done so at multiple post-secondary institutions in both Canada and the United States. It's been a passion project of mine for the 23 years that I've been in the tech industry to mentor as many young women as I can. I'm the mother of 2 daughters that are now in high school, so I also focus on the younger generation. I think it's so important that we instill a love of technology, a comfort level with technology, especially for young women that might learn in a slightly different way. But certainly I wouldn't have the career that I have if I didn't have a love for technology from a very early age and really grew up playing on computers, being comfortable coding. And I honestly didn't even think of it as a career option for me. I just thought it was a hobby. And then slowly the path appeared later in life for me. And I'm incredibly grateful that it did. But if I didn't have that love for tech at a young age, I think it would have been a different story. So I think we have to work really, really hard to make sure that we're getting that passion across to each generation, and certainly starting with children.
Yeah, well, you're certainly getting the passion across. All right, before we start to wrap up and get final thoughts from everyone, Jamie, let me ask you one more question. With ESG, for some folks out there, maybe they're triggered by that word and they think, is this the government picking winners and losers? Maybe we shouldn't even do ESG. What do you respond to that?
Yeah, look, I think it's incumbent on each individual and each corporation to figure out what within the ESG spectrum connects with them and their value system. It's not a one size fits all. In the case of HUT, we chose the targets that connected with us and our value system and hold ourselves accountable to them. None of it was forced upon us. It was really just part of who we are as an organization and the values we live each and every day as a company, and in working with our communities and our business partners. I think that's another important thing to consider, is the broader ecosystem that supports the corporation and making sure that ecosystem is aligned with your values as well. But this has to come from within a company if it's going to resonate and ultimately be successful.
I love that. I think it's really powerful when people come together and the ideas are able to flourish, and debate is healthy and encouraged, right? We don't see that much of that.
That's right.
Brian, Greg, any final thoughts as well? Oh, what were you going to say, Jamie?
Oh, I was just going to say, within our organization, we call it healthy tension.
Perfect. All right. Final thoughts from Brian and Greg?
No, I think I really love what Jamie said, where there's a spectrum of, we'll call them ESG solutions. And I think it's really important for companies to do what's right for the makeup of their company rather than taking that one size fits all. I thought that was very well said.
Thanks, Brian.
Greg?
Yeah, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of us to thank Crypto Tutors for putting this on today. Education in this industry is extremely important. And just maybe just to leave a final note to a lot of the folks that are still beginners, still learning about this industry. I would caution everyone exploring this wild world of Web3, Bitcoin, blockchain. Be very careful, take your time to learn, understand what you're doing and why you're doing it before you start diving straight into things like DeFi smart contracts and self-custody private keys. When you're initially learning, don't do it with more value than you can afford to lose. Be wary of every link you click, of every stranger DMing you, of anything that sounds too good to be true. Don't put seed phrases into any internet-connected computers or smartphones. As a common saying goes, don't trust, verify, and that is going to be a very exciting and rewarding space to be in.
That is such good advice. Education is why we are all here. There are so many great free resources, including both the KPMG report as well as the ones that Hut 8 has put out. So I encourage you to go down that rabbit hole. I started out in this space super skeptical as well, very dismissive. I wish I could go back and sort of tap myself on the shoulder and tell myself to study a little bit more, because as the more that you study, the more comfortable you feel and the more conviction you can actually have. So thank you all of you for joining me, my panelists, Brian Consalvo, Greg Janega, and Jamie Leverton. And up next, we have Lisa Francoeur. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, 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 wow. I can't believe that we are coming to the end of Crypto for the Culture. I want to thank Natalie for moderating that conversation. I want to thank Brian. I want to thank Jamie. I want to thank Gregory, who helped orchestrate that conversation. As we close out the third annual Crypto for the Culture conference, I wanted to revisit our intentions in curating this conference experience. In 2023, Crypto Tutors united 46 speakers, the majority being diverse leaders who represent trillions of dollars across the private and public sector. These titans of industry, as we like to call them, represent an industry where everyone, regardless of race, color, creed, sexual orientation, socioeconomic standing, etc., can not only have a seat at the table, but we can literally make our own tables. These trailblazers share their perspective, their methodologies, their passion for this burgeoning Web3 blockchain ecosystem, and the potential it offers to solve real-world problems, financial inclusion, secure identity verification, supply chain transparency, retention of intellectual property, royalties, and ownership of user data, cross-border payments. Although we're just scratching the surface, we hope this Crypto for the Culture conference experience was educational. We hope it was inspiring and motivates you to join the movement, to stand with crypto. To all the US citizens, we invite you to engage legislators, engage policymakers at the local, state, and federal level. Share your feedback. Let your voice be heard so we can ensure responsible, equitable, thoughtful policy is enacted. What does civic engagement look like? Attending Crypto for the Culture, calling your representative's office, sending an email, sending a tweet, etc. These are examples of how you can lobby. Remember, millions of jobs are at stake here in the US. Innovation is at stake, and leveraging this tech to positively, equitably, and inclusively empower global citizens is what we consider the right side of the future. Thank you to all of our speakers who lent their genius to today's masterclasses. Thank you to our sponsors, Block. I got my little Cash App cup. Cash App is a subsidiary of Block, formerly known as Square. Coinbase, Selby Jennings, Polygon, Arculus, Hyperion, and Marathon Digital Holdings. Thank you to donors like A16Z's Culture Leadership Fund, Stand with Crypto, who've collaborated with us. Thank you to the viewers, the viewers, for joining us on the right side of the future. You rocked out for 8 hours as we navigated panel after panel on the most viable and practical use cases of blockchain and Web3 technology. We see you, albeit virtually. We see you, especially the people in the comments. We salute you. Special thanks to my bestie, Nina Blankenship for nearly 10 years, my Crypto Tutors co-founder and CEO, who is the personification of difficult takes a day, impossible takes a week. Thank you to the Crypto Tutors team, our co-founder Moetti Newby, Mia King, Stephanie Cummings, Davis, Matt, Maddie. And if I don't call you out by name, don't charge it to my heart, charge it to the game, because I'm sending my love. We're sending our love. And as I always say, if you want to predict the future, you have to create it. Thank you for predicting the future that you want to create with Crypto Tutors and the Crypto for the Culture titans of industry. See you next year.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep. Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Get ahead of the curve, time is now. Bitcoin at 40,000. What's the new cash cow? Become a tutor, make money from your knowledge. Turn the risk into wealth. We decentralized college. Enroll today before it's too late. And get the bag. The future now awaits.
Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, hey. Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, Crypto Tutors, hey.
It's a way. Making money in my sleep. Making money in my sleep. Step by step, click by click. Waves, Bitcoin, stablecoin, we got the tips. Get ahead of the curve, time is now. Bitcoin at 40,000. What's the new cash cow?